In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Is NBA wearing a Blitz jersey?
Maxime, hey buddy. I love you. Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
The monster! We win! We win! Oh my god!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
It's a new day. It's a new doubleheader. It is the Pro Chess League. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, my co-commentator in crime, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we've had epic matches throughout the week. We'll have 2 more in store for everybody today.
We will indeed, Robert. I thought you did a fantastic job yesterday with Danny. I was on the edge of my seat. And I'm sure that nothing will change today. It's been an epic first week, and what better way to cap it off than with 2 more wonderful high-level matches.
For sure. Well, the season has just begun, but it will cap off in playoffs. And that's going to be at the end of a 5-week regular season. It's elimination Swiss. You win 3 matches, you make the playoffs. You lose 3, you're out. But Danya, the All-Star Game, the Arena Royale, March 24th, I'm guessing you'll be playing in that.
I don't know why you would think that, Robert. I'm just a commentator. Come on. Let's not talk about the Carolina Cobras and their Week 1 performance. But in all seriousness, mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen, because you've got nonstop action for 3 months. The finals will be coming your way in May 11th to 14th. And the end of March is the playoffs. So you've got action evenly distributed. Make sure that you block off work, that you don't schedule brunch, because you will not want to miss this action.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? No, right now we're going to talk about yesterday's matches. They were 2 epics. It was just the first week of the season, but the Blitz, they stormed back against MGD1 to take it in tiebreaks 10-9 9-half. And Danya, the Gotham Knights, Hikaru not off to the right foot in game 1, but he scored 3 straight victories to lead them to a 9-7 match win over the Berlin Bears.
Well, just like a sports game, in a PCL match, you need to win essentially 4 quarters, and that's what we saw yesterday in the Gotham Knights match. Hikaru loses the first game. It's a shocking loss, but he maintains his composure, and Gotham shows incredible resilience. And speaking of resilience, the Blitz, what a comeback we saw. We've already seen a couple of near comebacks. I mean, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they came oh so close, and the Blitz complete the first crazy comeback. And Robert, I will bet a silver dollar that it's far from the last.
Oh, it certainly will not be. We may see more today. But something we saw yesterday was one of the biggest smiles I've ever seen. Because while Hikaru Nakamura was upset, Josephine Heinemann, she tweeted, "I can't believe I just beat Hikaru Nakamura, 3 exclamation points. I think she could have used 33, and that wouldn't be enough. But unfortunately, my team still lost the match, but we'll come back stronger next week." And shouting out the Berlin Bears, that's her team. So, Danya, what can you say about her game against Hikaru?
Well, first of all, I can say that that was an excellent game. Hikaru was better at some point, but Josephine kept the pressure. She kept her hopes up. And when things mattered most, she delivered several moves in a row. And I can tell you firsthand how hard it is to keep your composure when you even have an inkling of a possibility of beating Hikaru. And this is what the PCL is all about. Yes, the match scores are the most important, but we're also looking at the individual players. And from a fan's perspective, you get to look at so many players so you haven't seen before, develop new allegiances, and develop new players that you're going to be watching for years to come. And that's what we saw yesterday.
It is the nature of the Pro Chess League. And, Hikaru Nakamura, he's hard to beat in any time control. This format for the Pro Chess League is the rapid time control. Everybody plays everybody. That's good and fun. It's a time control of 10 minutes plus 2-second increment. And the first team to 8.5 points wins. Yesterday, we saw tie breaks. You just replay those round 4 pairings. It's ultra exciting. But, Danya, I think what I like best about the Pro Chess League is that everybody plays the entire other team. And that means Josephine Heinemann, a strong player in her own right, she doesn't usually get to play against Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlsen, and the top guns, but she did yesterday, and she delivered.
Yes, and we're not just saying it. Board 4 is just as important as Board 1 is just as important as Board 2. All boards play 4 games. Every point counts equally, and that's what makes this format so exciting. You need to reach 8.5 points. You can do it in 3 rounds. We saw that in only 1 match so far. It was a complete blowout by the India Yogis against the Capybaras. We're going to be facing a pretty easy team next week. Forget which team in particular, but it's exceedingly rare, and normally the intrigue goes down to the very, very last game, Robert.
It does. I mean, even the team that qualified, the Spanish Maniac Shrimps, they almost took down the Norway Gnomes. That was an epic. Gawain Jones wins on a mouse slip blunder by the Maniac Shrimps.
Dude, that was crazy.
That was one of the craziest finishes I've ever seen, but we may see more of the same today because there's a lot of parity in this league. It's kind of like having a salary cap. There's a rating cap, and the St. Louis Archbishops, they have been a winner of the Pro Chess League 3 times. They take on the Shanghai Tigers, and first of all, I love the logo of the Tigers, but that team has a lot of bite from top to bottom of the roster. You do not want to mess with many of those Chinese superstars. And then, of course, we followed that up with the Croatia Bulldogs led by Agad Mator. He's the captain of that squad. And the California Unicorns, a team down there you know a thing or 3 about.
I do indeed, and I've played for them for a year or 3. I have an emotional connection to the Unicorns. Ultimately, this year, I decided that my allegiances lie in the city in which I reside. But part of my heart is still in California. It's a great team. Speaking of great teams, St. Louis is obviously a stalwart. They are a mainstay. They need no introduction, but do not sleep on the Shanghai Tigers because they might leave their cage if you close your eyes for 1 second too long. See what I did there?
Absolutely. Of course, I heard. You mentioned a cage, and the Tigers, they will not be caged today. They will not be tamed unless the St. Louis Archbishops bring their best stuff. And they have a fantastic roster, spearheaded by Fabiano Caruana and Leinier Dominguez, those 27, 40-plus super grandmasters. That is going to be a tough team. And we do want to note it has been a difficult time in the chess world. The St. Louis team has removed Alejandro Ramirez from their roster. It was their decision, but they would like to focus on the chess today. And look at this lineup, Danya. I'm actually looking at Alice Lee. That is the X factor for me for the St. Louis Archbishops.
Alice Lee is a phenom. She is one to watch. She's incredibly young. She improves every single year, and she's just the sort of person none of the top grandmasters want to face. She's got great openings, and yesterday I made a brief appearance, Robert, and I mentioned some of those IMs and women's GMs, and you might look at their FIDE rating and you might say, they're probably going to go out of 4. No, they're not. They're vastly underrated, and they actually, in many cases, will be the X factor for the team. But obviously, St. Louis is stacked at the top. Caruana and Leinier Dominguez. Any team with those 2 players is bound to go far.
And the Archbishops are captained by Nemo, so they have found her. She will hope that her squad can get another Pro Chess League title. But they first face the Shanghai Tigers, and when you mess with the Chinese squad, you better bring your A game because we look Wei Yi. He is the highest rated player on the team, but they have Zhu Wenjun, the women's world champion, and that is going to be a tough task. You look all across the lineup, and Danya, I see 1996 for a rating of a player. That's as scary as it gets because you know that these Chinese players, and you were asked that question, who's most underrated? It might be Yingzhu Mao.
Listen, I think I'd rather prefer to see a 2 in front of that name, maybe 2,996. That would be less scary than 1996. Obviously, Chinese players, they don't often, in many cases, have an opportunity to play internationally, and so in many cases, they're vastly underrated, and I think everybody in the chess world knows that. So each and every player on this roster is very solid. They've got Wei Yi, they've got youth, and they've got experience. Ni Hua has been around for decades. He's maintained a rating in the high 2600s, and obviously the women's world champion, Yu Wenjun, she needs absolutely no introduction, Robert. These teams all across the board are so well built, and I'm just impressed with the work that the captains and the managers have done across the board to assemble teams that really have a shot.
Yeah, some teams have a top-heavy lineup. Others are more balanced. We saw it yesterday with the Gotham Knights. They're being top-heavy with Hikaru Nakamura and Lim Lei. And then the Berlin Bears, they had those 2,600. So let's talk about roster construction, because there is a rating cap in the Pro Chess League. You have to have 2,550 average rating maximum. But this is a big caveat that the players over 2,700 count as 2,700. So Magnus Carlsen at 2,850 plus counts as 2,700. And also, women over 2,350, they count as 2,350. It is good to have Ju Wenjun on your roster, Danya, because she doesn't actually hurt your rating cap. In fact, she does only counts as 2,350. You want the strongest players in the world on your team.
You absolutely do. And that means the job of the manager is not just to contact every player in the top 20. You actually have to strategize. You have to think about which players are better and rapid, and you have to make serious decisions, mathematical-based decisions, adding up average ratings and testing out various lineups across the week. And you don't have much room for error, because 3 strikes, Robert, and you are out. So some teams, they're basically going to stick with the same lineup week to week. They're going to put faith in 4 of the same players. Others are going to make changes, and we will see what strategies these 2 teams adopt. But it is their first match, Robert, and the teams that they are debuting this week are both incredibly scintillating.
I'm excited for this one, because you look at their 4-board lineup and you see no weak links. On board 4 for St. Louis Archbishop Alice Lee, her rating may look like it's 2284, but that was a few months ago. She's already up over 2300. She's scoring IM norms. But Danya, Leinier Dominguez, that's the big name for St. Louis. The big name for Shanghai is Wei Yi. But look at those middle boards. Very evenly matched, I'd say, because boards 2 and 3 for each side are powerful grandmasters.
And I think the biggest X factor for the Archbishops is Nicholas Theodoro. Now, I won't lie, Nicholas and I, we've become friends over the last year. I greatly respect his chess. He's a monster blitz player, and he can be, he is just a streaky shooter. He defeated Levon Aronian in the Olympiad with the black pieces. We all know what Nico is capable of when the stars align. On the other side, he also can play badly. He can sometimes be unstable. So he is a big X factor for St. Louis. And Robert, as we talked about, it's an all-hands-on-deck effort. Yes, one player can carry the team. Magnus Carlsen did that with the Canada Chess Bros, but that is rare. And most of the time, everybody has to contribute at least a little bit.
For sure. And we'll see that even in the first round of action, because that's when the pairings are most lopsided. We start with board 1 against board 4. And for Alice Lee, I'd mentioned her as the X factor for the St. Louis Archbishops. She gets the white pieces against Wei Yi, who is a super grandmaster and has been since he was like 2 years old. And then on the other side of things, you see Nicholas Theodoro. He gets the white pieces against Ju Wenjun. That's an all grandmaster matchup. But what I like about Shanghai, Danya, is Liu Yiping, board 4. That player is rated nearly 2,500. That is not an easy task for Leinier Dominguez, as strong and solid as he is.
No, not at all, and especially with the black pieces in a rapid game. But Leinier, I think he's got the right opening repertoire for the PCL. He plays the Najdorf. He plays combative openings with both colors, and he really needs to try to gain chances and strike with black. But you're right, Robert. It feels like Wei Yi has been a grandmaster for decades. I feel like a meme could be built out of it. You see the Roman Empire and Vesuvius erupting over Pompeii. Wei Yi's still a grandmaster. Fast forward to the age of mobile phones. And the iPhone comes out, Wei Yi is still a grandmaster. He is experienced. And the Tigers, they've got some very level-headed, solid players. They're going to be hard to bring down.
Oh, we see one of those players on screen, international master Liu Yiping, rated 2,500. That's board 4 for the Shanghai Tigers, and that's because they have Ju Wenjun. Every team must have a woman playing for them in each and every week. And she is 2,550 plus, but only counts as 2,350 against the rating cap. But Leinier Dominguez, he has been over 2,750, it feels like, for a decade himself. One of the best players in the world, one of the best prepared players in the world, a former second for both Veselin Topalov and Fabiano Caruana. He is playing now for the United States, and he's off playing a Queen's Gambit accepted.
One of the most underrated players as well. Leinier is so good. I mean, his play is classy. He is just one to watch. He always does well, it seems, in the U.S. Championship. And here we go. Seatbelts fastened. I say this every time, ladies and gentlemen, and I mean it. We are off to the races. A Queen's Gambit accepted is on the board, and pretty conventional stuff here so far, Robert. C5, and Black often follows this up with B5, if, of course, White does not prevent that with A4.
Right, and that's a big question mark because A4, it's a committal move. It gives up the B4 square, but no, we're not seeing that. Leinier Dominguez, he is as professional a player as it gets. What does that mean? It means he does not take unnecessary risks with the black pieces against a player that is 2,500 rated. He'll say, I respect you. If I'm going to make a draw, so be it. He's not playing for a draw, but he is not taking those risks, those speculative sacrifices that other top players do.
You're absolutely right. And as a top player, it's important not to overdo it. You're going to get your chances in a 10-minute game. In a classical game, particularly in a must-win situation, I think we would see a sharper opening, such as a King's Indian or a Grunfeld. But within the context of a 10+2 game, even if the position is symmetrical, you are likely to get at least some chances to unbalance the game. So Leinier is not going to force matters. He's going to play what he's comfortable with, and he's going to start by equalizing and only then think about gaining the advantage. But I like the way the Chinese international master is handling the situation here. White's position is ultra solid. The bishop could come out to F3, Robert. The knight from D2 could jump into C4. And right now, the battle squarely revolves around queenside and central control, with both kings in complete and total comfort.
Yeah, we're going to see play on the C file, play on the D file. Those are the only two open files. But I like what you're saying. With the bishop coming out to F3 for White at the right moment, perhaps White gets a little bit more activity thanks to the bishop being on the longest diagonals. The B2 bishop is better than the E7 bishop. White's light square bishop likely will take advantage of its counterpart as well. So it's small pluses here for Yiping Liu, but Liu Yiping, excuse me. But I should say that Leinier Dominguez is one of the best endgame players that is playing today. And all of the top players know that. They acknowledge it. They respect it. They do not want to see queens get off the board and then give him any chances.
No, they do not. And we've all been through it. You're playing a top player. You start getting excited when pieces come off the board. It ain't as simple as that. So this game has plenty of life in it. Speaking of plenty of life, board 2 has started with Benjamin Bach, a very exciting player for the Archbishops. And what a well-assembled team, Robert. So, man, the Chinese squad, they have a tough task ahead of them. The knight comes out to C4. I like the kind of start that Liu Yiping is off to, though.
Yeah, why not? Throw your knight forward. You're just taking control of vital squares. But now is a big moment for Leinier Dominguez. Does he play B5 to kick this knight out of C4? That's not a move you make lightly. Because, as I like to say, Danya, pawn chains only as strong as their base pawns. If Black does throw the B7 pawn up 2 squares, that A6 pawn can become vulnerable later in the game. It's a game of inches. I know they say that in American football, but it is in chess as well. Like, you make these small little moves, but they have big consequences as the game continues.
Later down the line, White could position the pawn on A4 and really get to that pawn on A6. So I'm with you. I think B5 should only be played under very specific circumstances. Bishop to C5, but Leinier, he's got to watch out for the X-ray. But the knight on C4 doesn't really have anywhere to jump to. Obviously, knight E5, that would be a blunder because the rook on C8 would defend the bishop. So in my estimation, the position is about equal. Stuff could happen in the center. We could also get a bunch of minor piece trades. So I think this game is going to continue for a while. And Robert, I think that affords us a good opportunity to take our first look at our bird's eye view because we've got a couple of other games underway.
Let's do it. I see in the top right, Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. He is a popular streamer, and he plays for the St. Louis Archbishops. He's the black pieces. He's a calm Italian for now. And then that's Grandmaster Shu Yi. And in the bottom left, we have Nicholas Theodorou, somebody you've mentioned. He takes on Women's World Champion Zhu Wenjun. So we have the all Grandmaster battles in game 1 between the boards 2 and 3 for either side. So which one do you want to go to, Danya?
Robert, I can't even decide what to order in a restaurant I've been to 10 times. You're expecting me to decide between 2 games in front of thousands of people. Okay, let's go to Shu Yi's game against Benjamin Bach just because it's a little bit more advanced. And after that, we will travel to Theodorou land. So we do have a pretty conventional Italian here and a modern treatment for both sides, Robert. There was a time when A4 and A5 was not standard fare, but it seems like every player is now inserting these two moves. And from Black's perspective, you get this a7 square for the knight. Benjamin drops his knight back to a7, harassing the bishop, trying to drive it back to c4. But Shu Yi says, no, no, no. You're going to move your knight away. I am going to strike while you're sleeping.
Oh my goodness, this is getting kind of complicated because now the bishop is captured on b5. Does white take the dark square bishop on c5 or simply recapture the knight on b5? These are difficult questions to answer. I feel like I would want to capture the knight because it keeps my pawn center intact, but I want to capture the bishop because I don't want to give my opponent the pair of bishops. So he does take the bishop. That was not an easy decision for Shu Yi. And now, Danya, we have opposite colored bishops. That does not mean we have a draw. It means which color complex will be more vulnerable. I like the light square bishop for black because it's developed and attacking some unprotected squares. With white's pawn structure on the queen side, I feel like those light squares could be blacks for the taking, whereas that dark square bishop for white is sitting back at home. It's not developed. And what diagonal are you going to use with it?
Yeah, I mean, the prospect of a sacrifice on h3 is not as far-fetched as it may appear. I mean, after queen d7, you already have to seriously contemplate bishop takes h3 with a knight from f6, quickly hopping into f4. White could choose to play this very positionally. If Benjamin takes back with a pawn, white could push the pawn up to c4, play b3, and start surrounding that backward pawn on d6. But that takes a while, and once the bishop leaves c1, knight h5, knight f4 looks even more appealing with the f4 square left unattended. But Benjamin could circumvent all of that, Robert. Really, it's a question of whether he wants to take a serious risk. Queen takes d6 is going to result in a very drawish position, symmetrical pawn structure. But if I'm Benjamin, I'm going for it, and I'm taking with a pawn here.
Yeah, we see his microwave in the background. He's trying to figure out. I just always like his microwave there. And it looks like Shu Yi's playing from a spa or a hotel. It's like he's just chilling. But it's a big decision. So that's why the players are taking their time. I know most of us, myself included, would have recaptured on d6 with one piece or the other instantly. But Benjamin knows that it changes this pawn structure. It changes the dynamic of the game. He can take with the pawn. I actually don't mind that because if pawn takes d6 and pawn to c4, like you were suggesting, I believe that black can bring that knight from f6 to d7 up to c5, take control of some of those dark squares and maybe some of the light squares as well. So I think that Benjamin, while he is considering his options, we can go back to our bird's eye view, Danya, just because all four games are now in full swing.
And a perfect time to leave this game in disapproval of Benjamin's choice to take back with the queen. Just kidding, of course. He wants to stay solid. He's got the black pieces, and he's definitely solved all of his opening problems. A crazy game is unfolding on the lower left. Nicholas Theodorou has a very Nicholas Theodorou-like position. I think he's already sacrificed a pawn. I've been doing a whole lot of pawn counting in the PCL commentary so far. Sort of a pawn sacrifice because d4 is hanging. Robert, I don't think you'll protest if we take a closer look at that one.
No, let's do it. It's the game in the bottom left. The game in the top left, by the way, between Dominguez and Liu Yiping. That one's looking very even still. But this one is anybody's contest. Donna, you mentioned that black is up a pawn. But what black also has after this move pawn to e5 is the d5 square. And as I'm saying it, Ju Wenjun does it. She uses that square for her knight. That is an outpost. So what do you make of this, Danya? White has control of some of the dark squares, has the more advanced pawn in the center, but black is up a pawn and has this d5 square to her advantage.
Well, the various aspects of the position, I'm still adjusting my eyes to what's going on here. Let's rewind really, really quickly and see how we got this zoo in the first place. This started as a pretty tame Catalan. G3, D takes C4. This is all very standard fare. But Nicholas, he is known for his unconventional opening choices. He often plays standard stuff and then makes sidelines within them. Knight B to D2 is a lot less common than Bishop D2, and it leads to a sharp and relatively unexplored type of position. Ju Wenjun says, hey, you're going to give me the pawn. I'm going to make you regret it. A4, C6 is standard fare. The knight drops back to E1, Robert. Nothing about this game is normal. Knight E5 is the more typical knight sally. Ju Wenjun stabilizes her own knight. It's chased away back to c7, e5, back to d5 it goes. That is a huge stronghold for black's knight. After knight e4, Nicholas Theodorou doesn't waste a second. Queen h5, making his intentions clear, and checkmate could come really, really quickly. The knight is brought back to f3. It's threatening to jump to g5, and the reason I think Ju Wenjun's position is hard to handle, Robert, is because there's a combination of problems. On the one hand, look at your king, right? Bishop g5, knight fg5 could be a problem. But the d6 square is just as big of a problem, particularly if the dark squared bishops go off the board.
No, I'm with you, but there is one defensive idea, and I've played this from the black side many times. Not this specific position, but this type of position. Queen to e8 is a sneaky, strong move. Because if white is careless and makes a move like rook to b1 or rook a2 or some kind of random move, just any random move, f5 is black's idea. That you are offering a queen trade. Normally, white would take en passant, but you can't do that because your queen on h5 is hanging. So that would just win black material. And if you don't take en passant, you have to trade queens. And after rook takes, you see that it's no longer possible.
I need to restart my computer, Robert. It's not letting me. Just a second. Won't let me take
this. You can't do it. So it allows black to secure many of the important squares and to challenge white's setup. She does not go for this, by the way. She decided, instead of going for queen e8, to take on a4. That's a move most of us would not make because look at black's resulting pawn structure. I mean, double isolated pawns everywhere. But I think her idea is to eventually play for the move c6 to c5 and break open the position.
Yeah, and opening up the queen side could favor black in the long term, right? There is a b file, the rook could come to b8 and hold the bishop down on c1. I think Nicholas could recapture on a4, and then Ju and Jun could follow up with a5. Rook takes c4 there would not be possible because of bishop a6. Although in such a position, really any sacrifice is possible, so never say never. But Nicholas could also leave the pawn on a4 for later and focus instead on developing his kingside initiative with bishop g5, or even typical idea, Robert, knight fg5, induce h6, and just come back to f3. Something a lot of players don't like to do because it looks weird, but you're creating a hook on h6, and a sacrifice could come fast and furious there on the king side.
But I want to show a quick variation, and that's why I keep mentioning queen e8. That let's say you do play knight to g5, and then black plays h6, and you go back. A good defensive move, and this might happen, is queen to e8. Because bishop takes h6. If black takes back on h6, then the queen takes, and I think the black king is in huge trouble with the knights jumping in. You see the eval bar is saying it's a messy game. But instead of pawn takes h6, f5 once again has the queens eyeing each other. The queen trade is forced because the queen can't go to the g file and try to deliver checkmate. And then once the queens come off, both the knight on e4 and the bishop on h6 are hanging. Black nets a piece. And she played it. She played queen e8.
Goodness, it's happening. Great call by you, Robert. The only difference is that the knight is on h3, but I don't think that substantively, as we go back to the live board, changes the tenor of the position. Bishop h6, f5 is still very much in effect. Great defensive eye by the former women's world champion. And Nicholas Theodore's attack might come to a screeching halt here, Robert, because even if white's queen drops back, f5 is very much still in play.
Right, because it allows black to lash out like a tiger, claw herself some space. And this is bad news for Nicholas because he is down
like
2 pawns. I don't know what we're talking about.
Back it comes to e2. Encouraging sign for Ju and Jun. You called it.
No, this is really not great for Nicholas Theodore. It shows that he was going for the attack. It didn't pan out. But now for her, she can make a move like bishop a6 right away. I see you're playing a5, but maybe bishop a6. They put your bishop on b5, and now there are all sorts of threats in the position, including the move c4 to c3. So I really like this for the women's world champion.
B takes a4 was such a gutsy call, and as was her last move, f7, f5. She is determined to push white's knight off of its active post, but there is no question that black is objectively better despite the ugly pawn structure. That knight on d5 is an absolute monster. I was optimistic about Nico's attack, but he is going to have to reset and try again. As he ponders whether to take en passant or keep the structure intact, let's swing back to the bird's eye view because a couple of the games, Robert, are already reaching the time scramble phase. You can't blink because you're going to miss the action.
Yeah, I do just want to point out in the bottom right, Alice Lee with the white pieces against Super Grandmaster Wei Yi. Alice Lee is 12 years old, and she is playing a Super GM. She has IM norms to her name, but look at that in the bottom right. That's pretty level. We will get there eventually. I don't think we have to dive in right now because the position is closed. But Danya, in the top left, Leinier Dominguez still looking very solid as he competes for the D file.
Yeah, pieces are getting traded. Rooks are going off the board. This game should end in a draw. White is also up 2.5 minutes. Fantastic time management by the Chinese player. And Robert, it's important not to overstate the case, right? You don't want to go crazy. A draw with the black pieces is not the end of the world. Yes, you'd like to win as the higher rated player, but half a point here and there, it may change the outcome of the match, but this is only round one. And you certainly want to err on the side of caution for now.
Yeah, Leinier Dominguez, I think he's just going to make a simple, straightforward draw once the queens come off the board. Maybe somehow he'll play for a win that is as Leinier Dominguez as it gets. Like, neutral position, very level, and then he wins because he's an endgame technician. So the queen's likely coming off in that one. So, Daniel, where should we go as the queen just came off on the top right board between Shu Yi and Benjamin Bach as well?
Yeah, I'll keep a peripheral eye on that game. If things heat up, we'll take you there. Leinier with 90 seconds. He's got to watch his clock. But let's go to that board on the lower right. Alice Lee, we talked about her. She's a fascinating player. She's already very experienced at 12 years old. She's played tons of over-the-board tournaments. She's played in Charlotte. Dangerous, dangerous player. Wei Yi is not taking this lightly. Let's see what we have here, Robert. On the one hand, encouraging sign for Black. This knight on d4 is a beast. And if it's captured, it's replaced by an even bigger beast in the form of a pawn that will drive the knight away and create chances of a discovered attack against the rook. So that's good for Black. But Alice has some serious queenside pressure. She's got the positional concept of playing b5 and carving out her own outpost on d5. What do you make of this? How do we evaluate this position?
Well, I first did some Googling. I want to apologize to Alice. She is 13. She's now a teenager. Still super talented, super strong, and aiming for the move b5. Rook b1 says, let me get control of the b file. I want to push that pawn to b5, carve out the d5 square. And you know I love to point this out. That knight on e7 is dominated by that e4 pawn. There's nowhere for it to jump. The bishop on g7, staring into its own pawn on e5. So I just feel like with the bishop pair, even though it's not the best bishop pair, and Black can take this bishop on e2 at any moment, it's the presence of the dark square bishops. I think White's is better, and I think White's knight on c3 is better than the counterpart on e7.
Agreed completely. And a lot of newer players, when they see a piece like d4, they tend to panic, and they tend to take that knight off the board as quickly as possible. But more experienced players realize that there are two other sides of the board. There's the queen side, there's the king side. And yes, this knight is annoying. It's going to be annoying for a long time, but you can work around it. And this is exactly what Alice Lee is doing. She can also throw in a prophylactic move like king h1, ensuring the safety of her king. And if you're Wei Yi, I think you're basically playing against White's clock. You're trying to keep the tension for as long as possible. Alice is down below 4 minutes. And Robert, we know how nervous the lower rated player can get when they're down on the clock and they sense that a big upset is at hand. We saw that 2 days ago with Trisha Kanya-Morala getting oh so close to stunning Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, but choking at the very, very last moment. It's such an understandable feeling, but Alice Lee doing a great job so far.
And that move F4 that was just played by Wei Yi, he's going for the King's Indian attack. G5 next. But what attack? Doesn't White have a light square bishop on e2? How are you ever going to play g4 when all of White's pieces stare at that square? So I feel like now is the time for Alice to play b5, which is a nerve-wracking move to make, because as soon as you play b5 and you see Black play c5, you may wonder, is the position too close? The knight's going to start dominating. But she has no fear. She recognizes that b5 is the best move. She has an advantage. Alice Lee is not just here to say, oh, I may make a draw every now and then. She's just playing great chess right now.
She is, and that's exactly how you want to handle things if you're the lower-rated player, right? The best way to lose is to play for a draw. The best way to score an upset is to play like you're playing any other opponent. You don't want to change the way you're playing just because of the number in front of your opponent's name. But Wei Yi, he's stubborn. He insists on trying to squeeze g4 through. Will he be able to succeed? I'm pretty pessimistic, but he's also keeping the tension on the queen side, and a big decision there by Alice to open up the queen side. Robert, quick interjection. Game one, as we predicted, has indeed ended peacefully. Leinier Dominguez has drawn his game against Liu Yiping.
Yeah, that game was not overly exciting. It was a solid professional draw for Leinier Dominguez. And for Liu Yiping, a good result. You're the board 4, taking a half point from the board 1. That is a success in its own right. So let's look at this position a little deeper. I feel like, bishop d1, it's a step in the wrong direction. Suddenly, Wei Yi's pieces are coordinating. The good news is g4 is not possible. The bad news is White's pieces, they don't look well coordinated. I think she should jump forward with her knight to b5 this time around, not to d5. I do think a trade of knights will be helpful for her. Just get that knight out of d4 if you can.
But I'm starting to get very apprehensive about the way this game is going. No pun intended. Rook b8 right now could pin the knight and threaten a6. On the other hand, that bishop on d1, great defensive piece. It's guarding a4. Perhaps the queen could move out of the b file. And Black just doesn't have a lot of purchase on the queen side. The knight on d4 looks impressive, but you need a little bit more spice to win this game. So rook b8, queen d3. If a6, then the knight could grab that weak pawn on d6. So objectively, I think the position is still around equal. But can Wei Yi keep finding ways to spice it up and keep White's clock ticking closer and closer to 0? There's rook b8, and Alice has to stay alert and get her queen out of b1.
I think queen d3 looks automatic, and it's a good. She plays it as soon as I say it. She is putting maximum pressure on the d4 square. Now, d4 is well defended because the bishop on g7, even though it's not active, it defends that square a bunch of times. With the knight, the pawn, the bishop, it's okay. But I think for Alice now, she can go queen a3 perhaps and go after the d6 pawn. Like, let's slide around. We do have a draw on board two. That game was not particularly exciting either. Benjamin Bach makes a professional draw with black against Grandmaster Shu Yi. So we have two boards remaining, and the St. Louis Archbishops are white on both of those boards. And just to bring up the four-board scene for a second, Nicholas Theodorou has his work cut out for him. Like, whoa, big move from Ju Won-jun, by the way. In the bottom left, e5, huge move. So maybe should we head on into that one since we've been on the Alice Lee game for a while?
We will try to catch both of these games and bring you the time scramble in Alice Lee's game. But e5 is a move that we have to investigate more carefully. Ju Won-jun trying to break out of the shell. There's total pandemonium in the center. Her idea, I think, is that d takes e5 runs into knight takes e3. If we could bring up an analysis board really quickly, this is important. d3, knight e3 wins the game for black. Queen is hanging, and if you trade queens, then suddenly the knight on c5 is hanging. Rook e3, bishop c5, end of story. Black is up a bishop. So in the position after e5, Robert, Nico has to maintain the tension. He can do this in several ways. He can drop his knight back, but that may allow bishop a6. But after knight d3, bishop a6, queen takes c6 can come in, and don't fall asleep on the prospect of a pin against the queen and the king. This could come very, very untimely for black in time pressure. Absolute craziness on the board right now.
And you can sense that it's a critical moment because Nicholas Theodorou, he's using his clock. And I think what Ju Won-jun wants is a queen trade. That, like, knight takes e3, if that's her next move, will force a queen trade, even if it doesn't win a piece. And Nicholas Theodorou is not one to blunder pieces like that. It will allow the queens to come off the board, and she may find her defensive task easier. And the reason why is, let's look at the material. And knight d3 was what I expect her to take on e3, swap queens, and then take on d4, because in all likelihood, even if black loses all three of those queenside pawns, those ugly, isolated pawns, if she can get b2 out of the way, she'll only be down one pawn on the king side. And with the pair of bishops, I think she has good chances of holding. So I think it was a good practical decision. But Danya, she took a lot of time to play knight takes e3 there.
And this is where experience comes in. This is where all those sleepless nights, blitzing on chess.com, playing 30-second chess, that's where it comes in handy. Yes, there's a 2-second increment, but it doesn't change all that much when push comes to shove because those 2 seconds evaporate so fast. And Nicholas Theodorou, one of his greatest strengths as a blitz and rapid player is his ability to keep the tension in positions that may seem lifeless. So Ju Won-jun, let's see if she can maintain at least 45 seconds on her clock. Take on d4, play bishop f6, and make sure your pieces are active. Don't worry too much, as you're saying, about losing even potentially all three of these pawns. Don't burn all of your clock trying to keep these weaknesses alive.
I mention this often. Hikaru Nakamura gives the wise advice. You should play good moves quickly rather than the perfect moves slowly. And this is a moment where she should just be playing quickly. She knows e takes d4. A pawn trade is perfectly fine for her. But she's trying to find the perfect choice. Does she flick in the move a4 to a3? Is now the time for that? It's not an easy choice, right? Like, there are a lot of things at play. And as you're pointing out, bishop takes c6 with bishop d5 to follow with that rook on the f7 square. That looks messy.
And I think she might be missing that after ed4, bishop c6, the rook has to move out to a6, I think, in order to meet bishop d5 with bishop p6, but she's panicked and she's given away the e-pawn. Oh, that is a huge mistake by Ju Won-jun, and now Nika is going to get a massive pawn center, and the prospect of driving the knight up to e5, was that a mouse slip, Robert? Was that panic? Am I missing something?
It was panic. No, I think she just
bishop
recognized
C6.
her position is getting difficult, and she's just trying to get those pieces out. So if rook c8 here, there's just knight e5. Maybe she thought both pieces were under attack at once. Now she's trying to kick that knight out of d3, but e4 for white. Push that pawn up, get rid of that bishop. The knight is safe and sound. Bishop d5 is a threat. You have just two healthy pawns in the center. That was a big mistake from the women's world champion in some sort of time trouble.
God, those pawns, those center pawns are running up the board like a Mack truck, d5, e5, t6, and all of the barriers are crossed here. The minor pieces are perfectly positioned to breach the defensive wall. The black is set up with her bishops. I think Nico should just keep pushing. He's double checking. He's asking himself, is this too good to be true? I don't see a single chance at this point for Ju Won-jun. Maybe after d5, bishop c8, e5, she has to drop her bishop back on f5, generate some activity. But at this point, she's living on a prayer.
But look at Nico Theodore dropping under a minute himself. He is a fantastic bullet player. He goes knight f4, not a move that we were looking at. And I think that Ju bishop b3. Why not? Just bring your bishop to protect your a4 pawn. Keep it on the same diagonal as your king and rook. And e5. So the pawns are going forward, Danya. But now bishop b4. You're highlighting it before I can even say it. It's like you're reading my mind. The bishops are free. And she goes to g5. I understand that choice as well. But here come the pawns, right?
Here come the pawns, and Nico, he's got to throw caution to the wind and throw the kitchen sink at Ju and Jun right now. Bishop f4 and rook f4, not dangerous at all. In fact, you want to get rid of one of Black's bishops because then the danger to your king diminishes greatly. e6 also possible here, Robert, but maybe premature. What's on your mind?
Oh my gosh, I'm just seeing something happening in the other game.
Oh my gosh.
Alice Lee, all of a sudden, this game looks like Nico Theodore was taking charge. It's pandemonium on this board. But look at board 4. Let's go into Alice Lee against Super Grandmaster Wei Yi because her queen has slithered into the e6 square. And suddenly, this position looks very difficult for the Super Grandmaster from China. Bishop c4 next. Queen g8 checkmate. Queen h6 mate is also going to be there when the bishop goes to c4. How many pawns is Black up? It's just one. And a6 is under attack as well. This could be a win for Alice Lee.
The only disturbing thing is the time on her clock. Wei Yi is up a full minute on the clock. She's got to keep playing fast. Do not be fooled by the connected passers on the C and D files. The light squares around Black's king are devastatingly weak. The absence of a light squared bishop is hurting the Chinese grandmaster. Can Wei Yi use his minor pieces and his queen to keep White's piece tandem at bay? The king is running to h6, Robert. h8 is protected by the bishop. Otherwise, that would have been mate. Alice Lee is down to 16 seconds, and this is where panic often sets in.
Oh, and it's going.
D3.
Yeah,
D3.
again. The pawn can just go. It can't be stopped there. Unfortunately, if you take the knight, the D pawn goes to D2 and then D1.
And the A4 pawn is the bane of White's existence there, but he missed it. And he's given Alice Lee a new lease on life.
She needs to bring her bishop back right now. Go back to B3 to cover the D1 promotion square. She gives a check on F8, but bishop G7.
No.
Yeah, no, this is going for Wei. By the way, Ju and Jun somehow drew the game. Is that right?
What? No way! She found a perpetual.
Unbelievable. We'll look at that after this. This is now, unfortunately for Alice Lee, I mean, it's just all downhill for her. Her king is in trouble. The king on h6 somehow was tucked away and safe, and here come the pawns.
It's actually on the safest square on the board. There isn't a single check. Love the move h4. It's still not over. Wei Yi can finally get that g4 move in about 30 moves later than he wanted to, but he doesn't even need to. He's focusing on what's important. D2 is coming next, and that king on g5 is feeling as comfortable as ever. Alice Lee has no threats here, and D2 ends the game.
Yeah, just D2. You're going to have to, at best, give up your bishop for one pawn, and then probably have to give it your other bishop for the second one. And that's 2 extra pieces. The king on g5 can't even be checked in any meaningful way. So, yeah, this is going to be a win for Wei Yi. But good on Alice. I mean, she played a great game, and she had her chances.
And that was a big win for Wei Yi. That was the only win. The 3 other games ending in a draw. And a big miss for Nico Theodoro. If I can bring that game up really, really quickly to show what on earth happens. We thought this was a bygone conclusion, Robert. And it never is in time pressure. Disaster struck after Ju and Jun delivered a check on g4 and a check on f4 and played this last-ditch move, rook f4. E7. It's still winning, apparently. Oh my gosh, Nico didn't realize that he could run away from the checks. He did not realize that he could run his way back to c1, to b1, to a2, and a3. Can you blame him with 3 seconds left? What a save by Ju and Jun.
Yeah, it looks like you're about to get checkmated or something. So amazing save for Ju and Jun. She was fighting every single move in that game. She survives. That means the Shanghai Tigers go up 2.5, 1.5, thanks to Wei Yi's victory. But Danya, this was as close as it gets. I know the score isn't tied. That would be closer. But on each and every board, it felt like both players had chances.
And listen, Alice Lee can't feel too bad. She had her chances. If she had 30 more seconds on her clock, we could have seen a different result on that board. But now, Leinier Dominguez and Benjamin Bach are going to have to take more risks. They are going to be white in board 2. They cannot allow a quick, solid draw. They're going to have to strike. And St. Louis already has a little bit of coming back to do. But they've got 3 rounds to do it, and nothing has been decided.
Absolutely not. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break for round 2 of the Pro Chess League match between the St. Louis Archbishops and the Shanghai Tigers.
I remember people saying, "No, you got to sandbag, keep your rating low, go play in the World Open and win $6,000. Just don't keep your rating up." And I'd be like, "What are you talking about? I'm trying to become a GM. That's ridiculous." So that mentality was something I had to escape. This was not the Black Bear School mentality, but the park ecosystem. For me, it was Prospect Park in Brooklyn. Definitely foster this idea because it's kind of a little bit of a hustle mentality that you keep your rating low and you try to win some money in tournaments.
We return to this Pro Chess League match between the St. Louis Archbishops and the Shanghai Tigers. Currently a lead for the Tigers. Donna, it was an impressive first round for the team from China.
High-level chess all around, a solid chess all around. Everybody doing their job, Robert. Everybody contributing. Yiping Liu holding Leinier Dominguez to a draw. Wei Yi surviving a valiant effort by Alice Lee, but ultimately not panicking and pressing the right buttons at the right time. And a miracle save by former women's world champion Ju Jun. Everybody contributed, and they are leading by a point. They're doing great.
And that half point by Ju Wenjun may be huge for the overall standings of this match. She is 32 years old. She is the second highest rated player, female player in the Pro Chess League behind Katerina Lochno, 3-time women's world chess champion. She earned the GM title at 23. She's one of 6 women to surpass 2,600. And most importantly, or most pertinent to this league, Danya, she only counts as 2350 against the rating cap, and she's over 2550 herself.
She is a huge ace, and she has not been as active in the last couple of years. But again, she's only 32 years old. She's still incredibly sharp. And of course, the other 2 women to surpass 2,600, Judith Polgar and her compatriot Hu Yifan, who doesn't play actively anymore. But Ju Wenjun is a force to be reckoned with. Everybody takes her very seriously, and for very good reason. She is capable of being a major, major X factor and a major push for the Shanghai Tigers.
Shanghai Tigers up 2.5, 1.5 right now. They are in the lead, but will they remain so after the next round? That's the big question. Leinier Dominguez and Benjamin Bach, the top 2 boards for the Archbishops, get the white pieces against Grandmaster Xu Yi and International Master Liu Yiping, both very solid players. But then the bottom 2 boards, Danya, I think that's where the Shanghai Tigers, they are going to look to get some decisive results. Wei Yi with white against Nicholas Theodoru, and Ju Wenjun with white against Alice Lee. That's the biggest rating differentials there on board 2 for the Tigers, board 4 for the Archbishop.
Yeah, fascinating matchups here. And once again, for Leinier Dominguez, very important to press the gas pedal now, Robert, because Nicholas Theodoru, he's got a very tough matchup with black against Wei Yi, and Alice Lee has her work cut out for her against Ju Wenjun, also with black. So Leinier and Benjamin Bach, the onus is right now squarely on their shoulders. St. Louis has coming back to do, and they've got a tough round ahead of them.
They do. Every single round is tough, and St. Louis did not bring out Fabiano Caruana this week, and it's Leinier Dominguez instead. So, it's one of those talking points. Like, should Fabiano played? I think woulda, coulda, shoulda. The hindsight is 2020. But Fabiano has been amazing in the Pro Chess League in the past. So whether or not he plays in future weeks, we have yet to see. But he's not playing here in week 1, and maybe that will hurt the St. Louis Archbishops if they can't mount a comeback.
Well, like you're saying, hindsight is 2020. We see the same types of criticisms in sports games. Why did the coach not put in Steph Curry earlier? Why didn't he start this player or that player? But you can't know until the match is over. I think St. Louis's lineup is totally reasonable, and I'm sure that Fabi is going to make many memorable appearances in subsequent weeks.
Yeah, Leinier Dominguez. Oh my gosh, what a replacement!
How dare you? How dare you, Leinier Dominguez? I mean, come on.
You replace your 2760 player with a 2740 player who is a superstar in his own right. I feel like Leinier Dominguez, and I've said this often, he's just one of the most underappreciated players in the world. I mean, the guy is not even in his chair and his clock has started, but he is an absolute monster, an endgame technician. He just knows how to work those small advantages. And he's fantastic. It's a great pickup for St. Louis. It's a great pickup for the United States because he now plays for the U.S. Olympiad team. And, well, let's see what his first move is because he's just getting into his seat.
E4. Well, he's an E4 player through and through, but don't be fooled by his repertoire. Jose Raul Capablanca would be proud of the heritage that Leinier Dominguez continues because behind the tactical repertoire lies a very solid positional underpinning and phenomenal endgame technique, as you're saying. I hope I'm not seeing a Petrov here. I hope my eyes are deceiving me, Robert. This is a scourge upon humanity, and it is winding its tentacles around every corner of the chess world. Thank you, Yana Pomniachtchi.
Many Chinese players do play the Petrov, whether it's Yu Yangyi, Wang Yue, and they have a chess school there. So I believe that they actually work on it, and it's really difficult to crack the Petrov. But Leinier Dominguez, a former World Blitz champion, I believe it was 2008 when he won that title. That is, of course, a tremendous accomplishment for him. He used to play for Cuba, now in the United States. And he's just playing this calmly. Like, he goes knight to d2. If you take this knight on d2, you got to take the bishop on f5. That's why the knight drops back. But, Donnie, what do you make of this opening this far?
Well, this position resembles another riveting line, the Rookie 1 Berlin. And I am joking, of course, the Petrov is a full-fledged opening, as has been proven now for well over a decade. Boris Gelfand playing it in the early 2000s, and now Yana Pomniachtchi and a lot of the top Chinese players are continuing the tradition. Objectively, the position is close to equal. I think they're following Wesley So's series of games against Nihal Sarin from the Chess.com Global Championship. If memory serves me right, I remember this move, knight a6, Now, Nihal, I think, positioned his pawn on f6 a little bit too early and softened up that e6 square. The big question here, Robert, can Black deal with the ensuing pressure down the e-file? White is going to try to double the rooks. White is going to bring the knight up to g3. And from a rapid play perspective, there is no question that White's position is easier to play. But we shouldn't forget that these GMs, they analyze these positions to move 20, move 25. They look at all of the ideas and they feel comfortable holding the fort in a situation like this.
I love how we were looking at this. It's going to be a solid affair. It's Leinier Dominguez, and he plays Harry the H-pawn up to H4. That pawn is untouchable. You lose a piece on the spot if you took that pawn. And now we see why the pawn went there. Knight G5, and suddenly Dominguez doesn't get a bishop pair because there are no light square bishops, but he does get an unopposed dark square bishop. So F6 can be played by Black, and just was. Bishop slides back to F4, and this is what you were talking about. The little pluses for White, the E6 square. There is a knight on C7, but now that knight is stuck protecting that square. The F5 square, in comes a knight to G3, and maybe bishop takes D6 to get yourself the F5 square. And as you're pointing out, H5, maybe even throwing the pawn up to H6 if Black doesn't play it himself. I like the look of this. The contours are nice for White.
Harry the H-pawn might be taking a little break, but Harry might be back on the grind soon enough. H5 and H6 could induce more weaknesses on the king side. But all of this, Robert, could be water under the bridge if the heavy pieces come off the board. Black is going to rush this rook to E8, try to exchange both pairs of rooks. And ultimately, if all you're left with is a queen and two minor pieces, then you're just not going to be able to ignite the flames of a king side attack. So Leinier, he's got a very narrow window of opportunity. Can he figure something out before Black gets those rooks off of the board?
Yeah, I'm wondering, he's pausing. I mean, H5 seems extremely logical, but a knight to E6. Yeah, I was thinking knight E6 is available to Black, so he's probably trying to figure out, is queen G3 best? Great suggestion by you there, because you're hitting both knights in a row, and you can't move either knight really, but if you bring the knight forward to F5, maybe you walk into a different pin along the H3, C8 diagonal. So it's just an awkward position for Black. The knights are a bit clumsy, but Leinier, he's spending his time, and Xu Yi, he seems to know what to do here. He is playing quite rapidly himself.
Yeah, his knights are in a row. That's not a good thing, but his ducks are also in a row in terms of his opening knowledge. Leinier Dominguez taking his time here. Queen G3 is a spicy move, but it might also turn out innocuous after rook A to D8. There's knight E4 with tempo, but not immediately, because then White will capture and get two pieces for a rook. So Leinier Dominguez, big moment right now. He senses that he needs to figure out a way to tighten the screws, and he's got one move to do it. Perhaps we could swing our way back to the bird's eye view as Leinier ponders this complex situation, because the other games are underway as well, Robert.
And I agree with that feature chat that it's definitely prepared by Xu Yi, but other games are going. So let's go to our four-board view. Boards 2 and 3. Boards 2 for 3 for St. Louis. Actually, top right, bottom left have begun. We see in the bottom left a Rossolimo by Nicholas Theodorou against Wei Yi. And the top right, we have one of the most closed positions you could ask for. Benjamin Bach not yet showing his cards. He is going to make some kind of pawn capture, some kind of trade, but right now, no pieces are off the board. So, Danya, I prefer the game in the bottom left. It looks a little bit more exciting, more life to it to me. But interestingly is Benjamin Bach down under 8 minutes. So he's the one who spent time to get to the position in the top right.
Showing a little bit of indecision, and he could take that game in two completely opposing directions. He could push that pawn up to d4, transposing into a peaceful line of the Slav, or he could play it Shakhriyar Mamedyarov style, Richard Report style, and run Gary the G-pawn up the board, sacrificing it, trying to open up the king side. It really depends on his frame of mind and what he has analyzed. So let's take a quick look at Benjamin Bach's game. Let's see what decision he ends up making, and then perhaps we can turn our way back to the Rossolimo in Theodorou's game. So bishop e2 is the last move. Yiping Liu contemplating his decision for Black. And Robert, Black does not need to sit idly by and wait for White to make the decision. e5 can be a very dangerous move in these situations. If White falls asleep at the wheel, Black could shove these pawns right up the board, and White's minor pieces are pretty vulnerable to attack. So I think Yiping is seriously considering that move.
But there is a drawback to playing e5. He just played it. Now White is going to take on d5. And if you take back with the pawn, there is this move knight to b5. Actually, White, I think, obtains a serious advantage right now because the bishop slides back to b8. And then you play rook c1. And you're going to drive that knight into the c7 square to secure yourself the bishop pair. and it's not a closed position. So the bishop pair will shine. And you could see on Liu Yiping's face right now, he's like, I don't really like what I've done here.
The problem, Robert, is that e5 is a very powerful move in certain positions, but with minor changes, it's a huge mistake. If the pawn was on a6, this would work to perfection. He simply confused the move order. Also, of course, it's my fault. I put this idea in his mind. Let's make sure we assign the blame properly. Knight c7 is essentially a pre-move, and e4 would make matters even worse because it would cede this massive outpost on d4. This is major, major trouble for the Chinese player.
You could see it on his face. He's like, what did I just do? Liu Yiping is as solid of a player as it gets. We saw how he played against Leinier Dominguez. It was just an even game from start to finish. And he wanted more of the same. He had a triangle pawn structure just a few moves ago. And as soon as he pushed a pawn forward, he left a square behind. He is really upset with himself. But the position is not lost. It is better for white. It is an easy position to play. It's a dream come true for any grandmaster to have this position from the white side. But I like his choice there. He may be a solid player, Danya, but he understands when the position calls for some dynamism. And let's see what happens if we just gobble up the pawn on d4. We're saying, give me that pawn. Let's open up the position. But that's it. Black gets to open up the position on terms that are favorable for him with a rook coming to e8. The king is still in the center for white. So I think that he did the right thing given his position was getting uncomfortable.
And Benjamin Bach is annoyed that he won't get a chance to just put his knight on c7 and win this game smoothly. We take this for granted, Robert. In strong players, they know how to drive manual on the chessboard. They know when to switch gears, when to try to change the course of the game, and when the game is starting to slip out of their grasp. But no question that white is still better. Big choice for Benjamin now. Does he stick with knight c7, or does he take a moment and grab that pawn on d4, to which black, I'm pretty sure, will respond with e4? Then the knight could swing up to e5. I suppose, Robert, that the downside of the move knight c7, if we could bring up an analysis board, there is a crazy trap that Yiping Liu has just set. I think the move d3 wins material for black. Can't take it with the queen because you drop the knight. If you take it with the bishop, then black takes everything on c7 and follows up with e4. And look at these knights, beautifully coordinated. Bishop f6 does not help because one knight replaces the other and white loses a minor piece. So I actually think Benjamin has to take on e5 and go for the complications here.
Yeah, no, he must take this d4, right? Yeah, he takes it and he goes with it. But at least now for black, you're not just sitting in a passive worse position where opponent has the pair of bishops. I think it was a good choice. Rook e8 now for Yiping. He plays e4. Okay, still, right? He's getting dynamic here. But now that knight can go up to e5, it's protected twice by the d4 pawn, the bishop on b2 behind it. And if rook e8, knight c7 lands there. So not great for black, but one good thing is with these double isolated d-pawns, the black knight can blockade with knight to d5, and the knight can even go to the f4 square in the future. So it's getting dynamic. It's still better for white, but this is more comfortable for black than just giving up the pair of bishops, even if the material would have remained the same. So let's hop on out of here while the knights hop around in this game. We see all four games are in full swing. Some have more commotion than others. Danya in the bottom right, Ju Wenjun against Alice Lee. That's a very solid position, if I've ever seen one. Nothing major happening there just yet. But what do you make of the position in the bottom left? And by the way, Leinier Dominguez just did take the knight on d6, put his knight on f5 in the top left. But I was looking at the bottom left and wondering your thoughts where white has a pair of bishops.
Yeah, Leinier trying to knight his way into black's position, exploiting that knight on f5. But black is closer than ever to getting the heavy pieces off the board. But I do want to take a closer look at that bottom left board. The question, Robert, isn't whether Wei Yi is better. It is to what degree. How much better is he because of his bishop pair, because of his control over the dark square? So Wei Yi's game we go. It started as a Rosalimo. Nicolas Theodoro is very solid here. There aren't a lot of targets in black's position, and I think Wei Yi is essentially going to have to play on both sides of the board. He can reposition the light squared bishop to b3, pressure f7. He can also try to play for positional restriction on the king side, g3, your type of move, restricting the knight, maybe drop the queen back and harry the h-pawn. It's made several appearances now in this round. And if it knocks the knight off of g6, it can advance to h6 and induce weaknesses on the king side. But that all takes a lot of moves, Robert. And much like in Leinier Dominguez's game, black could try to take this opportunity to take as many pieces off the board as possible.
Yeah, no, it's a situation here where for Wei Yi, you have the two bishops. That bishop on b7 for Theodoro is looking pretty ugly. But where are the targets? That's the key question. Is black's position remains solid despite the fact that white has activity in the bishop pair? And in comes the knight to f4. It's a one-move threat. The queen can just move away. I'd probably slide back to f3. He goes to h4, just putting pressure on the rook on d8. Oh, this is making it difficult for black because you can't trade all the rooks now. You can only trade one pair of rooks on d1 because the d8 square is covered by white's queen.
Yeah, this is a little bit nerve-wracking because there is a check on e2, but it's a paper tiger, so to speak, because of king h1. The knight doesn't touch anything, but don't bring your queen back to g3. Put a pawn on that square. Nicholas Theodorou is under massive pressure here. I think he should bring his knight back to e6, and I'm insisting that the key to solving most of black's problems is to figure out a way to get the rooks off the board. Maybe Wei Yi is planning bishop e7, further winding his claws around that d8 square and keeping at least one pair of rooks on the board, Robert.
Yeah, no, you need to know what pieces you want to trade in a position of this sort. And it's not easy to figure out. I'm just saying you need to figure it out. I'm asking somebody else to do it. But here I think bishop e7 for white. I mean, you could play queen e7 actually and trade the queens. So I'm going to throw it right back to you, Danya, like any good teammate. You can call me like the Chris Paul of this broadcast. I'm going to throw it to you, and you're going to have to tell me, is a queen trade helpful for white or for black?
I think black would be relieved at a queen trade. As miserable as that resulting endgame is, I feel like with the queens on the board, things could deteriorate in the course of like 3 moves. And more specifically, Robert, after the trade on d1, I'm looking at the board and I don't see a good way to stop bishop back to d6, winning e5. And the worst thing for black is that bishop b3 hasn't even been played yet. That's going to raise the pressure by orders of magnitude. So Nicholas Theodorou better find a way to completely change the course of the game, much like Yiping Liu did with d4 and e4, but he doesn't have an equivalent pawn break. His pieces are passive. Maybe he should try to reignite his bishop with c5, but I don't see a good opportunity to do that because then bishop d6 will calmly pick up the pawn on e5, and he's played it anyway.
He goes for it. So bishop d6. Maybe there's queen a5.
d8.
Queen d8 is also nice. But I was in queen a5 where you go after the a2 pawn. You take e5, I grab a2. So I'm protecting my pawn by attacking one of your own. But I think even after queen a5, you could probably just push your a pawn to a3, and then the e5 pawn is still loose. The problems will persist.
No, that might simply be winning for black. If we could quickly show, no, we don't even need to show. Wei Yi is going to show us the outcome of this game, but I will make the moves on the board. Queen a5, calmly a3, no need to give that pawn away. And in the event of f6, Robert, you can see the eval bar creeping up, and I cheated a little bit. There is a crazy tactic. Bishop takes pawn, f takes e5, and queen e7. This is why you can't always trust the eval bar, and white's pieces come in furiously, picking off all of black's vulnerable minor pieces. This would win the game for white. Alternatively, in the event of queen d8, I don't know what the best course of action here is. Maybe it's the calm queen g3. Do you see any killer blows here for white, or is queen g3 the way to go?
Queen g3 is excellent because you're threatening e5 a second time. And if f6, well, there's a rook in line with that queen on d8, so you can just take the pawn on e5 anyway. So I do believe that this position is just very, very, very good for white. And I just don't see anything for Nicholas to do. He is going down at least a pawn, and you can see it on his face. He's not particularly happy.
And he's played queen d8, trying desperately to get the queens off the board. And white's going to say, no way, Jose. No way, Nicholas. In this case, we're going to see queen g3. And the Chinese Grandmaster is completely in control of this game from the very first moves.
For sure. So while we know that Wei Yi, he is in good shape here, we'll see how this one progresses. But let's zoom out for a second, just because some of the other games are getting very interesting and down the line. So if we can bring back our bird's eye view and check out some of the other ones. I see in the top left, Leinier Dominguez is in a position with queen and knight versus queen and knight, but his position is better with the white pieces. He's much more active, Danya. I think this is where we saw the game going, and I'm looking at the top right there, and I'm seeing the queens are off the board in Benjamin Bach versus Liu Yiping. So all the games are still exciting, even the one in the bottom right that we haven't looked at, Ju and Jun with white against Alice Lee. I see the bar quite heavily in white's favor, but that position looks messy.
Well, I will say that I think were prescient in your complimentary words about Leinier's endgame technique. He has found a way to keep the advantage, even though black has achieved what may seem like his biggest dream. He's taken the rooks off the board, but he can't quite push white's pieces off their dominant post. So we'll keep an eye on that endgame. But I do want to take a look at Ju and Jun's game because it is opening up. Pieces are getting traded. Pandemonium is happening. So let's take a brief look at who is emerging on top. First feelings, Robert, is that it's white. Black's got bad pawn structure. That bishop is rerouting to c4. f7 is weak. And the last thing you want to do is give up your fianchettoed bishop, because that king is not going to be happy.
No, not at all, because there may be a pawn in the Darkstone Bishop's path, but that pawn will be flicked forward, even sacrificed, jettison that pawn to open up a diagonal. So I'm liking the look of this position for Ju Wenjun, the women's world champion. And the clock is about even. That's the good news for Alice Lee. I think the clock was her kryptonite in game 1 against Wei Yi. She had a great position, but she had no time. Here, her position is a bit shaky, but she has plenty of time to try to figure it out. So, Danya, bishop d5, you're pointing out, that looks quite enterprising, but I'm already looking at knight takes f7, rook takes d5 sacrifices. Don't know if they work.
Yeah, Mikhail Tal style, it just smells, right? It smells of a sacrifice of tactics, but this is where the time control can be a major obstacle. It's easy to take 4 minutes without even realizing it, and in the blink of an eye, you've made no progress, and you've got 30 seconds on the clock. So you have to be practical. Is there a way for Ju Wenjun to play quickly and keep a big advantage? I don't know, Robert. The thing you can't do is take on d5 and take on e4. That would be a huge blunder on account of rook takes d1 check. Queen c2 is her move, and the women's world champion trying to keep her foot on the gas pedal and keep plenty of time on the clock. The eval bar dropped a little bit there, but I still think Alice Lee is far from being out of the woods here.
Yeah, and I think that Alice needs to trade some of those pieces. But the problem with trading pieces, if you look at the pawn structure, a7, c5, both isolated, and they're going to be targets. e4, overextended. So white's pawn structure much healthier, despite the fact that Ju Wenjun has pushed pawns in front of her king. So her king is actually the safe one, and it's black's king that needs to be worried about. So I'm looking at this, Danya. I think that Alice needs a trade. I just don't know what trades do the trick. I think bishop takes c4 rather. That might be an option. And then if the knight takes on c4, bishop takes b2. Just start trading everything, but still going to remain an advantage, a plus for white.
You're absolutely right. And you called it. Even if black takes on c4 and takes on d1 and trades the other pair of rooks, that may take the pressure off of the king, but it's going to increase the pressure on black's pawn islands. You could simply end up dropping the pawn on e4. So I really don't envy Alice's position. Her clock now continuing to dwindle. This is a game that Ju Wenjun really needs to try to bag up, and I feel like she's in control and she's going to coast to victory. Unless something crazy happens and bishop takes d5 and queen c4 might come close to ending the game, or is there something more convincing?
Well, I think if we just show that variation, let's bring up an analysis board. I think Alice has calculated that in this event of taking queen c4, there's rook to d8, and you just can't pile any more pressure. And there's a counter threat on the rook on d1. So you have to move your rook on d1, take the rook on d5, and then queen takes d5. We start swapping pieces. There is no longer this big advantage for white. So there is something tactical in the air, Danya. And I agree with you. In bullet, I'd be taking and playing queen c4 instantly. But maybe it's rook takes d5 in the starting position, or something like this, trading everything. I was looking at rook takes d5 and just using the diagonal, but I like what you're showing here, that you can just simply trade everything on d5. I was looking for some kind of tactical shot if the rook takes, but I don't have a next move.
Yeah, there's always that discover check on d1, and there's a queen sacrifice. But just to tie up this line, instead of queen c4, add in rook takes d5. You are going to play queen c4, but first you're going to push the queen away. Great call by you there. The immediate queen c4 is hasty, but here there's rook c7, but queen c4, I think, is the perfect occasion to play this move, and tactics are still very much in the air. Even rook d8 comes to mind, but something more, utilitarian like rook d6 or maybe rook d7. Ju Wenjun will have plenty of time here to figure out the most precise way to convert her advantage. I think she is a couple more accurate moves away from ending the game, but she's played a crazy move. She's played f5, and what do you make of this?
I don't know what to make of it. It is chaos. Look at this. You could take a knight on e5, but that's clearly bad. Black should not be taking the knight on e5, because when white takes the pawn on e6, the knight on e6, but the pawn gets there, let's just put those moves on the board. Yeah. We have e7 coming. We're distracting the rook on d8. That's just a passer. Black's double isolated e-pawns are clearly worse, because somehow that pawn on e6 went to the other side. It feels like I'm looking like Othello, where now everything should just collapse in the e-file. But black, instead of taking the knight on e5 and getting into this position, I think, she moved her knight, but I think she actually moved it to the wrong square, because here there's going to be a problem. Rook takes d5, and after rook takes d5, just rook d1, and you're piling up pressure on the pin piece.
I think even Desdemona wouldn't find a way out of this. Nor would Yago's curses. Rook takes d5 ends the game. I've been saying that for a while, but queen d1 at the end of the line is just going to add too many attackers on the rook on d5. I think this game is a couple of moves away from conclusion.
And Jun does not need to be asked twice. When there's a pin on the board, she is going to make use of it. And unfortunately, just show how this game might end. Rook d8 for bishop takes d5. I was thinking it's bishop takes d5. It doesn't matter. And then rook takes queen c4. And that's that, because the rook is pinned. You're winning at least an exchange, but also probably going to go and mate the king.
Or why not end the game with a retreating move? Always make a retreating move. Said nobody ever. Queen d1 ends the game. Let's see. All roads lead to Rome here. Queen c4. She's gone for the Robert Hess approach. Big mistake, but we'll forgive her that.
Yeah, maybe not as forcing, but still enough. You win an exchange. You win the game.
That's it.
It's clear, right? It's just done.
And in the meantime, Leinier Dominguez has failed to make anything of his slight advantage. If we could go back to the bird's eye view, because this game is certainly decided, he has drawn and incredible holes there by the Chinese Grandmaster. He really didn't give Leinier that many chances. You can see in the final position, the knight has finally been pushed away from f5, and a big result for the Tigers on that board. With Zhu Wenjun's inevitable victory, they're going to be leading 1.5-1/2. Where do we go from here? Wei Yi might be on the cusp of winning as well, but he's getting low on time.
Wow, that game is looking crazy. You see the EVA bar dropping in the bottom left. That's Wei Yi against Nicholas Theodore. Let's go there. The other game in a bishop's opposite color ending.
Draw.
So, what?
That other game is going to be a draw. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I wasn't certain what the result would be, but yeah, it looks likely. And you're saying bishop f3 here. But what if the queen just slides back? Like, you get the rook on d1, but the king on g8. I don't think it's going to be long for this board.
Gosh, queen g3, h takes g5. You don't care about the rook on d1. And yes, I stand corrected. Benjamin's actually up 2 pawns, so not trying to jump to conclusions there. But Nicholas Theodore trying to conclude this game as quickly as possible. There is a mate threat on h1. Does Wei Yi play f3, exploiting the pin? Then White plays queen takes f3. And at the end of the line, there was knight takes e5. He plays queen f3 anyway. What's going on here, Robert?
Queens are coming off. The knight takes with check. So what's the material count, by the way? Is White's up a pawn. So even when the queens come off, White should still be better. But Nicholas Theodore is up on the clock. He has a second lease on life in this position. But Danya, how could you stay in this game? I mean, after this position, White being up a pawn with the bishop pair, am I missing a tactic?
Well, Wei Yi has to calculate h takes g5, because queen takes f2 is not the end of the world. You play king h3, the bishop comes into f3, but he doesn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. He's got 20 seconds on the clock. He goes for the practical decision. King h3 might be the key to the kingdom, to leave the g file open for a rook check on g1. That's going to allow you to unpin the bishop on d6. That bishop can make its way back to d4, and you've also got the possibility of h5. I have no doubt that White should be winning this objectively, but Nicholas Theodore, we know how good he is at creating chances in his opponent's time pressure.
And by the way, speaking of White winning games, Benjamin Bach, if we just bring back our four-board scene quickly, Benjamin Bach is on the cusp of winning that game. He is up 3 pawns in a bishop opposite color ending, and he has got a passed d-pawn ready to run.
d5. And d5 ends the game here and now. It forces the king away. I was wrong. I looked at it briefly. I was fooled by the opposite colored bishops, but Benjamin Bach, a wire-to-wire victory, Robert. It was bad from the opening, and Liu Yipeng, he tried, but he failed to create chances. Huge win right there for the archbishops, and it's all down to that last game. It's 1.5. Can Wei Yi deliver another point for the Tigers?
Yeah, so let's go back into this one, because we know Zhu Wenjun is going to get that game. And here, what's the material count? It is suddenly even by material, not by position, because h5 is a threat for White to win this knight on g6. The rook on d8 is under attack. So actually, Danya, because the rook's under attack and h5 is a threat, how do you stop both?
Well, there's the answer. Rook takes f2, defending by attacking, but the bishop moves back. It moves back to g4, and there's going to be a discovery against the bishop on a8. What a devious move with no time found by Wei Yi.
Wait, that was sick, because Black was threatening rook f3 check with a drawing mechanism.
Oh my gosh.
If the bishop had gone anywhere else, like c8 or d7 or whatever, rook f3 check, and your king can't get out of the checks unless it steps onto the g4 square, in which case the knight would be free to move. So that is why bishop back to g4, breaking your own pin to unleash a critical discovery. Wow, what a find by Wei Yi.
I mean, we take this stuff for granted. This is just crazy level of tactical vision. And now Theodoro, his clock is dwindling. He needs to keep finding chances. F5, Robert, would stave off defeat, but only by a move. Bishop D1 would pick up the knight. I don't think Theodoro can protect his bishop and keep the G-file closed at the same time. His time is running out. He makes the most practical decision. He's got 3 pawns for the piece, but those bishops could ravage the king if Wei Yi plays his cards right. Rook F1 could be one way to start. No, Bishop G2. That's so easy to miss. Oh my gosh.
Wait, but Daniel, while this is happening, Wei Yi is 6 seconds left. We got to go back to our bird's eye view because shockingly, Alice Lee is back in the game.
No way! Oh my gosh! No.
She was completely lost, and now she's better.
Oh, she's better. She might win this. Can you forgive me, Robert, for assuming that this game was over? It was totally over. She might win.
How in the world is this happening? She was down in exchange for nothing, and now she's a past H-pawn. Her king is going to G3, the pawn is going to H2, and that pawn is promoting.
She was up in exchange, she was mating, and she was promoting a passed pawn. And she had more time on the clock. Ju Wenjun can't believe her eyes. King G3 is the devastating threat, followed by H2 and H1. Somehow, Alice Lee, it's like she's made 10 moves, and Ju Wenjun has made 0. Her bishop is still on its initial square. Bishop D2. The eval bar continues to dwindle. King G3 might end it.
Oh my gosh, King F3. I mean, look at this. You're just pushing your pawn. And if King has to slide to G1 to hide in front of the passer, the Black King goes into E2, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop. Oh my goodness.
This beggar, this is unbelievable. And you know, the best thing for Alice Lee is that she's got 2 minutes and she has to use it. It's very important for her to take her time. You can see how nervous she is. She senses the gravity of this moment. Bishop H6 comes to mind as well, involving the last minor piece, Robert, but she still has to be accurate. White's rook and bishop are going to do everything within their power to keep Black's passed pawns at bay.
Yes, and it's a nail biter of a position, and she is biting her nails. Bishop H6 going take on E3 with check. I love that, Danya, because the E4 pawn, it's double isolated, but it's going to have to become a passer. She plays it. She's finding all the best moves.
Bishop takes E3, bishop F2, and the knight. It's both defending and attacking. It's keeping the F pawn at bay. Ju Wenjun has to find some way to goad this knight off of G4 and run that F pawn up the board, but it's so much easier said than done. 20 seconds for Ju Wenjun. A rook sally to D7. She's going to try to take A7, but that should not work if Alice Lee plays this right. Maybe bishop F2, maybe even C4, Robert.
Quick note that Wei Yi has just won his game because Nicholas Theodore blundered a bishop and then a rook. It was a complicated position where Wei Yi was better, but Wei Yi takes that for the Shanghai Tigers. Let's stick to this one. We can go over the finish of that one in a bit. But Danya, what just happened?
Rook takes A7, then knight F2 check, and Alice Lee is trying to use one passed pawn to stop the rook from preventing the other. This is so hard to calculate. Oh my gosh.
What is happening here? So knight takes F6, then you just rook takes A7.
I don't know.
Oh, because E3, knight F2 check, and you win the game by, oh my, this is amazing. Then after E3, F7, you go knight F2 check, and the bishop, let's put that on the board, the bishop has to take the knight on F2. And then after pawn takes F2, you're threatening F1 equals queen mate, the rook comes back, the bishop slides back to H6, so you stop the F pawn for white, but white cannot stop the F pawn for black.
Bishop H6 is the hardest move to see in that entire line. It's easy to assume that the F pawn promotes E3 is fearless, and it's the only winning move. Knight takes F6, loses! Oh my gosh!
Oh, it's back and forth game here. And I mean, how does black stop this pawn? There's no way, because the rook moves to F7, and then A7 happens next.
It's too late, E3, but still black could turn this around. Knight G4, Knight F2, Robert, the A pawn promotes with check!
Oh my gosh, so Knight G4, A7, and you don't have Knight F2 check in time. But what about A7, King E2? Like, can you somehow fight this game on with King E2, King takes Bishop if white queens?
I have seen much crazier things than that. Alice has to try it. She goes Knight F2. She's going to bank her hopes on that E-pawn, but Ju Wenjun could even... No, she can't give her queen up for the E-pawn because black has enough passed pawns remaining. How does white stop the pawn after A8 and E2? This isn't easy. This is
one of the craziest games I've ever seen, and Alice has to play E2. She does. Rook G1. But get a queen here. How do you make progress for white?
Rook G2 and rook takes E2 would have ended it immediately. Ju Wenjun has to eliminate the pawn. She's going to win it.
Yeah, no, because I was thinking, like, all the pawns were protected. Like, if the bishop could be on D4 and that black pawn was on F2 rather than on H2, you'd have a chance. But no, this looks pretty simple now.
Yeah, Alice dropping all of her pawns.
Yeah.
I would just keep that pawn alive on b3. The last thing you want is to give black the bishop and the c-pawn. This is absolutely heartbreaking, Robert.
Yeah, she played some enterprising chess, but she resigns. Zhu Wenjun takes it. That's huge for the Shanghai Tigers because now they take this round 2.5, 1.5. And Danya, I mean, that was a topsy-turvy game between these two, and the other games were no less exciting.
It was completely winning for Zhu Wenjun, but what incredible defensive valiance. She had to readapt herself to a crazy situation, and she ultimately pulls through a huge win and a second round win with the same score, Robert, leading them to only a 2-point lead. It feels like they've climbed Kilimanjaro and Everest, and hey, they're only up 2 points, and we know how quickly a 2-point lead can be erased in the PCL.
Certainly. It feels like we've been here forever, but only 2 rounds in the books. The St. Louis Archbishops have a chance to strike back. After this break, we'll see if they're able to. This is the Pro Chess League. This is St. Louis versus Shanghai, and these are the 8 players you see, and we will be right back.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life. chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Is NBA wearing a Blitz jersey?
Maxime, hey buddy. I love you. Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
The monster! We win! We win! Oh my god!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
Without Fabiano Caruana in the lineup for the St. Louis Archbishops, the question is, can that man on the screen in front of you carry them to victory? So far, the Shanghai Tigers have been out to a lead, but Leinier Dominguez, the former World Blitz champion, the Super Grandmaster, the professional, he can lead them to glory. He has done so in the past, Tanya.
I've been mesmerized by the bookshelf behind him. He's got the New in Chess yearbook, many years as editions, and for very good reason. He is a opening specialist, and he will have to use all of the strengths in his game to deliver in the final 2 games. We're seeing here the previous PCL champions, St. Louis Archbishops, and Louis Archbishops, and Louis Archbishops, St. Louis, the Archbishops, and STL. Those are the most dangerous team in the league. Of course, the Armenia Eagles in 2018. That was an unforgettable season as well.
Yes, and Leinier Dominguez was part of a previous winner. He would like to earn himself another title, and he has told me that he wants to focus a bit more on online chess. Of course, there are so many events happening. He wants to take part in them. So, to this point, it hasn't been his best showing. When he's at his best, he wins World Blitz Championships. But so far, he's been held. So, going into the 3rd round of action, he will need to get on a winning foot because he's had a couple draws, been solid games. But in round 3, he takes on Zhu Wenjun.
Yeah, I mean, if you are the St. Louis Archbishops, you're in incredibly dangerous territory because you could conceivably lose the match here. First team to 8.5 win. So with a 3.5 half or 4-0 victory, the Tigers take this match. That means every board becomes crucial. There is no margin for error, Robert. And Leinier Dominguez is going to have to take some risks with the black pieces. Zhu Wenjun is a 1d4 player. So I'm actually very excited to see what we will see from Leinier Dominguez's opening lab.
And Wei Yi gets the white piece against Benjamin Bach. And of course, fan favorite Alice Lee. She will take the white pieces against Grandmaster Xu Yi from Shanghai. So I think I like to look at those bottom boards where I see that Theodoru gets white, Alice Lee gets white. If the Archbishops can hold on the top 2 boards with black, they need to strike with the white pieces on boards 3 and 4.
They absolutely do. And Xu Yi, he was on the defensive in the previous round, but now we'll see how he plays when the shoe is on the other foot. Okay, now I will let you talk, and I will stay silent.
Yeah, that one was a rough one, but I will.
Too long of a wind-up.
Yeah, well, you have had better ones. It still wasn't bad, but who needs to be great in this round is Leinier Dominguez. He gets the black pieces against women's world champion Zhu Wenjun. Now, Zhu Wenjun survived that first game against Nicholas Theodorou. She was lost even in the final position, but she got a repetition by checks. She survived in time trouble. In game 2, that was a seesaw battle against Alice Lee. She ended up winning. Now she gets white. She can breathe a little bit of sigh of relief because it's a new game. It's a new start. But for Leinier Dominguez, no more of this Queen's Gambit accepted. He knows he needs to win.
Get that out of here. Maybe a nice Vienna with D takes C4. Zhu Wenjun does play the Catalan as well. She's very good at it, and she's deciding right now. No, knight c3 is on the board. Rogozin is Leinier Dominguez's choice, so not necessarily the most combative opening, but at least you're avoiding 4 straws, Robert. There are no lines in which white is able to essentially force a symmetrical position. Ju and Jun playing a line that has become very, very popular in recent months. Queen a4 check forces the knight to c6 in order to prevent black from contesting the center with c5. But Leinier says, I'm not going to go c5. I'm going e5.
Right, break open the center, challenge white's better center because white had 2 pawns, now just 1. This is a known variation. It's been played for many, many years where white can play f4 and has just done that, but black can take on c3. And after bishop takes c3, white gets the bishop pair. But Donna, do you remember a certain Magnus Carlsen game against Anish Giri in a line just like this?
What tournament?
I don't even remember what tournament it was, but Magnus, after bishop takes c3 for white, he went, it was like queen e7, and he castled kingside, something like that, where he just gave up the e3 pawn with check, put his king in the corner, and then attacked on the kingside.
I'll look that game up during the break. I feel like when you say Magnus Giri in the Rogozin, like 20 games are going to come up. So I'm going to spend the rest of the show sifting through all of their games in one particular opening. Bishop takes c3 on the board. Now, from a uninitiated Rogozin player's perspective, Robert, I've played it with black. I'm not too familiar with the intricacies. After queen e7, the move that tempts me from white's perspective is actually queenside castle. You could conceivably give up both your E and F pawns, open up the F file, and those bishops have blood on their mind as they stare down the barrel of black kingside.
Yeah, it's a very interesting variation. It's dynamic play. It's giving up 2 pawns for an attack. Whether it's worth it, that's the big question that the player with the white pieces has to answer. But Dominguez, is he unfamiliar with this opening? Is that what's going on, by the way, in board 2? Like that, we have some strange things happening.
We are getting all we can need. I am just confirming that we are, in fact, seeing I can't even say a center game in Wei Yi's game against Benjamin Bog. When was the last time we saw this in top-level chess? Steinitz Shigorn in 1894?
I feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi has played the center game several times where if we just go through the opening, just from move 1, we can show you how we got here. That white plays d4, an early d4, and after pawn takes, queen takes, knight c6, it's like, didn't your coaches tell you not to bring your queen out early because it gets kicked around? I believe that Jan has played queen e3 a bunch of times in this variation in the center game. Then tries to go knight c3, bishop d2, and castle. But here, where he plays queen c4, and I'm out of book. I have never seen this before.
So the only experience I have with this, Magnus Carlsen has played this particular setup against me in some bullet games with the queen on c4. Do not ask me what the rhyme or reason is behind this move, what the method is behind the madness. The only proposal I can give is that after bishop d2 and long castle, white will try to go f3 and quickly run the pawns up the board, English attack style. And tempo moves, Robert, are good. Black can go bishop e6 with tempo, but oftentimes the queen can withdraw back to e2, and it's surprisingly hard for black to get the gasoline going on the queen side. You can push your own pawns up the board, but it's going to be a while until they reach the 3rd rank.
Yeah, this position, I mean, it looks very stable for black, and f3 was just played. And it's not about the initial evaluation. Wei Yi was the one who decided to play this. He's moving instantly every turn. I think he's going for the long-term pressure and saying to Benjamin Buck, you need to prove that you can hold this position with g4 coming, storm up the kingside. It's not like this is going to be a devastating attack, but it just looks like a fun position where but it's not a symmetrical position. Kings on opposite sides of the board. Both sides will have their chances at an attack.
And I love this from Wei Yi. It's a daring decision. I love unconventional openings. And he doesn't just want to make, a draw from a position of weakness and hold a passive position. He wants to end this match with a victory. He's got the white pieces. He is the favorite. And this is exactly what you need to be doing when you're leading in a match. You need to make sure that this does not go down to the wire, because we know what tends to happen in the PCL. The queen has gone back to e2. Knight d4 is another tempo move that's tempting, but after queen f2, that knight on d4 is not stable. You can support it with a pawn, but then the d6 pawn is weakened and white's knight can finally come out. And once the knight on d4 is smoked out of there, black can experience problems in the center as well.
Yeah, and we saw Jospim in the chat rooting for Benjamin Bach. Nice to see Grandmaster streamers supporting other Grandmaster streamers, but Wei Yi doesn't want any part of that. He says, I don't have to share my thoughts in front of a big audience in the Twitch chat. He's saying, let me just go forward on the king side. He wants to unleash an attack, and he's also has a huge lead on the clock. This could play a big part in determining the results of this game. So while Benjamin thinks. Let's go to our bird's eye view because all 4 games are underway. I see in the bottom left Nicholas Theodorou with the white pieces. Nothing too special happening just yet as black has created this pawn structure in the bottom left to play c5. In the top left, Leinier Dominguez played the move g6. Wow, that opens up the dark square bishop. And then we see in the bottom right, it's Alice Lee against Xu Yi. That game has just begun. Alice with the white pieces. She'll want to get on the scoreboard after 2 tough defeats in positions that were at various times good for her.
And it's just so important to keep your head up to extract the positives. She is very much in the game. She was oh so close to defeating Ju and Jun, and she is solid with white. I think she's in the right frame of mind, and an upset right now would come at exactly the right time. So I propose we take a quick look at Theodorou's game because things might happen there in the center, and perhaps then go back to Leinier Dominguez. Fascinating Rogozin affair. The knight has appeared on e5. Nicholas is a big fan of these Catalan-type setups where he exerts pressure on the c6 pawn. Knight takes e5 would probably be ill-advised, not because it loses a piece, but because white clamps down on the d6 square. So Yiping Liu has a couple of problems to solve, Robert, and if he can squeeze in the move c5, then most of the time, black eradicates any issues that he might otherwise experience.
He's a very solid player. We saw the reason he lost to Benjamin Buck. I will say it was that early pawn push to e5. And in this game, if you push c5 too early, you pay the price. You can't do it, of course, now the bishop on b7 is hanging. But it's all about that c5 push. How does black make it happen? Moves that come to mind for me, rook c8. Very standard move. Slide your rook behind that pawn, protect it on its square. Knight from f6 to d5, just to blunt that diagonal and to blockade the d file. Because something that people should note is that oftentimes black wants white to make the move, pawn e2 to e4. But whoa, Liu Yiping says, I am going to instead take this knight on e5, drop the knight back, but in comes the white knight from e4 to d6, Danya. This looks very pleasant for Theodorou.
This is what I was talking about. I guess Yiping Liu decided that he doesn't have a realistic chance of squeezing in c5. He changes the pawn structure. He pins his hopes on that e5 pawn being weak. You mentioned that white does not want to go e4 automatically, and white certainly does not want to go f4 unless he absolutely has to. It's really not the end of the world, but weakening your king permanently, giving the queen a check on b6. Black could still follow up with c5, and the last thing you want is a trade of light-squared bishops, because then the weakness of white's king side becomes permanent. I like bishop f4, keeping the king safe and paving the way for a knight maneuver right into the heart of black's position. This is unpleasant stuff for Yiping Liu.
And I feel like for black, this is actually a critical moment. If knight e4, you may play knight c5. That forces the knights off the board. That doesn't mean that black is equalizing all of a sudden, but at least there's not a knight sitting on the d6 square, just stopping your pieces from connecting. So I feel like knight e4 will be met by this knight c5 move, and that's why Theodorou is thinking here. The advantage, still white, despite the double pawns, because the pressure along the c-file, the control of the d-file. But Danya, I mean, it's a nice try here from the Shanghai Tigers. He has to survive this game, the board 4, but I think it's a good effort.
Nicholas Theodorou has to win it. At this point, we are in must-win territory for the higher-rated player. Right now, the e5 pawn is hanging, and black will capture it if given the opportunity, because there is no way, as things currently stand, to put pressure on the e5 knight. So perhaps an imaginative move like knight e4, preparing queen c3 in response to knight takes c5 is what the doctor ordered. But as you indicated, Robert, knight c5 leads to an exchange of knights, and that is not something that Nicholas Theodorou has to undertake without deep thought. So we'll leave him to his devices here. He is going to invest a little bit of time figuring out the proper course of action in this critical moment. We have all we can eat here in round 3, Robert, of the first match. Crazy stuff on all the boards.
Yeah, in the top left, look at that one between Ju Wenjun and Leinier Dominguez. I think we should go back there. We, of course, will get to Alice Lee's game shortly. But in the top left, I mean, look at this. There are bishops staring at the black king. Leinier Dominguez, he is down on the clock. His opponent, Ju Wenjun, has a pair of bishops. And I'm looking at this like, why is white not just much better? I see the eval bar says it's only a smidgen better for Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, the eval bar is just calmly sitting there, sipping on its espresso while society is burning around it. That battery on the f7 pawn, that bishop entrenched as it is on e5. I guess the point is that there aren't actually any concrete threats as of yet on the king side. There is, of course, the threat of snagging the b7 pawn. This threat Dominguez probably has to address because c7 pawn is going to fall as well. Maybe b6 maybe even c6 to defend that pawn with the queen. But both of those moves, Robert, create further weaknesses on the queen side, and you're putting a lot of strain on your position. b6, there might be bishop d5, and even a move like g4, deflecting the bishop off of f5. Very, very dangerous territory for Leinier here.
And you know, one of the things he's considering is if white had a free turn, is queen takes b7 a threat? And he says no. And I was going to say that no. queen c5 will be the response. So you have to be very, very careful. If you take on b7, you're just going to get in some big trouble. And knight d2, by the way, is another follow-up that black has, because that forks the rook and the bishop, and suddenly black is taking material, still holes on the king side, and that's why black. Well, this would be, of course, be winning for black. It would be a smothered checkmate.
Sorry, I have to show this.
Smothered checkmate's always fun. It's a must show. But I do think that even if black somehow goes up in exchange, that eval bar is saying that white is okay because black's king is in harm's way. The bishop on e5 is so strong. The bishop on c4 teaming up with it. But this is the big question. Can you get away with snagging b7? I feel like Ju Wenjun will not go for it.
No, I think she should find a way around it. It's not a practical decision. There was a computer move there that, as you said, miraculously enabled white to keep the balance. She's thinking about it, but perhaps the immediate bishop d5 is what the doctor ordered. As painful as it is to part ways with one of your bishops, I think you need to get rid of this knight on e4, because this knight is really the source of all of your problems. Knight d2 is a very easy move to miss. It's like a hidden fork threat. Queen c5 is on tap as well. So a critical moment here. And top players, Robert, not only are they accurate in their decision-making, they know when to take their time. That's a particularly impressive skill when you don't have a lot of time to begin with. Bishop d5 is on the board. Great play by the women's world champion.
And great call by you. Let's take the match score into account. It is 5-3 Shanghai. Leinier Dominguez is the higher-rated player. And just to show a quick line, we bring up an analysis board. What I would do if I were Ju Wenjun, and I'm up 5-3, is after c6, I would take on e4. I would then take on d8. And then I'd play rook d1. And I'm like, let's get everything off the board. Let's just make a draw. Let's shake those hands. Another half point for Shanghai, getting closer to match victory. 8.5 points is the score you need. So I think this is what I would do if I were Ju Wenjun. I wouldn't be surprised if this happens. I mean, Leinier Dominguez is very professional. He's playing a strong grandmaster, the women's world champion, that this may happen. So while he thinks, let's zoom out for a second, because a lot of action is heating up. And look at board 4. We keep talking about Alice Lee. There's a reason for it. She's playing higher-rated opposition every single round. And Danya, she's throwing her pawns forward on the king side. There's an open H-file. Her king looking a little bit open. But let's dive right into the game here, because she just brought her knight to f3, and that knight is coming into the e5 square, and I feel like this position is just fun for her, not to mention the g5 pawn is hanging on the spot because opening the h-file is devastating, at least a checkmate.
This is an incredibly precarious situation for Xu Yi. I mean, knight takes g5, f takes g5, threats all around the board. The pawn structure obviously does not tell the whole tale. It doesn't tell any of the tale. And Alice Lee, it's a good example of why the score doesn't tell the whole story. She's played very high-level chess. She came oh so close to defeating Ju Wenjun, and now she's got another serious chance. An upset would go a very, very long way toward keeping St. Louis in this match. But right now, Xu Yi has a clear threat to deal with. Knight takes g5 would be an absolute disaster. He wants to find a way to get the queens off the board. But Robert, if you play queen g6 hastily, then white will happily trade and then take on h6 when the attack continues in the endgame.
That's right. Just because the queens come off the board does not mean that suddenly the king is safe, especially with rooks. And rook e4 played, and we see the eval bar creeping up a little bit. I'm sorry, can we just take on g5 and knight d2 as your... Yeah, that's exactly what you're indicating. And Xu Yi, it's desperate times, desperate measures. He's going to give up in exchange. Maybe this is a good practical choice, Danya, and this is what's happening. h6, g5 is forced. Knight d2 nets Alice Lee a clean exchange. The rook cannot move. Oh, she doesn't go, but she goes for the g5 pawn instead. I understand that, though. That's actually not a bad decision because she's simultaneously threatening the g5 pawn and rook d to h1 with checks on the h-file. So I get what she's doing, but knight d2 would have won an exchange there.
It would have won an exchange. I think that Xu Yi missed it. Knight retreats are famously the hardest kind of move to see. I think Alice Lee overlooked rook fea. That is such a tilting defensive move, Robert. The king is going to use its own 2 feet to run out of the g-file to f8. It's going to go potentially evacuate toward the center, but it's surprisingly safe on f8. And to further add to White's troubles is the fact that rook h1 is not going to be effective because the h8 square is going to be protected by Black's queen. So suddenly, Xu Yi has positioned his pieces very nicely, and Alice Lee, once again, she might be losing the thread of the game here. She needs to hunker down and maybe play a couple of modest moves like rook takes g5 and just rook e1. Not the greatest thing in the world, but I definitely think she will preserve her advantage, and being up a pawn with a weak Black king, not the worst outcome in the world.
Let's bring up an analysis board. Just show, if we go back a couple moves there, the knight d2, why that was so strong. Because some of our viewers may not see it. The rook cannot move. If it moves anywhere, then queen h7 is check and mate. So the knight would capture the rook. But the reason Xu Yi did this, he did not overlook knight d2, is that he was going to play rook e8. After knight takes rook, he was going to take back. And he says, look at White's pawn structure. It's actually really ugly. Many vulnerable pawns here. I actually think from a practical perspective, Black is very much in this game. So I get why this has just happened from both sides. But for Alice, she did just take the pawn on g5 with her knight. So if the rook takes on e3, she'll go queen h7 check. And who knows what's going on? I certainly do not.
Is there checkmate there? It's interesting. Our intuitions differ. I feel like Xu Yi overlooked knight d2, but I totally get what you're saying. That resulting position does hold a lot of practical chances for Black. But that ship has sailed. That's water under the bridge. Knight goes forward rather than backward. Now, Black could keep the rook on e4, but Robert, without the g5 pawn, that down and exchange position is no longer tenable. He has to try rook takes e3. Here we go. Queen h7 check is not forced. Alice could drop her queen back to c2, but that would be pretty anticlimactic. It would give Black a crucial defensive tempo. But what is the follow-up after queen h7, king f8? Don't forget that White's king is also shaking in its boots with rook takes c3, a potentially massive threat.
Well, let me ask you something. Let's just bring up an analysis board. We have to dive right in. Queen h7 check.
Oh!
King f8. Now, a couple things. Knight takes f7 is where I was going. But if the queen were gone from h7, knight h7 check would be a fork. If you could take your own queen, you would fork and win the Black queen. But knight takes f7 is what I wanted to look at because you're opening up the f-file. I know c3 is hanging, and the White king is in dire straits, but so is the Black king, and I just don't know. I'm being honest. I don't know how to evaluate. We have you see the eval bar. We don't have the moves. It's scary stuff for both sides.
It is, and if you take the knight on f7, after rook f5, Black does have knight f6, but don't stop calculating here. The check on h6 is going to pick up either the knight or the rook, but Alice Lee has taken the more conservative approach once again. She did deliver the check on h7, and she acted on your first piece of advice, bringing the queen back to c2, threatening obviously a fork on h7, and decisions now for Xu Yi. There are so many ways to defend against that fork. You can move the king, you can move the queen, you can move the king two different directions. Even king g8 is actually not totally out of the question because the h8 square might need to be protected. This is a very unenviable situation, actually, for both players.
Yeah, I think that even with the queens off, there's still an attack. Queen g6, we swap queens, and rook h7 is an idea, or rook h8 check. So, like, you just have so many options to calculate here. And while Xu Yi does that, we will be back to this game, we promise. But we have to look, every single game is of equal importance in the Pro Chess League. Not if you're board 1, if you're board 4, a point is a point. In the top left, we will see a draw most likely between Leinier Dominguez and Jun Jun.
Yep.
But Dominguez maybe trying to seek an advantage here, and his king is coming in.
His king is coming in, and opposite colored bishop endgames, they can be very deceptive. Yes, there is very high drawish potential, but he's got that 3-on-2 on the queen side. He's going to try to create a pass pawn and squeeze his king in. Jun Jun has to keep the Black king at bay, but Dominguez is going to get his king to e4, I think. Should we take a closer look at that? The Nicholas Theodoro game is also on fire. I'll give you the final say, Robert.
I'm just going to point out in the top right, Wei Yi just made a move, and it looks like suddenly Benjamin Bach has control. That's the top right of your screen. Look at the pawn phalanx in the center for Black. Up material with an attack of his own. The dark square bishop not compensating for all those pawns he's down. So Wei Yi is in some trouble. St. Louis having a good round right now.
Having a good round indeed. Leinier Dominguez is in the driver's seat, but I do think Jun Jun should be able to hold that position with 2 minutes. We can take a closer look at Benjamin Bach's game because that might be absolutely decisive. Imagine a win with the Black pieces by Benjamin Bach. How much of a long way that would go toward allowing St. Louis to make the comeback in the final round. Queen d6 is the last move that we see. Now, it's not all bad news, Robert, for Wei Yi. He's got a very impressive set of minor pieces in the center. Never mind, the knight is dropped back to f2, but that opens up the diagonal for his bishop, and the queen could travel from f2 to d4. This game is wide open. It's far from over. Benjamin is definitely objectively better. I think he's even up a pawn. Yes, he is. But with 1.5 minutes, can he handle these complications?
You know this better than anybody as the highest rated bullet player on chess.com, that this is the type of position where the eval bar goes out the window. Because look at the bishop on c3, and as you're highlighting, queen f2, queen d4, if you could get that queen into the action, and if that black queen moves, knight g3 will be white's choice as well to get that knight out of h5, drive it away, and then you're going to use the dark squares to your advantage. So what actually is black's idea here? He plays e3, and now, if bishop e5, you win yourself an exchange, but I do not like that. The rook sacrifices immediately on e5. You get yourself a second pawn and a bishop for a rook. So Benjamin Bach is unafraid, but I'm looking at the clock, Danya. 2 minutes for Wei Yi, under a minute for Benjamin Bach. I think the position right now is scary. f5, queen d4, as you're pointing out, that looks really dangerous.
In a 30-second game, I'm going f5 immediately. You want to be careful about cashing in your chips too soon. It's on the board, and Benjamin might have overlooked that rook e4 runs into queen takes e4, LPDO, x-rays, both things very important. The queen on d6 is unprotected. Queen d4 coming next. Benjamin might have to throw his pawn up to f6 and use his own king to stand between this battery and checkmate. This is very precarious, Robert. a7 is going to be hanging with check. I feel like Wei Yi is taking over this game.
He is. I mean, d5 is hanging, a7 is hanging, the dark square diagonal is in trouble, and knight g3 will be thrown in at some moment. You have to watch out for that. The last thing that black wants to do is take a knight that comes on g3 with his knight. That opens up the h-file, another avenue of attack. So gf, if king f7, this queen takes a7 check, you point out you have to look at that diagonal over there. And honestly, knight g3 next is scary in many positions as well.
Oh my gosh, 30 seconds for Benjamin. This is where that extra minute is worth its weight in gold. Take on a7 if you're Wei Yi. Keep the pressure on black's clock. I think Benjamin can hold things together for the time being with queen d7. Instead, he goes knight g3. Wei Yi keeping his options open, trying to open that h-file. You called it, and there's so much tension on the board. How is Benjamin going to handle this with 20 seconds?
I don't know, because if knight g3, h3, the h7 pawn is threatened.
Oh, God.
Queen takes a... Takes on c2, but now queen a7. He blundered it.
There's no
he
more
notices.
queen e7.
Yeah, he noticed it. He kind of looked upset at himself. Queen takes a7. There's no good way to block check. The king has to go up to e6, and then what done it? Maybe knight back to e2 into d4. That's leading towards a checkmating attack.
Oh my gosh, that microwave behind Benjamin Bach. Bach's king is going to end up in that microwave. 92 and the attack reaches 600 degrees. Wei Yi sees everything. He's not going to let this opportunity slip. He is going to bring the hammer down and deliver a huge win if he can make a couple more accurate moves. Take your time if you're Wei Yi. You've got plenty of it. I would deliver the check on d4, Robert. Maybe another check on b4. And once the king gets to e5, a quiet move like queen d7 could essentially give white the mating material that he needs.
But let's not forget, knight d4 check also hits the bishop on c2. So you could probably even just trade queens and take a free bishop and win the game that way.
I mean, Soviet schoolboy mode. Take on c2. The pawn count here is virtually equal. This wins. Bishop b4 wins. You're spoiled for choice. But something tells me Wei Yi has blood on his mind. He's got the h7 pawn on his mind. He took a7 and now h7. And he's down in exchange.
Yeah, but he controls all of the important squares. As rook takes d1. Just take that bishop back. Knight d4 check is next. g6 is hanging. He goes f7. I think he's playing in box time trouble in part. But okay, now you take on e8.
Taking g6.
Queen takes g6. Yeah, you win the queen on b6. Game over. Fe8.
Yeah. Wow. Just wow. That's it. Benjamin's going to resign here.
Yeah, he's upset with himself because he was up pawns, but he loses the game. Wei Yi, a big victory for Shanghai. And Dominguez and Zhu Wenjun, they drew their game. So as we go back to our four-board scene, you see in the top left, it's opposite colored bishops, only one extra pawn. It is a draw with the blockade there. In the bottom left, it looks like Liu Yiping for Shanghai. He is no longer worse, but Xu Yi for Shanghai is also better. This is as bad news as it gets for the archbishops. If both boards are won by Shanghai, the match is over. I cannot believe that I'm saying that. St. Louis archbishops, they never lose.
Oh my gosh. The archbishops have no bishops left on any of their remaining boards. And Nicholas Theodorou has lost the thread of the game completely. Liu Yiping might just end this match with a victory. The king is running to c4. But let's go to our other board because Alice Lee, she needs to deliver a victory. And she is also losing the thread. She's losing all of her pawns. This might be over. Robert, if Liu Yiping and Xu Yi win their games, this match is over before it enters round 4. Who on earth would have thought that this would be the narrative? But will count the eggs when they've hatched. We've seen crazier things in the PCL. Can St. Louis mount a final stand? Nicholas Theodoro or Alice Lee, at least they need to pull out a draw in order to get themselves a chance in the 4th round.
It's looking very bad on this board, down 2 pawns. And I just want to say this, that if I were the captain in Nemo or the manager of the St. Louis Archbishops, I'm playing Alice Lee again. You said this earlier. Her result is not a testament to how well she has played. She's going to lose this game. Rookie 2 check now can scoop up the G2 pawn as well. Of course, the C pawn can go up to C4, and you get a passer there. But Alice Lee has played great chess. If you just look at the advantages she's had, it's just been in time trouble. It's been, she's been under duress on the clock, and that has been the reason she hasn't been on the scoreboard. But she is giving these 2,500 plus GMs all they can handle. So good on Alice Lee. She's going to fight back in this game, by the way. It's not completely over. Even though Black is about to scoop up another pawn here, maybe there's some chances for the white rook to get active.
I think that Nicholas Theodoro, though, has the better chances of pulling off a miracle. He might be close, but Liu Yiping is about to promote a pawn. I think we should go to our other game because, 3 pawns up, let's be real. I think Shu Yi is going to finish this off. He's also got 90 seconds on the clock, but definitely kudos to Alice Lee. She should hold her head up high, take a look at the games, and come back stronger. Let's go back to our bird's eye view because the other game might be the decisive one. Nicholas Theodoro hanging by a single thread. Can he stop that B pawn? Let's see if we can swing back to that game.
Okay, we'll try to do that. And it looks like Alice Lee is going down in this one, down 3 pawns at the moment. And yeah, it looks like King G7, that's all you can ask for. But let's in the bottom left, we see that, back and forth. The eval bar is on the seesaw.
It's a draw. And St. Louis lives to fight another day.
They at least can fight another round. Oh my gosh, that was a winning endgame, it looked like, for Black.
Really winning.
But yeah, that just was a misstep there in the end. So I guess Alice Lee, we got to go back there. We can, I guess, what do you want to do, Dunn? Do we dive in to what we just missed, or should we just see the final moves of Alice's game against Shu Yi?
Let's see the final moves of that game because the narrative of Theodoro's game is clear. Liu Yiping was in time pressure. He didn't want to take too many risks. He missed a couple of winning opportunities there. Now, the score, if Shu Yi finishes this game off, is going to be 8-4. That means, Robert, the St. Louis Archbishops need to go 4-0, and that doesn't even win the match. That forces a tiebreak. But that is some of the most fascinating chess that we are going to see because we're going to see all 4 players take ridiculous amounts of risks, and this is what we sign up for when we watch the PCL. But again, not to jump the gun here, Shu Yi needs a couple more accurate moves. He needs to avoid blundering a fork. I've seen a ton of games turn around with a last-second fork. G5 here secures the knight on F4.
Yeah, the knight is protected. The rook on A4. This white king is dancing and prancing, but not getting anywhere. Although, if you can kind of take a bunch of the pawns, give up your knight for the rest, you have a chance. But there are 3 pawns here. As you said, if we're being realistic, just too many extras. G3, G2. It's very straightforward for Black.
If the time situation were inverted, you could make a case that white has chances. That knight, it is dancing, it is prancing, it's hunting for gold, but it's going to end up bringing about its own demise. King F5, Rookie 1, and I think Rookie 2 is one way to finish the game. In classy fashion, you could also play G1 Queen and pick up the knight. That is precisely what he does.
Yeah, wow. Now a knight and 2 pawns, a good win for Shu Yi. It is now 8-4, double the score for the Shanghai Tigers over the St. Louis Archbishops. And it's pretty incredible stuff. But in the 4th and final round, we will see Leinier Dominguez take on Wei Yi, Benjamin Bach take on Ju Wenjun. Nicholas Theodoro gets Black against Shu Yi. Alice Lee gets Black against Liu Yiping. So the chances are not great. All Shanghai needs is a single draw.
All they need is a single draw, but what they shouldn't do is play for a draw on every board. They should play the same way they would play if the score was 6-6 or if the score was tied, because the way to allow a miracle comeback is to rely too much on your teammates and just kind of assume that you can do whatever they want. So Shanghai is going to take this game seriously, but let's be real, Robert, the chances are vanishingly low. But we have seen absolutely everything in our playing career and our commentating career. So I advise that you go absolutely nowhere because this would be the greatest PCL comeback of all time if St. Louis can pull it off.
I'm going to be honest with you, though. I think that St. Louis is missing Fabiano Caruana right now because Leinier Dominguez is a fantastic player, but he's a super solid player. He's made 3 draws. You need victories from him. Look at Wei Yi. Off the 3 out of 3 for him, games are up and down. He had chances to lose, but he gave himself chances to win. So I do think from St. Louis, you need to have that punching power, and they have not had it in today's match. There still is a chance and we will see a fourth and final round after this break. But before we go, we want to give a shout out to something special, because chess and basketball history is being made today. Four-time NBA All-Star Luka Doncic has unleashed his sidekick, Luke.ai, on the chess world. The new bot joins this month's slew of AI chess bots that you can challenge now. The Luke.ai bot is still learning the ins and outs of chess, but the more it plays, the stronger it grows. How strong will Luke.ai be by February 20th when it battles your favorite streamers and chess played quick? That much is up to you. Use the commands of Luka in chat to play now. Well, the All-Star break is just days away, but this break is happening right now. When we return, it's the fourth and final round of the Pro Chess League match between the St. Louis Archbishops and the Shanghai Tigers.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with it.
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
It's Mr. Microwave himself. You see the chessboard on top. It is cooking. He will need to cook up some great preparation to win for the St. Louis Archbishops. That is Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. You may know him from his streams. He is frequently bringing you some entertainment and chess knowledge. But right now, Danya, the Shanghai Tigers, they seem to have the Archbishop's number. And Benjamin, he's going to need to strike every player for St. Louis must win their game.
He is indeed. I saw something I can't unsee, which is that there is a chessboard on top of the microphone, on top of the microwave, and it's kind of hanging over the floor. So that's all I'm going to be thinking about. Well, St. Louis has some thinking to do. They're going to have to think about how they're going to win 4 out of 4 games in order to force a tiebreak. And I think the toughest games to win are going to be the 2 black games. Shu Yi with the white pieces against Theodore, and Alice Lee has to beat Liu Yiping with black. Leinier Dominguez, he has not been particularly convincing today. He's played solid professional chess, but he hasn't been able to break his opponent's resistance. He needs a well-timed victory against Wei Robert. The stars have to align, but it's also the PCL, and we have seen just about everything under God's blue sky by now.
Yeah, I think if I'm St. Louis, I'm happy about boards 2 and 3 because Benjamin Bach gets white, Ju and Jun playing good chess, super strong, but Bach gets the first move advantage. And then you have Theodore with black. He is kind of a wild card no matter the color, but in the Olympiad, he scored a medal, an individual medal on his board when playing for the Greece national team. So you kind of like the fact that those two on boards 2 and 3 will have their chances, but Alice Lee getting black, that's the problem. Liu Yiping is so solid. He may just force a draw if he can, because that wins the team the match. So I feel like for Alice, she might have to get outside her comfort zone and do something drastic.
This is where we're going to see some fascinating opening choices. And Robert, in psychology, there's something known as the bystander effect, where something bad is happening and a lot of people are watching it. There's a likelihood that nobody does anything because each person thinks that the person next to them is the one that's going to act. And at the end, nobody acts. This is what Shanghai has to avoid. If you're Wei Yi or Liu Yiping, you have to avoid thinking that the result doesn't really matter because, God forbid, I lose. One of my teammates is going to pick up the slack. There's a likelihood of that, but the best approach is to just take matters into your own hands and say, I'm going to be the one to ensure victory so that we don't have to suffer through what would be an absolutely ridiculous miracle.
Yeah, to lose 4 games in a round, I mean, a 4-0 sweep, that's pretty much unheard of. It has happened before.
It's happened.
It's
happened to me.
I'm sorry, buddy. I know I didn't want to bring up bad memories, but let's see what Leinier Dominguez chooses in the opening, because this is a super grandmaster battle. These two players, well prepared, both very strong, but Dominguez needs to take some risks. So where's that going to come from, Danya?
Well, first of all, the move D3 is a little bit more open-ended. You are avoiding some very forcing lines, including the open Rui Knight takes D4, which is notorious for producing long theoretical lines and forced draw. So I like this choice by Leinier. You're going for an open-ended Rui Lopez position where you have a chance to outplay your opponent, but that is only the beginning. That's the easy part. The hard part is going to be to break down Wei Yi's incredibly solid play. Bishop comes out to G5, which is one way to play this position. You can also keep the bishop on C1 and focus on getting your knight to G3. So position is equal, Robert, objectively, but it's full of life, and Leinier, I think, is off to a pretty decent start.
I like what he's doing because he is trying to provoke the move G5, and it's a perfectly reasonable move for black at this stage. You haven't castle kingside, and even when you do castle kingside in this kind of structure, it's often all right. But it is a double-edged position. Chances for both. You've overextended, perhaps allowing white to counter it both on the king side and in the center. So I think that Leinier, he's choosing a smart opening. He's not going all in a way that will just cause him to lose, as if Wei Yi finds a couple accurate moves. He's keeping tension. Now, a single pawn has been traded, and D4 will be flicked in sooner rather than later. I like what Leinier has done in the opening. He also has the lead in the clock.
Yes, he does. I mean, Wei Yi is deciding between G5 and a more modest approach, maybe even B5, the same move on the other side. He can castle, he can delay castling. So a lot of decisions to be made. And you want to force your opponent to make a lot of decisions in the opening in the context of a 10-minute game. Leinier already up a minute on the clock. So definitely off to a good start, Robert. To tie up the reference I made earlier, when I was part of the California Unicorns, we lost a match to the Minnesota Blizzard. We were leading by 3 points going to the final round. We lost 4-0, and we ended up losing the entire match. So not quite as crazy as this comeback would be, because they would also have to win the tiebreaker. But that was one of the most painful PCL days of my life. Wait, he continues to ponder his move. He's down down 90 seconds.
Great news for the St. Louis Archbishops, and the second board has also started. So let's just zoom out for a second while Wei Yi thinks. Willie pushes B or G pawn. In the top right, we see a dynamic opening. That position is not symmetrical, and that's always good when you're in a must-win position. So Benjamin Bach with the black pieces, it was this kind of neo-Catalan. It's kind of a Benoni, colors reversed. And then in the bottom left, Nicholas Theodorou gets the white pieces. We have a Rossolimo Sicilian. That means we might have some fireworks there as well.
Absolutely. I mean, these are 3 winnable games. These are 3 winnable games for the Archbishops. I will make a small correction. I think Benjamin Bach is, in fact, playing with the white pieces against Ju and Jun. So he is the one deploying the kind of reverse modern Benoni, which is a very, very good choice. And one liberating thing, not to spin this falsely, right? The situation is really bad. It's painful for the Archbishops who are not expecting to be in this position, but you can essentially rule out any option that leads to a draw. That actually eases your task, right? Because you don't need to calculate certain things that you think might lead to an overly symmetrical position. And the opening choices thus far by the Archbishops have been good. But once again, that is only step 1.
Yeah, but look at the lead on the clock. Like we saw Dominguez. He jumped out to a lead on time because Wei Yi was thinking. Here, already Benjamin Bach up a minute, and B4 asks a pressing question. Can you take this pawn on B4? And the answer is you probably shouldn't, because after knight takes B4, there's a quick line. We'll swap knights. Rook takes E5, and then white has the better light square bishop, can attack this isolated pawn on D4 later. So it's just a promising position for him, and that's what we're getting. So this is a great start for Benjamin Bach and the Archbishops.
Bit of a panicky decision there by the women's world champion. She simplifies the game. She trades pieces off the board. She's thinking about tossing in the move E4, not out of the question. And the fact that she's even noticing this is actually very impressive. E4 leads to some crazy complications. Benjamin could drop the knight back in response and essentially get the same structure. So I don't think that really changes necessarily the nature of the game. But Ju and Jun is burning more clock. Thinking about this, she does play E4. The eval bar continues to creep up. What gives here? Is it knight C2?
Knight C2 looks good. Rook to B1 is also an option. You'll give up the F3 knight, but you will still have the same dynamic with a great light square bishop staring at the enemy B7 pawn, the isolated D4 pawn that black will have to defend for the rest of the game. No, this is really, really good stuff for Benjamin Bach. He's also keeping that healthy lead on the clock. He can play for a win very safely.
He can indeed, and cautious optimism here felt by St. Louis fans. They're doing well on both of the boards in which they have the white pieces, but that is sort of the given, right? The big question is, can the players with black generate enough of an imbalance and then deliver with a well-timed victory? In particular, Alice Lee, who has gotten great positions but has struggled in time pressure. So let's see how those two players are doing as we travel back to the bird's eye view. A clear advantage for Benjamin Bach. Alice Lee has the black pieces in the lower right. They have a Rossolimo Sicilian, which is not a bad opening, honestly, Robert, in terms of generating winning chances. She also has the bishop pair. So interesting play there. And Nicholas Theodorou, I like what he's doing as well. He's got an advantage there with black against Shu Yi, with the bishops lined up very nicely, and he gets the white king.
Wow, because Alice Lee's position is a little bit more closed. Let's start with board 3. Nicholas Theodorou with black just threw that pawn to F5. And Danya, I am loving his position. Look at the bishop on B7. That is going to have an open diagonal all the way across to the enemy king. The queen and bishop on the dark squares are also very powerful. So whether it's the light squares or the dark squares, black controls important diagonals. Dynamic play from Nicholas Theodorou. That rook is going to land on F5 soon. Maybe that rook will slide over to G5 and help deliver a checkmating attack. Danya, I love what the Archbishops are doing.
Whatever the outcome of the match is, it's clear that they're putting together a valiant effort. Each and every player is doing everything in their power to unbalance the game. Shu Yi, he tried to orchestrate some pressure on the queen side, but he hasn't finished putting his pants on, and black is already knocking on the door on the king side. He's up 2 minutes on the clock. They've got time advantages everywhere, and if white plays 1 or 2 more careless moves, this game could be over in the blink of an eye. For example, let's just show a sample line. He takes F5. Rook takes F5. And now an impulsive move like C4, opening up the dark squared bishop, could meet with bishop H2 check, driving the king away. The rook infiltrates to F2. The queen comes into G3. And in this particular position, white is already losing. So Shu Yi is investing his time very wisely to try to keep black's initiative at bay, Robert.
Yeah, no, he is doing the right thing because he might find himself the victim of a devastating attack. And I don't know what to say because it seems very easy for black to play. You're just going to take on f5 with your rook next, bring your second rook to f8, and that rook on a4, you wish that it was somewhere in the center protecting your king side, but it is misplaced despite the fact there's a pawn on a6 that is a long-term target. So you get that pawn, great. It is stuck there. It's not going to be a strong one, but the king side pressure is more important. But I think we should zoom out for a second just because I see the eval bar going sky high in one of the critical games. Look on the top right of your screen. Benjamin Bach is getting it done.
Lands.
He's just winning an exchange, and he's going to win the game.
He is getting it done in furious fashion. He's got that pawn on c4. It is a protected passer. We don't even need to look at that game more deeply. The rook on b8 is hanging. Ju Wenjun sacrifices an exchange out of desperation, aiming for the light squares, but she's tied up. Queen c6 meets with rook b8 check. She's got a weak back rank. Total collapse there by Ju Wenjun. I think Benjamin Bach is going to win the game in just a couple of moves here. Rook b8 forces black's bishop back to c8.
No, this is over. It's a rook and an extra pawn for
There's
a bishop,
one.
and you're pinned, and it's just done. So let's instead go into the game in the bottom right between Liu Yiping with white and Alice Lee, because Alice's position, it's out of a Sicilian. It's a locked up battle for now. I like what she is doing. She's ahead on the clock, and she has this show on Chess Kid called Alice's Pawn Palace. And look at her pawns right now. C6 and C5, they're doubled. Oh, that sounds like a bad thing. In the end game, you like to say that pawn structure is an overrated concept where people put too much stock into it. But look, you have a bishop on e6. It's healthily sitting there. A black just made the move f6 that frees up the queen to shuffle where it needs to go. And that's what I was going to say next. G5, knight g6, get your pieces going forward. H5 as well. You can initiate an attack on the king side, whereas the center is very clogged.
It's clogged. And on that note, Liu Yiping basically has one button, and he just needs to figure out when he's going to press it. It's the B4 button. So, for example, if we could bring up an analysis board, let's say Alice Lee continues to expand on the king side. White can play b4 in this position. I think that's why he positioned his queen on c3. Alice Lee could respond with a trade followed by a4. This is now a big asset for black. But, Robert, the bad news for black is that d4 could come, and that king on g7 starts shaking in its boots. After the trade on d4, tactics are in the air. Knight takes g5 here would virtually end the game because the queen is X-raying the king. Alice Lee has to be very careful here. She has played g5, and Liu Yiping has responded with a more modest move. He's brought the knight off of f3, and Alice Lee is not mincing her words. She is making her intentions plenty clear. h5 is on the board.
Yeah, she is going, and she is not stopping. The knight came to c4. Position. Yeah, but what's the knight doing, right? The knight on c4 doesn't actually attack anything. And if I'm Alice, I might throw in the move a4 for black. That stops b4, because if you play b4, I take en passant, and I hurt white's pawn structure. So a4 is an option. h4 on the other flank is an option. You play h4 and then g4. She first brings her knight into g6. I love it. Okay. I think she's just going to take all these squares. And when knight comes to f4 for black, Danya, and the white knight takes back, g takes f4, breaks open the g file. The king might go to h6. We saw that in her game against Wei Yi. The king was safe and sound on the h6 square. A rook to g8. You unleash what could be a vicious attack. Liu Yiping may be the higher rated player. He may be the more experienced player, but we keep saying it. He prefers solid chess positions. That's why he hasn't created any pawn breaks. All 8 pawns remain. He's moving his knight back and forth here and there, but hither and thither won't necessarily get you that draw if black plays h4, knight f4, and so on.
Alice Lee, she needs to time it right? If she plays g4 too early, that could actually backfire. Black's king is not the safest either, so it's a very difficult task still remaining for Alice Lee, but she's demonstrating growth mindset. She made a clear adjustment, playing faster in the opening and early middle game and setting herself up for success. She's got another good position, and if I'm black, I'm going to massage queen d7 on the board. Looking at bishop takes h3, looking at g4, covering the f5 square. Maybe Liu Yiping is pinning his hopes on that f5 square. He can play knight g3. The position probably closer to equal objectively, Robert. But if I had to choose a side, I am definitely taking black. She's up a minute on the clock. Oh, my lands. This is knight f4. I mean, black is doing great here.
Yeah, knight f4, you just protect your h5 pawn. Knight f5 is just a single check. The king slides out the way. I would have preferred that she prevented this knight hopping in because the knight on e2 was completely dominated. So now at least the white knights coordinate and get out into the open. I think that it may have been a slight inaccuracy. Black still has a quite nice position, but I think it would have been preferable had she started with h4 down there just to keep that knight at bay. But let's zoom out for a second, just because we know Benjamin Bach, he has a healthy advantage on his board. I'm not sure why he hasn't moved, but look at the top left. So in the bottom left, Nicholas Theodore is getting it done for the archbishops. And look, it's all the way down the eval bar. He might have a checkmating attack. But the top left, Wei Yi has the upper hand against Leinier Dominguez.
Wei Yi is such a beast, and he's saying, listen, I'm going to take matters into my own hands. I'm going after my opponent with Black. Dominguez, he's been in shaky form. He's clearly made an adjustment on the clock, playing quite a bit faster than he did in the first 3 games, but it has come at a very steep price. Black has castled queenside, which is not a common occurrence in the Ruy Lopez, and it's fully justified in this position. Look at that bishop. Look at the pin on the d2 knight. The immediate threat, Robert, is knight takes e4, and the second piece of bad news is that moving the queen does not solve all of white's problems. There could be an exchange sack on d2. There could even be tactics related to the bishop on a4 being undefended as well. Leinier Dominguez's position is on the verge of collapse right now.
Yeah, just to show what Danya is saying, we'll pull up an analysis board really quickly, and then just a really quick line. Queen e2, if rook takes d2, queen takes d2, knight takes e4, your only move is queen d3 because the f2 pawn is pinned, so your bishop is hanging. But even if black plays f5 here, I mean, you just control all the squares. So this is not looking pleasant for white, not in the slightest, and black is in the driver's seat. But I do want to take us away from here because big things are happening in the other board. Let's go back to our bird's eye view because Alice Lee is showing no fear. She just played bishop takes pawn on h3. So she first sacrificed a pawn that Liu Yiping didn't take, and then she sacrificed a bishop, and she's going for the attack.
And the bishop he did take. And could he have afforded to take the bishop? Let's take a closer look. Queen takes h3 is going to be the follow-up. What's funny is that Alice Lee has a perpetual check. She can play knight f3, king g2, and knight h4. Liu Yiping cannot step back to h1 because he gets mated. Robert, that is obviously out of the question. I think queen takes h3 is forced. And the second good piece of news for Alice Lee is that white could force the exchange of knights with knight f5 check. And here you don't take on f5. You bring the king away, and knight takes h4 would be immediate harakiri, because if g takes h4 and the rook picks up the slack down the g file, the eval bar is still showing equality. I'm not sure why that is, because obviously the immediate threat is knight f3 checkmate. I love the way that Alice Lee is handling this.
Yeah, there must be some timely f3 for white that like saves the game. Maybe here, actually, in this position. f3, because g2 and g3 are covered. So the best black will probably have is some kind of win of the rook for the knight, but then the white king will find some shelter. Yeah, it maybe just isn't quite enough. So I'm looking at this position, and I'm seeing that she's going for the draw. She can't do that for her team.
She needs to play on h3. There's nothing to lose. This isn't a rated game. I mean, it is not even a question. And she is aware of the score, right? Sometimes you're not aware of how your teammates are doing. Here, it actually doesn't even matter because she knows that all 4 players have to win. Alice is burning valuable time right now. She has to take on h3, and finding knight gf5 and then f3, a cold-blooded defense like that, is not a given. The game doesn't end there. Queen takes h3 should be on the board. Every second is golden. Alice Lee is hesitating at an important moment.
Impressive game thus far by her. We'll see if she takes on h3, but let's go back to our bird's eye view because something is happening in our board 3 matchup. We have Xu Yi with the white pieces, and the eval bar is all the way down in Nicholas Theodore's favor. And by the way, in the top left, it looks like Leinier Dominguez is back in it. A mistake by Wei Yi not sacrificing the exchange here, and now Leinier Dominguez has a chance. But let's go to board 3 in the game between Xu Yi and Nicholas Theodore, because it looks like black is winning based on the evaluation. But in the position, there's a bishop and a queen staring at the black king. Is it just a scary look, or is there something there?
It's just a scary look. I think Nicholas Theodore is taking the batteries out of that construction. He is attacking the bishop on e4. He is defending the g6 square with his knight. He is also attacking the rook on a4. And if the rook moves up to a7, bishop takes e4 wins the game because it simultaneously hits the queen, and black's queen hits the rook on a7. I think this game is coming to an end. What a win this would be for Nicholas Theodore. And combined with the fact that Benjamin Bach is up a full rook, that means that 2 of St. Louis's players have done their job. Can Alice Lee and Leinier Dominguez pull off the unimaginable, Robert?
That is the big question. It looks like Nicholas Theodorou up, 2 pawns right now. His king is actually not in danger. It's the white king in worse shape. 5 minutes. Yeah, he, I think, has this under control. Knight g4 just trades off more pieces. Just take that knight. I mean, there's no risk there. You're probably going to checkmate the white king. So let's get out of here just because we know, or we feel very confident that Nicholas Theodorou will take this one. We'll zoom out because of the other 2 boards where you need to win. The eval going up and up for Liu Yiping. But Alice Lee, she is trying to win this game. She is playing on, but it looks like she can't get that attack in the bottom right because those 2 pesky knights for white, they cover all of the vital squares.
And perhaps the worst piece of news isn't the objective eval. It's the fact that that queen on f3, Robert, is tangled up. It is stuck behind enemy lines, or the rook could come to f1. And white even has conceivably a couple of possible repetitions, right? Rook h2 and rook f2 could endlessly pursue the queen between its only 2 escape squares. And Xu Yi is definitely aware of the score. You've got something on your mind.
Yeah, look at Leinier Dominguez's clock, down under 10 seconds. Let's dive into that one. Dominguez has to move. I know his position doesn't look good, but he needs to find something.
1 second.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, he's just getting outplayed by Wei Yi.
Oh,
Woo! Oh, what is that?
Flag. 2 seconds. He had 0.2 when he played bishop g1.
Wow, what a move rook h3 was, by the way, in his opponent's time trouble. And now he pins that bishop there. Oh, my gosh. He's barely getting these moves up. 0.1 seconds.
He's not going to make it. He literally had 0.1. Knight d4 is going to be a sucker punch, forcing the queen back, and he's going to flag, and that's it.
Yeah, his queen was getting trapped. There's a checkmate next. Queen e1, queen d3 mate. So Wei Yi, he takes the match for Shanghai. It's officially over. And Wei Yi, he went 4 out of 4. It's clear he is the hero that Shanghai needed. But we still have a couple games remaining. Benjamin Bach, he already won his game against Zhu Wenju. That's over in the top right. In the bottom left, Nicholas Theodorou, he's getting it done against Xu Yi. And in the bottom right, Alice Lee had a draw if she wanted it. She decided to be a team player. She kept the game going. It's going to be for naught. She may have 0 points when all 4 games are done, but give credit to the 13-year-old. She played some excellent chess today, and this game is not over, and she still has chances.
And I need to set the record straight. We made it very clear before the start of the round that a comeback is vanishingly unlikely. But St. Louis did everything within their power. They came pretty darn close. That Dominguez game could have gone either way. He was up on time at one moment. He did have his chances. So imagine if he won that game and Alice Lee found 1 or 2 more accurate moves. We could have had a completely different narrative. As it stands, great defensive resilience by Yiping Liu. And he could essentially force a draw with rook h2 and back to f2, which you essentially always want to do if there is a team result at stake. You always want to put the health of your team over individual results, particularly if the game isn't FIDE rated. But look at Alice Lee. She is still trying. She's playing on both flanks. But unfortunately, she won't get the job done. And that's going to feel a little bit better for Leinier Dominguez.
Yeah, I mean, you see this position where... the queen, rook h2, rook f2, back and forth. I don't think you can stop that. And if you're Liu Yiping, as you said, it's a team result. Mate. She allowed herself to get checkmated here. She missed it. You can see it on her face. But this result, I mean, it wasn't because of her play. She had to play for a win. And for Liu Yiping here, I mean, it is mate in 2 moves, and he finds it. And that means that he is going to get this one. And it's unfortunate for her, but I do say this without a single bit of hesitation. She played 4 really excellent games. She had chances in all 4 of them. When you're 2,300 and you're playing a 2,700 Super Grandmaster and you have a better position deep down into time trouble, that goes to show that she is a worthy competitor, and the best is yet to come with her.
It absolutely is. We remind you that each team has 3 strikes before they are out of the PCL. So Alice Lee is an ace. She is going to come back stronger, take a look at the games, make minor adjustments, but she was oh so close to scoring at least a point, probably even more for the St. Louis Archbishop. But the upshot is that the final round is split evenly with 2-2, and it is crushing victory for the Shanghai Tigers, who overfulfill their necessary 8.5. They score a total of 10 points. And what a powerhouse team this is, Robert. They've got no weak links. They've got 4 incredibly solid players and a roster filled with great rapid players, experience, and youth. They've got it all, and they demonstrated it today.
They do indeed. I mean, they are strong from top to bottom. Wei Yi put in a powerhouse performance. He scored a perfect 4 out of 4 for the Shanghai Tigers. So with Wei Yi, getting all 4 games in his name, and then the rest of the boards filling in the rest of the 6 points that they scored. I mean, that's just domination.
It is indeed. It was an impressive match. It was a good effort for the Archbishops, but they are not going to be happy. And it's going to be up to the captain to decide whether Fabiano Caruana needs to make an appearance in the second week. Leinier Dominguez is going to be hungry for his chance at redemption as well. So, Robert, we will hear from the St. Louis Archbishops. Again, they are going to analyze their games, their mistakes, and they are still very, very much in the fight. They are not to be underestimated, especially when they are hungry for redemption.
And when you see this performance from Shanghai, 4 points, all 4 wins for Wei Yi, and then 2 points throughout the rest of their lineup, they are quite balanced with the Super Grandmaster on the top board. That is scary for the other teams in this league. And for St. Louis, 1.5 out of 4 is just not going to cut it from your top board. Fabiano Caruana did not play this week. Leinier Dominguez will do better in future weeks, but that just is not getting the job done. You see, like, if Leinier could have performed with 3.5 points, this would have been an 8-8 tie, for example. Actually, they may have even had a better chances if he was scoring early, because that wouldn't have put the pressure on some of the other boards. So I feel like if you're St. Louis, you don't blame any player in particular, but it's clear that 1 out of 4 on your top board just isn't going to make it work.
Broadly speaking, Robert, there are 2 types of strategies. You could recruit those super GMs, but the downside of that is that they essentially need to carry the team in most cases. We saw Magnus Carlsen do that with 4 out of 4, but today it was not Leinier Dominguez's match, and the others, they did pick up the slack to an extent, but it just wasn't enough. The second type of team is one that is evenly matched on all 4 boards. China showed the potential power of a team like that, and they are going to continue to strike. Nobody wants to face the Tigers. They are not paper tigers. They are real tigers, and they will claw their way to the top of the tournament standings.
Lions and Tigers and Bears. Oh my. But up next, we have the Bulldogs and the Unicorns. They haven't quite made their way into the Wizard of Oz, but the Croatia Bulldogs, led by team captain Agadmator, take on the California Unicorns, led by the Chess Dojo. I know David Pruis, Kostya Kavutsky, Jesse Cry, they will be looking for their Unicorns to, they want to beat these hungry Bulldogs. I think the Bulldogs are a very balanced team. The Unicorns have Sam Shanklin as their top-rated board, but we will see that action take place soon. For now, we are going to take a short break. Danya and I will be right back. We'll be covering the second half of this doubleheader. You will not want to miss the Croatia Bulldogs and the California Unicorns. Stay tuned, everybody.
In competitive chess, the weight of a win, draw, or loss is all on one's shoulders. It's easy to feel alone. Those lonely days are over.
Oh my goodness!
The Pro Chess League is back. Once again, in chess, teammates matter.
Is NBA wearing a Blitz jersey?
Maxime, hey buddy. I love you. Welcome back, PCL. A unique collection of teams, each with their own personality of different colors, shapes, and sizes. There are gnomes and knights, chess bras and bishops, and whatever the heck this is. The PCL is the only place where the best players in the world risk their fate alongside content creators and players from different levels, ages, and perspectives. The wheels came off. Wow.
She just took down Hikaru Nakamura, and look at her. She is jubilant.
Entering its 5th season, 16 teams will reboot the PCL legacy with a new format and new schedule. Only one team can be crowned the next PCL champion.
We win! We win! Oh my god!
My friends, it's the 2023 Pro Chess League. Which team can rise above the rest? They won't be able to do it alone.
We welcome you back to another excellent matchup here in week 1 of the Pro Chess League. It is the final matchup of the week. It is the Croatia Bulldogs against the California Unicorns. I am Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, as per usual, is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we had a great start to our Friday with a very fun match. What do you expect to see from the second one?
Gosh, each and every match thus far in the PCL has been absolutely epic to the very last seconds. And we have yet another match between two teams that have adopted a different strategy of assembling their players. And that is what I love to see. We've got some fascinating players on both sides. The Bulldogs and the Unicorns, both of them have a fighting chance. Robert, I am expecting to see a close match, a match that goes, as is usual, down to the 4th round and perhaps even down to the wire.
Well, Don, this is the 4th round. For those of you who are not watching the earlier match, you may need to be reminded of the format in the Pro Chess League. It is an all-play-all format. Board 1 plays board 1 through 4 of the other team, and time control with 10-minute plus 2-second increment. It is up to 4 rounds, because if a team reaches 8.5 points before the 4th round begins, then that match is over. And if it's a tie, 8-8 after the 4 rounds are played, we get that rematch, colors reverse. That is exciting stuff. We have seen that in a few matches, including the Blitz. They won their match yesterday against MGD1 in tie breaks.
Indeed, they did. And we've seen all sorts of crazy stuff. Usually these matches do go down to the 4th round. It is exceedingly rare for a team to reach 8.5 in 3 rounds. It's only happened once thus far with the Indian Yogis. But I have a feeling that it is not going to happen, because when I look at these rosters, Robert, I don't see anybody that is going to come here to the PCL and go 0 out of 4. We start with the Croatia Bulldogs. Look at those names.
Yeah, Bogdan Daniel Deac from Romania. He is the top of the line for the Croatia Bulldogs, whose captain is Agad Mator. You may have seen a few of his videos. Agad Mator, this famous guy from Croatia leading his squad. But Danya, look down towards the bottom boards. Look how strong the women on the Croatia Bulldogs are. Leinier Dominguez, she took part in Tata Steel Challengers. She had some upsets to her name. And Polina Shuvalova from Russia. She is nearly a GM. She's going to get there, but she's nearly 2,500. She counts as 2,350 against the cap.
Yeah, let's be real. That vowel in front of her name is going to be replaced by a consonant soon enough. She's incredibly solid. And Leinier Dominguez with an excellent performance in the last Tata Steel. She trailed off a little bit at the end. It's a grueling event, but she scored some incredible victories, particularly over Erwin Lamy, a 2650 stalwart. So Leinier Dominguez, a great addition to the Bulldogs, but not to be outdone, Robert. The California Unicorns, they are a dynastic team. They always find a way to get the big stars. I mean, look at this. Gukesh and Sam and Robson and Nizhnik. I mean, they are loaded top and bottom.
Yeah, they're California dreaming over there, because Gukesh, he is the top in terms of rating, but it's a mostly California-grown roster. We do have some players who have joined the team, like Georg Meyer. He is a mainstay of the Pro Chess League, used to play for the Baden-Baden Snowballs, but this team is very, very strong. So many GMs you see on the list, and then they have Sabina Foiger, former U.S. Women's Champion, and Zoe Tang, an up-and-coming WIM from the United States. Chess Dojo manages and captains the team. They have 3 leaders there because Jesse Cry, David Pruis, and Kostya Gavutski, they'll help manage this squad, hopefully, to Pro Chess League success.
Gosh, what a fearsome team. Love to see Sam Shanglin. He has been part of California Chess League teams for such a long time. He was part of the San Francisco Mechanics back when it was the U.S. Chess League. As we review the first round matchup, Sam is not playing today, but he will definitely make an appearance subsequently. Bogdan Daniel Dejac, though, Robert, he is going to have to carry the load for the Croatia Bulldogs.
But the Bulldogs, they're a very loaded and level team. And for the Unicorns, we see Georg Meyer, Darius Svirch, and Ray Puzzle Rush champion Robson leading the way for the Unicorns. So I love looking at this lineup from top to bottom. I have to say, Sabina Foiger, the lowest rated player by far in this matchup. Her current rating is below 2,200. We know she's been 2,350. We know she's won the U.S. Women's Championship. But I think that is the opponent that the Bulldogs are going to have to bulldoze, because if they want to win this match against this 3-headed GM lineup from the Unicorns, I think they're going to have to score maximum points against Foiger.
This is a must-win game for Bogdan right off the bat. 2,700 rated Bogdan Daniel Dejac, who has a couple of great Super Tournament performances under his belt. He's a fantastic blitz player. And as we get started with this game, d4, g6, Bogdan making his intentions clear, Robert, I will quickly say that Bardia Daneshvar may be a lesser-known name for chess fans and an international master from Iran, but he is a very exciting young player. I've played blitz with him. Don't fall asleep. He's part of a couple of international masters in the PCL this year who could really be game changers for their team.
For sure. And speaking of Foiger, we see that in the opening stage.
I'm bowing. I'm going to bow in admiration.
I appreciate that. Next time I'll say paw, maybe like the Bulldogs, just stick your hand out for me. But we see that this opening from Bogdan Daniel Dejac, he is playing for a win. This modern system, it's a bit amorphous. Your bishop stares towards the center, but you're not creating tension between the pawns, and that will not allow white to liquidate and trade and have an easy go of it. So I do think that it's a great opening for higher rated players to use against strong players, but ones that they have a rating edge against.
And Sabina, she goes for the classical approach. This is called the classical variation. The bishop comes out to e2. Typically in this line, white castles kingside, and Dejac continues to spice the game up, bringing his knight out to c6. It is more common, Robert, to bring the other knight out first, and part of the reason why is that knight c6 does invite the move d5. But that move also has a positional downside, because it obviously opens up the long diagonal for Black's Fianchettoed bishop, and Black will have the e5 square for his knight, potentially.
Yes, no, it's one of these decisions that you can't take back. She plays d5. She's a very experienced player, and the knight goes back to b8. Pawn to c6 is likely going to happen. You chisel at white's advanced structure. First knight of 6, then pawn to c6. And for white, it's kind of an awkward dynamic because you want to play c4 here, but she has to defend her e4 pawn with knight to c3. So you have good control over the center, but black can chip at it. I would play c6 as Dejac does quickly. And while Foiger, she will think about her next move, we do have the second game underway. It's a Grandmaster on Grandmaster clash, the only one of the first round. So when we can, we'll bring up the bird's eye view, and we will get multiple games going in this first round of action between the California Unicorns and the Croatia Bulldog.
And there we have it. We've switched to the second game between Georg Meyer and Leon Levajic. Georg Meyer, Robert, is one of those players who is just a huge asset on your team. Yes, he's dropped some FIDE rating. He was almost at 2,700 at the peak of his career, but he pursued a career, I think, in finance. He has maintained a very high level of chess, and there is nobody that I hate facing more in classical chess than Georg Meyer. I have done it exactly once, Robert. And I think if I'm paired with him again with the black pieces, I'm just going to resign the game right from the beginning. The guy is just a buzzsaw.
He's honestly one of the toughest players to face because he just doesn't make those inaccuracies that you see other grandmasters of his rating or even of a higher rating make. He is super solid. We mentioned Leinier Dominguez, very professional. Georg Meyer is the ultimate professional player. He plays his French defense. He tries to hold in the black. With white, he plays the Catalan every single game, and sometimes he beats the likes of Vladimir Krumnik. So he knows what he's doing in these positions. And for Leon Levaich here, a big question is, should he push his pawn to b5? You have an arrow with white going to e4. Black should not sit and do nothing. b5 is a way to fight for important squares in this position for black, so to not give white a free hand.
Yeah, I mean, Leon Levaich definitely going to do some barking on the queen side. As you said, bulldozing his way past White's central construction. Knight d2 is such a typical and annoying Catalan move. Serves a defensive purpose and protects c4, serves an attacking purpose and prepares e4. I like Georg Meyer's position. I think he's got a slight advantage. And I agree with you, Robert. I think Leon Levaich, he can't sleepwalk through this stage of the game, because if you allow e4, particularly with the black bishop on a6 rather than b7, the c6 pawn could ultimately get caught in the crossfire. But Meyer has gotten exactly the type of position that he wanted to get out of the opening.
Such a nightmare opponent for so many players. I mean, I know I do not like facing Georg Meyer because I'm going to have to defend till the very end. And Levaich, he's burning clock right now, and that could be used as a weapon against him. And he does play knight d7, which e4 feels automatic as a reply.
It does indeed, but White could also start with bishop b2 in order to buttress that d4 pawn and complete the development. I think York is spoiled for choice. The downside might be that bishop b2 does allow b5, and the pawn could sneak forward to b4, knocking off a knight on c3 that would otherwise be supporting the pawn on e4. So I like e4 here. I like Meyer's position. I think he's got a stable plus out of the opening.
Well, when you say Georg Meyer with the white pieces, of course he has a stable plus. But in all seriousness, it's a position where black is kind of not exactly active, right? The pieces are all on the third rank, except for the two pawns out there, and white's pieces, especially after e4, they actually stare into black's position. So I think that we can go away from this one. Danya, we have other games underway. All 4 games have begun, and the game between Bardia Dinashvar and Dariusz Svirch looking like the same position for both sides here, except for the knight on d5 versus the knight on f3.
Wake me up when we have an imbalance here. This is kind of eerily reminiscent of Leinier Dominguez's first game in the last round. And for Dariusz Svirch, I think a draw is a perfectly acceptable result here. Again, he's playing black. He's playing a very, very promising young player who is going to be a GM. It's really only a question of when. I'm sure he has at least one norm. The bishop has come out to f6. But Robert, I don't want to overstate the case here. The game is not over. It's not a guaranteed draw. And both sides have the capacity to blunder here. One instance would be the tempting move knight to e4, right? What could be more natural than centralizing your knight? Down goes the eval bar, and down goes the b4 pawn, opening up a discovered attack against the knight. In this position, white lands a pawn down for no compensation. So for Dinashvar, I would keep this knight on d2, maybe bring it to c4, deploy the rook to c1. If I had to choose a side, though, I'd probably take white by a smidge.
Yeah, because the knight on d7, that one is stuck in place. The e5 and c5 squares are under white's control. So the knight goes up to c4, maybe into d6. We have the players on screen. And Dariusz, he is a calculator. He will determine if he can allow that knight into d6, if he needs to make a queen shuffle to b8 to keep that knight out of there. And he does just that. So yeah, I think that he's keeping the equality in this position. So let's zoom out to another game, just because this one, it feels quite level, and that would be the natural result. But I'm looking top left, bottom right, and I see advantage for the player with the black pieces. It's board 1 for California in the bottom right. Ray Robson against international master Polina Shuvalova. And then in the top left, we started the day with Bogdan Daniel Deac against Sabina Foysher. It looks like Foysher in some trouble there. So I don't know, Danya. Pick your choice of board 1s versus board 4.
Well, I'd like to look at board 4 for one reason in particular. As we go there, I will say that Deac is about to pick off that pawn on t5, and he does seem to be well on his way to scoring a much-needed victory for the Bulldogs. He needs to deliver in a big way. So a great opening choice by the Romanian Grandmaster. Now, I was looking at this and it took me a second because I was experiencing some deja vu. I knew I saw this somewhere before, this type of structure where white is sacrificed a pawn. And I remember Nihal Sarin displayed this idea at the Chess.com Global Championship in Toronto. He was playing from Belgrade, and he played this more than once against Anish Giri and Wesley So. It worked the first time, but he lost with this the second time against Wesley So, who was incredibly well prepared. And Ray Robson seems to be decently prepared, but Robert, I think Shavalova has managed to garner the kind of compensation that white is trying to get in this line. Control of the d6 square, a clamp in the center, and long-term chances on the king side in the event that black castles right into potentially a very powerful bishop-queen battery.
I have to acknowledge I was misled by the evaluation bar. I didn't do a count. It's an extra pawn for black, but lots of activity for white. And Polina Shuvalova, she's down a pawn for a reason. She gave that pawn up because look at black's remaining pieces. The bishop on e7, it's a defensive piece. That knight on d2 may land on c4 in the near future. The rooks for white. I think it's a tough question, Danya. Does the f1 rook or the a1 rook go to d1? Are you going rook c1 and rook d1 or rook d1 and rook e1? These are not questions that are that easy to answer. And now knight d6 check looks viable for white.
It does indeed. Trading in one advantage for another. That pawn is juicy, but it might be even juicier if it lands on d6. Plus, you'll get the bishop pair. That knight on d5 for Ray is really the pride of his position, but you don't win games with good pieces. That knight doesn't have that many prospects. It's sitting pretty, it's well protected, but it's not threatening to jump into any other squares. Polina taking the slower approach, putting the rook on c1. I think she'll put the other one on d1. Robert, we are in for a slugfest in this game. White has to be very patient, and she's going to have to play a pawn down for a long time and cash in, most importantly, when she sees an opportunity to launch an attack.
Yeah, h4, that's a good move usually to play in these positions. It's already a defended square. It helps you bring a knight to g5. So I think she will start throwing her pieces forward, but look at how solid Ray's center is. That knight on d5. You wish you could slide that maybe even that a2 pawn over to c2 and then play c2 to c4 to kick the knight out of the center. Not possible in this game. So Ray just plays a6. He may play b5 next. He just wants to push his extra pawn forward. I like what Ray Robson is doing, but I think for Polina, h4, that's the move that I would be playing ASAP. I want to threaten knight g5, but she plays on the other side of the board with a3. Not a big fan of that one.
I agree to disagree. I was actually about to propose a3 with the, yes, very prosaic, very straightforward idea of bishop b1 and queen c2. But Robert, it does seem to me that inducing g6 would go a long way towards sparking the fire on the king side. And perhaps from c2, the queen could migrate to d2 and perhaps even to h6 and maybe even h4. Becomes even more powerful with a hook appearing on g6. It seems to me that you believe this plan is just a little bit too slow, though.
Maybe I just like pawns. That's what I'm getting at here. You know, Yasser Seirawan, always a pawn grabber. He says, gimme, gimme, gimme. Black is up this pawn, but you are correct that if g6 is induced, it's not really an if, it's a when. The white queen will slide to d2 and try to go into those dark squares on the king side. So this one remains interesting. We'll see if Ray Robson can withstand the pressure that Polina is going to put on him. But let's zoom out for a second, just because I'm looking across the boards here, Danya. In the top right, the game between Georg Meyer and Leon Levaich, things have changed a bit, where suddenly in the top right, black no longer has that light square bishop. It took that knight on c4. The pawn structure is changing. And the top left, Bogdan Daniel Deac, he is yet to take this pawn on d5. So he allows it to stay on the board. But the question is, will he be able to win it in the near future? He is down on the clock.
He is down on the clock. He is a notorious time pressure junkie. I mean, he's always down to his last seconds, but I still think he's got that game under relatively good control. I definitely want to check into its course, but things continue to heat up on Georg Meyer's board. So perhaps we could take a look at Georg Meyer's Catalan against Leon Levaich. He has played the move f4, secured the bishop pair. The downside, though, Robert, is that he's allowed some weaknesses on the queen side, but e5 is just a tractor driving through black's position and knocking off everything in its wake. How does Leon Levaich prepare for that, what seems to be inevitability?
It looks terrible for black. I'm surprised the evaluation bar isn't higher up on the screen, because e5 is screaming to be played. It's automatic. And then c6 is hanging behind it. So if you have to make a move like rook a to c8, some kind of sad defensive move, e5 will force the knight back to e8. And then white can play knight e4 at some point, or f5. Just keep pushing your pawns up the board, you're going to launch a vicious attack against the Black King.
Leon Levitch needs to find some sort of tactical solution to his problems. I was briefly considering rook a to d8, but white could still respond to d5. And yeah, the rook is x-raying the queen, but I don't see a concrete way to turn that into a defensive tactic. Maybe you drop the bishop back to c5 and get rid of the dark squared bishop. That doesn't really help, though. e5 still comes with great effect because it's the other bishop that is going to spell doom to the c6 pawn. So the evaluation bar, it's not creeping up, but the c6 pawn might have to go to the bar. It'll be going to the morgue soon enough if white plays the move e5.
Well, Georg would like to send Leon Levitch's chances to the morgue because that would be good for the California Unicorns. Now, Georg Meyer, he has been a staple of the German team for many years, but he actually transferred federations to Uruguay. I believe he's half Uruguayan, half German, if I'm not mistaken. So he plays for Uruguay now, and he is looking at this position. He is a mainstay in the Pro Chess League, and I'm liking his control over the center. So, Danya, I feel like the one game we're sure about is Bardia Dineshvar against Dariusz Svirch. That seemed very even. But the other three boards, it seems like a lot is left up in the air.
They are indeed. And I actually think Bardia is putting a little bit of pressure on Dariusz Svirch. He is making the Polish Grandmaster work for that draw. And Mr. Kusha, a streamer and a very strong player in his own right, told us that Bardia Dineshvar 2 weeks ago made his final Grandmaster norm. So I brought up that topic, and he will be confirmed a Grandmaster at the next FIDE Congress, which is absolutely not a surprise. And what is a surprise, that Dariusz Svirch does seem to be buckling a little bit under pressure, Robert.
Wow, yeah, that's in the bottom left. By the way, the top right, the eval bar going even higher because he's looking, Leon Levitch, for a tactical solution to strategic problems. But he's just going to lose this pawn on c6 in the top right. So I think we should maybe dive into either the Dineshvar against Svirch game, or where would you like to go?
The Shabalova Robson game continues to heat up, as well as does Sabina's game against Bogdan Daniel Dejic, where the eval bar has not moved a millimeter. Sabina is holding steady thus far. I am suffering from serious decision anxiety, but I'd like to check out Bardia Dineshvar's game. He is also the current Iranian champion, and he is doing a fantastic job of generating winning chances, playing incredibly fast, leaving himself with 6 minutes and change to figure out a way to keep putting pressure. Robert, the big question here, it's not the fact that his pieces are active that is disturbing to me. It's the weakness of the b6 pawn and white's ability to attack it with all three of his pieces.
Yeah, white can decide to play e4 or pawn to b5 or just a simple move like king to g2. I feel like black can hardly move. He starts with e4. He's being more direct about it. e5 threatens to win a piece. The knights are superfluous, but they need to be connected because the knight on f6 is dislodged. The knight on d7 is gone. So I think that for Dariusz Svirch, he needs to make an awkward move like queen d8 or queen a7. But either way, it feels like white can just make slow progress. Bring the king up to g2. Eventually push the pawn to e5 if you want. Push the pawn to b5 if you feel like cementing the b6 pawn in place. Danya, I really don't like how this is going for Svirch. I thought this was going to be a draw with a high degree of certainty. Now I definitely am looking at this like it's a big advantage for white, bigger than the eval bar even says because of the clock.
Absolutely, and that's one big contribution that Magnus Carlsen, I think, has made to our general skill level. He has shown chess players across the globe, particularly young players, that you don't need to give up hope just because the position may seem symmetrical. And a lot of teenage players are now a lot more skilled in the endgame and in symmetrical positions than they ever used to be. And we are seeing that play out here. But let's not jump the gun. Dariusz Svirch is a tremendously resourceful defender, and I think he's displaying that resourcefulness with his last move, putting the queen on a good defensive square, trying to keep all of his bases covered as much as he can. He has pushed to the last two rows, but he is not going gentle into that good knight. 2 minutes and 16 seconds are left to defend this miserable position, but boy, will he try.
Yeah, he is going to have to buckle in and try to stop white from making progress. F3 is just a quiet move, keeping the status quo. At some point, black has to do something, right? You can't move your king because the f7 pawn will hang. If you push your pawn from h5 to h4, that may allow the pawn to go up to g4, maybe g5 for white at some moment. That's an overextended pawn. The b pawn can't move. The knight d7 can't move without dropping the b pawn. I do not envy the task of Dariusz Svirch here. So, Danya, should we let him suffer in silence? Should we go away from
yes, we shall.
This one? Just because I was looking at the eval bar, if we take a look at the bird's eye view, in the game between Georg Meyer and Leon Levaich. It's going higher and higher for Georg Meyer.
And he has indeed sent that c6 pawn to the morgue, brought the bishop back to an ideal spot. Levaich trying to activate his knights, but the knights have zero purchase on any squares. The move f4, f5 in the position up on the top right would seem to make matters even worse for black, but it's more in Meyer's style to play a move like rook c1 to d1 or knight b5 to d6. He will tighten the screws, Robert, until you have no air left to breathe.
For sure. And while we can trust Georg Meyer, even though he's in time trouble, all the games are nearing the end of their clock. So why don't we look at the one in maybe the bottom right between Polina Shuvalova and Ray Robson, just because I saw a rook lift and I couldn't keep my eyes off a potential attack.
I couldn't either. The rook is on d4. The black pawn is on c3. There are two passed pawns on the 6th and 3rd ranks, respectively, for white and black. What on earth is going on? The eval bar can't make sense of it. That's when we know we're in trouble. So the pawn count is still the same. Black is up a pawn. The bishop's still on b1. The queen still hasn't made its way to c2. I think Polina is looking for the perfect opportunity to pose that threat on h7. And there it is. The queen is up to d3. Ray can defend it easily, Robert, but every move is making concessions. f5 weakens e6. Knight f6 allows the white knight to jump into e5.
Yeah, no, knight e5, bring another piece to the attack. This is a critical moment for Ray Robson, and he is the puzzle battle, the puzzle rush champion. He's the whiz kid, but it's not an easy choice, and he makes it. He goes f5. He shuts down the queen and bishop. Now I'm thinking at some point b4, bishop a2, for white. The bishop on b1, staring into your own queen, which is staring into an enemy pawn. Let's reroute the bishop. That's a standard plan. And maybe there will be some sacrifices at a future moment with a take on d5 and all that stuff. But Danya, the c3 pawn, a thorn in white side. The d6 pawn, a thorn in black side. But black remains a pawn ahead.
And now we're basically in a blitz game. We've got essentially the Title Tuesday time control, which is 3+1. Now we've got 3+2, and this is where blitz and bullet experience comes in so handy. Polina does play her fair share on chess.com, but Ray Robson is a blitz beast. And let's see if he can harness that experience and navigate his way successfully through the complications. b4 is an excellent move. You called it, Robert. And Polina continuing to spice up the game, finding new ways to put black under pressure. But it looks like Ray is stable for the time being. How is he going to make progress, though? What improving moves does he have on tap here?
Maybe knight from d7 to b6 at some point, or maybe to f6. I can't decide, right? You want to bring your piece forward, but that does give the e5 square to white. That knight on d5 is very importantly defending the c3 pawn. Whoa, but he moves it. Oh, is there like bishop e4? There's a bishop e4 tactic, perhaps?
Oh, moving the knight away so that the bishop can essentially take its place. But Polina could move her bishop up to a2 and try to take the sting out of bishop b4. Maybe Ray will put the bishop on d5 then. Who knows? It's such a complicated position. And we're definitely going to get a time scramble in this one.
We're getting time scrambles in other games. So let's zoom out of this one just for the moment as this one remains complex. We look in the top right, Georg Meyer. He is in charge, pushing his f pawn up to f5. The knight on g4 is in trouble. But look at the top left. It is seconds on the clock for both sides, and Sabina Forscher is fighting.
And Sabina is doing exactly what she needs to do. Get this into a time scramble when absolutely anything can happen. But as we head to that game, even though she's up in exchange, look at black's pawns. There are a lot of them. That phalanx, that pawn chain in the center should decide the game. If Dayach plays this accurately, but it doesn't appear that he's playing it accurately. Winning a6.
Oh my gosh, he just gave away his pawn. He could have gone to a different square perhaps to keep the pawn. But oh no, that's a big mistake.
She rushed it. She could have protected that pawn. Worse there.
No, but Don, is something to note. H5 pawn, H1 square, dark square bishop. So if somehow Sabina can give up her rook for all the remaining pawns but the H pawn, she will have a chance. And those black pawns can't move that easily. She's going after them one by one, trying to keep them stuck in place. The E pawn can't push, the D5 pawn is. But look at Bogdan Daniel Dayach. The king is going to go to D4 and C3 in short order.
Yeah, there are just so many things to keep track of for white. And black can always defend his pawns if necessary. Sabina doing everything. Hither and thither goes the rook. Rook e7, but black is going to get connected passers, and that, I think, spells doom for Sabina's drawing chances. King d3, and black pushes the pawns to oblivion there.
Yeah, time trouble was not a friend to her there. She should have brought her king back to defend that c2 pawn, but either way, it was going to be difficult. And this is just clinical technique from Bogdan Daniel They the pawns go forward. You can't stop them. So there's going to be either a resignation after the pawn promotes because you can't even get the remaining pawns. The dark square bishop protects g5.
And Sabina, I think, is going to resign here. She does a valiant effort. Listen, she came oh so close after g3. I think she might have held that position, but ultimately did. Just time scramble skills prevail. He wins that necessary game. The first strike is by the Bulldogs, but the second one is by the Unicorns. Meyer has completed that amazing positional effort.
Yes, he wins. You see those rooks in the 7th rank against a queen. That's a dominant final position. Then we have 2 games left in the bottom left and bottom right. In the bottom left, it is an endgame grind for Bardia Dineshvar. He is better against Darius Svirch. In the bottom right, we have the whiz kid, the puzzle champion, Ray Robson taking on Polina Shuvalova, and that's a tactical skirmish. So, Danya, you take it from here. You pick the game.
Let's go to Polina's game. Bardia continues to pressure. I'm keeping a close eye on that game as well. We'll bring you that result if it comes. But Polina Shuvalova has sacrificed a piece. She's also sacrificed a minute of her time. And I don't think she's got anything to show for it. Ray Robson is using his minor pieces beautifully to keep White's pieces at bay.
I feel like, look at that dark square diagonal, right? From C3 to G7. So many pieces in that line. But Black is up a knight, right? It's up a minor piece, but for how many pawns? The answer, it's a semi-rhetorical, is 2 pawns. That's a lot of compensation, especially with a bishop pair against the open king. The d6 pawn is a thorn in Black's side. Maybe even queen c7 at some point down into trade queens because you do have a healthy passer. It's a messy position. I do tend to trust Ray Robson in such a position, and he's ahead in the clock. But Polina does have chance here because the king on g8, not the safest king in the world.
You're definitely changing my mind. You've opened up my eyes to the fact that White does have serious practical compensation, and 2 pawns is nothing to sneeze at. That is a bit of a security blanket for White. That means Polina doesn't need to go crazy to try to win the game. 2 pawns allows her to generate chances, even if the worst comes to pass and the queens are off the board. And now the clock situation beginning to equalize as Ray trying to figure out a way to get his pieces untangled. Queen c8. Ooh, queen takes c8. He'll take with the bishop. And Robert, it's so important that all 3 minor pieces are defending the d7 square. Otherwise, that pawn would have rumbled forward and cost Black a piece.
And I just want to call out that the game between Bardia Dineshvar and Darshvit is likely about to end in a draw, so we don't have to go there. It looks like the pieces are traded. Good hold for Svirch and
Great
the Unicorns.
hold.
And this game, still a lot of life left. The king is in the corner for Ray Robson. Queen c7 is an option. As you mentioned, queen takes queen on c8. All of Black's forces are defending that d7 square. That is of vital importance because you cannot allow that white pawn to push forward.
And I understand this move, but I don't like it. Polina keeping the queens on the board at all costs. But she might have just allowed knight c4 with tempo. There are mating threats with rook e1 and knight g4. Even though White does have a Luft square, I think Polina is losing her grasp on this position.
She is, and she's losing on time as well. She plays queen c3 going after the knight, but knight e4 now. First one knight, then the other, and it feels like maybe knight c to d2 right now. Just bring your knight in, queen c1 check. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. A sucker punch and then another one and another one. Ray is not going to let this one go, but we know that anything can happen. 20 seconds for the puzzle rush phenom, for the star of American chess. He's taking almost all of it to figure out the most precise course of action, but he better display something convincing. He's down to 8 seconds.
And he plays knight cd2, and look how quickly she responded with queen d1. Now it's just a bullet scramble. Ray Robson, about 3,100 in bullet, and there has to be a tactical sequence. Knight takes g3 is available here. You're up a piece if you're right.
Rook e1 and knight f3 wins the queen. Nope.
Oh, my gosh.
She takes the other knight.
Yeah, that was smart. That was really, really smart by her there. And 3 seconds. Ray, you got to go.
Knight e4, attacking the queen. He moves it back. Not over yet. Bishop d5. f2 is hanging with check. It's a fork.
And then you take h4 as well, and knight f2 at the end will be a problem. You can't even block with your rook on h3. So this should do the trick. But Ray, he's doing that super grandmaster thing, repeating, and then he'll make progress.
And progress he makes with knight f2, rook f3. Polina staying in the game. So valiant. Just take the queen. I would say knight e3. Still not over. That d6 pawn is annoying in a time scramble, but Ray should secure the full point here.
Yeah, he can put his rook on d8 at any point and just go after this d6 pawn. Now knight takes d6, rook d4, but this bishop e6. Was that a puzzle rush tactic? Because Ray Robson found it instantly.
I was literally opening my mouth to say, puzzle battle skills coming in handy. Now he's a piece and a pawn up. And unless he loses on time or loses his connection, he will score a very important point for the Unicorns.
That was a pretty sick tactic. Like, it didn't look easy to take that pawn on d6, and he makes it look... Ray Robson.
Get me out of here.
Ray Robson gets it done for the California Unicorns. And I called him Super Grandmaster Ray Robson, and I think that's the first time I've ever been able to do that. He recently crossed 2,700 with some of his great performances, including the U.S. Championship. He wins. He's the board 1 for the Unicorns. He takes down board 4, Polina Shuvalova, for the Bulldogs. But Danya, 2.5, 1.5, this felt that close.
It really did. This seems to be the most common score after round 1 of a PCL match. And for the Bulldogs, a lot of positives. Bogdan Daniel Deac, a good game, not his best showing. It was close, but he pulled through in the end. Leon Levaich, he is going to have to step it up in the next round. He will have white. And Bardia Danishvar, perhaps the most frustrating bit about the Bulldogs' first round. He came so close to squeezing out what was a completely equal middle game. But he is a phenom, he's a strong player, and he will continue to try to score important points for the Bulldogs as they try to surmount this 1-point deficit.
It's a close matchup. Only 1 point separates the teams after the first round of action. We'll see what happens when they get set for round 2 here in this Pro Chess League match between the Croatia Bulldogs and the California Unicorns. We'll be right back.
Hey everybody, it's Danny here, and as you may know, Chess.com and Chessable are now one, and I'm here to show you how you can make your Chess.com and Chessable one in just a few clicks. To start, let's log in and connect our Chess.com account. I just scroll right here above the browser and click Login. Scroll down and click Continue with Chess.com. Now, if you're already logged into Chess.com, it's just going to ask you if you want to approve that connection. I'm going to say yes, sir. But after approving, it'll bring you right back to the Chessable homepage. Now, the Puzzle Connect feature can be found under Tools, and you click Puzzle Connect. Now, what that does after you type in your username is it's going to pull positions from the games you played on Chess.com, create your very own personalized Chessable course, and then quiz you with the positions where you may have missed the best move. And the more you play on Chess.com, the more games it will have to quiz you as long as your account stays connected. It's pretty sweet, and it's going to help you get better learning from the mistakes in your games. Yes, this is a pro feature at Chessable, but if you go to chessable.com/link, you can get 30 days of Pro for free.
Dariush Svirch saying only sky is the limit, and there is no limit to the success that the California Unicorns can have this season. He is a strong grandmaster, originally from Poland, now playing for the United States. Danya, he is definitely a player you want on your team.
Absolutely. I mean, he is the consummate professional, Robert. It took him a while to get up to the high 2600s. It was a tough journey for him, but ultimately he made it. He is also an opening specialist, by now the author of several incredibly well-received opening books. He's written both on 1e4 and 1d4. He is a fearsome competitor, and he will come every week, fight it out, and he does not go too low with the lows. He is resilient every game, and a big save in round one as he holds that endgame against Bardia Danishvar, and the California Unicorns are sitting pretty with a 1-point lead.
And Dariush Svirch now gets the white pieces. That's down on the last board against Polina Shuvalova. But I'm looking at the top because Bogdan Daniel Dejac, he won his first game. Leon Levaich had a tough one against Georg Meyer. Georg Meyer is kind of the rock that holds many teams together. He's so difficult to take down. But if the Bulldogs want a chance at a comeback, Bogdan Daniel Dejac will have to use his 2,700 plus rating to take down Georg Meyer.
Man, I don't envy him. He's basically in a must-win situation every round, and that's what you get when you've got those 2,700 plus players on your team. I talked about it at the conclusion of the last match. Whether you like it or not, you're going to have to do some hardcore carrying, and the lower boards, Polina Shuvalova in particular, she was in a very competitive battle against Ray Robson that could have gone either way, and she has to keep it going, keep trying, and score a couple of upsets to give the Bulldogs a fighting chance.
I agree with that because Shuvalova is such a strong board four, rating at around 2,500. We saw that with the Shanghai Tigers, right? Liu Yiping, he is super strong at 2,500 as well. So you kind of enjoy having a balanced lineup that's spearheaded by a monster on the top board. And for Croatia, they have that going on for them. Same deal with the Unicorns, though. I think the Unicorns, if Sabina Foysha can ever score even a half point, that bodes really well for their chances because she is outrated every single game.
She is indeed, and she is outrated in this game against Leon Levaich, who got absolutely demolished, incinerated at the hands of Georg Meyer, a typical Meyer win. So Levaich, with the white pieces, has a chance at revenge. The time control there was off. As much as I would like to see 3-minute chess.
That's not what Danya, that's not what happened, I don't think. That was Polina Shuvalova. She was playing a blitz game. Like, someone challenged her, and she probably thought it was the Pro Chess League game.
Oh!
It was some random blitz game. So I saw that as well, but I looked into it, and it was Polina getting challenged to a blitz game. She is going to wait for her rapid game to begin, but this one is off.
That's happened to me a couple of times, and there we go. Indeed, Bogdan has the white pieces here against Meyer, and Bogdan can play both e4 and d4, but Meyer is a French specialist that d-takes e4 Rubinstein French. He's been playing it since the Treaty of Appomattox was signed in the 1800s. So Bogdan doesn't want anything to do with that. Instead, they've got a nice little Bogo Indian.
Yes, we do. Knight BD2, bishop coming to G2, kind of a slower approach. And wait a second, Dundee, is Georg Meyer playing with the white pieces or the black pieces? Because I've had this exact position against him with the black pieces. He plays it with both colors. That guy, Georg Meyer, the grandmaster who now plays for Uruguay, he knows his openings as well as anybody on the planet. He's a specialist in the Rubinstein French. He plays the Catalan. He has inspired many people to play the Catalan because he always seems to have a slight advantage. Now with the black pieces, he says, you know what? You take the bishop pair. I'm okay with it because I'm going to rapidly challenge you in the center. First taking on d4. If the queen takes, the knight comes to c6 with tempo. Black can play d7 to d5 at some moment to trade some more pawns. Georg Meyer, he looks unfazed.
Listen, if you're an aspiring player, a young player, and you're looking for someone whose games you can analyze, somebody less known whose games you can analyze to help yourself build up foundations, positional foundations, learning how to maneuver, look at Meyer's games with both colors. The guy is an absolute buzzsaw. He might not have tall like brilliancies, or at least a lot of them, but he definitely has those boa constrictor wins by the basin full. And right now, he is facing a bishop pair. He's given it up. He's given it up for active development. I do like what Bogdan is doing. And once again, I'm just making sure that the colors are right because Georg Meyer would just kill to have this position with white right now.
I think what we're likely to see is black to slide the rook to c8, and white will bring the bishop out to g5. And then when that happens, we probably will see all the pieces, the bishop, the knight, the queens, come off in the f6 square. So black's pawn structure will be a little bit compromised, but it's not the end of the world, especially in the endgame. So rook c1, step one. Knight a5 is actually a huge threat going after the c4 pawn and the b3 square. That's the problem when you push the pawn to a3, is you give up light squares over there on the queen side. So bishop g5, I do think h6 will likely be the response. Yes, we see some light square issues for white.
Well, I remember Robert Hubner and Josef Dorfman were playing a game, and the b3 square was also weak, and black actually took a pen and put it on the square to illustrate the weakness of that square. Okay, that went completely in the wrong direction, but black's knight is knows which direction it's going. White could beat black to the punch with b4, but you could easily overextend yourself then on the queen side. So a lot of difficult positional problems and moving parts to take care of. I like Bogdan's position, and he's probably going to take 5 minutes here. He is Grishuk number 2. He loves getting down below 3 minutes. That's what he lives for, Robert.
Well, he played b4, but we'll leave these two to it. Yeah, he did. But just because other games are underway, this one is going to be an interesting battle between two very positional players when they have such a locked position. But you see in the top right, Leon Levaich with the white pieces for the Bulldogs take out Sabina Foysher. He's going to need to win that game. Only a pair of dark square bishops and a pawn each have been traded. And the bottom left, Ray Robson against Bardia Dineshvar. That one is a Maroxy bind structure. White with a c4 and e4 pawns, making sure that you have full control of the center. And the bottom right, we have liftoff Dariusz Svirich against Polina Shuvalova. So interesting games, no matter where you look on your screen.
Absolutely. I really feel that the Robson-Dineshvar affair is going to be a defining game in this match. Can the Iranian phenom, the Grandmaster-elect, having secured his last norm just a couple of weeks ago, and the reigning Iranian champion, score a big upset victory? He's definitely playing for a win. They've got sort of an accelerated Dragon Marozi bind type setup. I don't know what opening it came from. We can take a closer look, Robert, but I'll leave the final say up to you.
Okay, you're putting all the pressure on me.
Yes, I am.
Why don't we go to that Robson game against Dineshvar? Just because the games on the right side seem to be a little tamer, whereas this game here, it's not a symmetrical pawn structure. And what are those knights doing on a3 and c2? It looks very odd. It looks like there's some Fischer random going on, but I think we know why. If you just go back a few turns, we can bring up an analysis board for it if we need. But the reason the knight didn't go out to the c3 square, after this series of moves, if we just keep going a little bit, is black delayed this development of the knight to f6. So keep going. You see that until black plays knight f6, white does not play knight to c3 because the bishop will snap that knight off. So if knight c3 had been played, bishop takes, pawn takes. Look at those double isolated c pawns. Black is just going to go after him. I love playing this from the black side in blitz. I've had it many, many times, and it's just easy to play. Just your targets. So that is why Ray Robson said, I don't want any part of that. I'm not going to allow you to go after my pawns. He instead brought his knight to a3, and then later in this game, he is going to bring his knight to e3 very likely and take control over the d5 square.
That was very well explained. Moments like that are so easy to overlook, and yet they're crucial to understanding the course of the game and why the players make the moves that they do. So the knight on a3 is going to be a long-lasting problem for Ray. He can try to reroute the knight via b5. In fact, he can try to do that on the very next move. But first, he takes care of business because b2 was hanging. Speaking of rerouting, Dineshvar could bring his knight to c5. And ultimately, Robert, I feel like the big question in the next couple of moves is, can black whip up some form of activity on the queen side before white takes care of business and improves his knight? I actually thought a6 might have been a more prudent choice to keep the knight at bay, but Dineshvar going accelerated dragon style and creating a stronghold for his knight on b4.
Yeah, knight on b4, knight on c5. Give me those dark squares for my knights. And Ray Robson, he's looking at his position like, I'm not so sure about that one. He can slide his queen up to d2 just to take away that b4 square, and it connects his rooks at the same time. But he actually just goes forward with knight to b5, showing no fear whatsoever. He's not afraid of these knight b4 jumps.
And knight c5 is on the board. I'm on the same page, queen d2 and b3. And although I was impressed with Dineshvar's opening, I feel like the trend of the game is starting to pick up in white's direction. Maybe black should try to change the trend of the game with another typical accelerated idea, f7, f5. As risky as it is to leave the bishop unprotected and the center tender, that's what you might need in order to spark the flames of the initiative for black.
I like the move f5. It's sort of thematic here in a Maroxy bind. White has a bind with the C and E4 pawns, so you play f5 to challenge them. But no, Dineshvar plays the move pawn to a4. He wants to stop the B pawn from pushing, but you can push it anyway. So while we're thinking along with Ray Robson, why don't we bring in team captain of the Unicorns, Kostya Kavutsky. So we're going to have him join us here on the call. And there he is. Hey, what's up, Kostya?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Doing well. How about you? How are you enjoying your role as a manager? Are you nervous right now watching your players play?
Yeah, it's been super fun. We're rooting for the Unicorns here. We've got a slogan, "Shook 'em corns." So having tons of fun. It's been a while since I managed the team, but I'm working with David Pruis, who's doing most of the work here, of course, getting the players and everything. But yeah, it's been an absolute blast.
And Kostya, obviously, I won't hide my allegiances. I played for the Unicorns for many years, so I will say that my team is the Cobras. I want the Cobras to win, but a part of my soul will always be dedicated to the Bay Area and to the Unicorns.
Yeah, appreciate it. Absolutely.
Wow, look at Danya, not a neutral commentator. Let's get him out of here.
Neutral, me?
Well, I actually have to ask you, Kostya. So Ray Robson, he has played for a number of different teams in the Pro Chess League. Of course, he's often in St. Louis. How did you get him on your squad? He's a super GM. He is incredibly talented. What was that negotiation like?
Yeah, I was absolutely stoked when we got him. I believe David was the one that convinced him to join the team. I'm sure they've known each other for many years, and yeah, I forget exactly when we got him. It wasn't that long ago. All this has happened very, very quickly in the span of the last couple of weeks or so. But I think he wasn't playing on the team. I think David's always wanted to have him on the team. He's so strong in online chess. He's like a 3-time puzzle battle world champion. I mean, he's just a monster. He's just an absolute monster. And a lot of our players are. So I'm honestly just super, super excited to watch these guys play.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kostya, definitely want to look at some of the positions, but I also want to ask you about Sam Shankland, who is a Bay Area native. Basically the same question about Sam. How well do you know Sam, having lived in the Bay Area yourself for several years? And how excited are you to see Sam, obviously former U.S. champion, make an appearance for the Unicorns in the subsequent weeks?
Yeah, I've known Sam for many years. We go way back, and I know he's played for the team for many years. He used to play for the San Francisco Mechanics. Fun fact, David mentioned this not too long ago. Shankland started out as a board 4 in the U.S. Chess League, and has since worked his way up to being, one of the strongest players, not just in the league, but in the world, obviously. So it's fantastic to have him as our board 1. I think he's a natural leader. He often performs extremely well in team events. You guys know his record, like in the Olympiad. So yeah, I think he's just a great player to have on the team.
For sure. Well, Kostya, we have you here. We're going to look at the chess with you as well. So Ray and Bardia Dineshvar, they're just kind of hanging in this position. Nothing major happening at the moment. So let's zoom out from this specific game and look at all 4 boards here. You have the lead, 2.5, 1.5, the California Unicorns. But as you look, I'm looking at the top right. Sabina Feuscher has an advantage against Leon Leviat. So why don't we tune in there? And while we do, Kostya, what was it like bringing Sabina onto your roster? I think she lives in North Carolina, closer to Danya than to the West Coast.
Yeah, Sabina was another great pickup. Actually, this was my idea. I was the one that reached out and recruited her. Basically, we realized we needed some female players just around 2,200 to really make it work with our average and our lineup. And her FIDE ratings right around there, which actually I thought was very fortunate because I think she's kind of underrated. Like, she's super experienced, U.S. Women's Champion. She's played like these online events before. So yeah, I think that was kind of a very lucky pickup for us to have her available and work with our average.
Mm-hmm. Well, Kostya, how optimistic are you about Sabina's chances in this position? What jumps out at you?
Well, right now it's like, okay, it's a symmetrical structure. I think this was exchange Slav, so super solid. I think she's done fine. Looks like she's up a little bit on the clock, which is nice. And that first round game, I don't know what you guys thought of it. It was like it came down to the wire, right? Like she was fighting and like putting up very stiff resistance. So hopefully that gives her good confidence. It's very tough for these board fours because they start off playing the board one, right? The strongest player on the other team, and then they have to play the board two. So they start off with their absolute like toughest matchups before they finally get to play players a little bit closer to their rating. But Sabina's a huge fighter. So I feel like she's going to do absolutely fine.
Kostya, you're one of the nicest people in the world. So I just want to state that before I make my next question is, well, you're a team captain. Do you tell players like, hey, I want you to score a draw if you can with the white pieces? Because you're mentioning that Sabina is the lowest rated player of the 8. And if she scores a half point in any individual game, that seems like a success. So do you let the players do their own thing? Or are you kind of telling them, hey, maybe in certain circumstances, let's just secure a draw here or play it solidly?
Yeah, to be perfectly honest, I would say David Pruis, he's going to be like the main team captain / manager. So if anyone is telling like the super GMs to make a draw or something, it'll be him, and it won't be coming from me. But I think most of these players are experienced enough that they kind of get it. Sabina knows she's playing up every round. I mean, every half point is going to be useful for the team. I'm sure these guys are experienced enough. They know if we're ahead, play solid. If we're behind, you need to take risk and score points. I'm not too worried about it. I'm more kind of just following them, trying to hype up, the crowd, the dojo to root for the Corns.
Well, I just second what Robert said about your wholesomeness and just the educational value of your stream and the instruction and recommendations that you and Jesse and David bring to the table. If we could swing back to the bird's eye view really quickly. Speaking of experience, Georg Meyer, we've sung his praises along with Robert for this entire match. So as we navigate over to his incredibly complicated position against the Bulldogs' top seed, Bogdan Daniel Teach, Kostya, you can opine on this position as you wish, but perhaps could you also say a couple words about how excited you are to have someone like Georg on his team and what your expectations are for him?
Yeah, Georg, another great player, another great pickup. David recruited him, I think like a week or two ago. I was again surprised when we got him. He's so strong. He has a lot of experience in the league. He used to play for the Stockholm Snowballs, I remember, and he was their board 1, and he did fantastic. He's such a good like online speed chess player. He's just like so strong. And we have him as like board 3, which I think is like really a good spot for him. Not that it matters that much. Everyone is going to play everyone in this format, but still, when I feel like your board 3 is this good, it definitely gives you a lot of confidence. And his position right now, I guess, is not great. I see the eval bar, which is definitely affecting me. But I also see White's dark square bishop as a very annoying piece in the position. That seems to be the problem. Of course, his opponent is also extremely strong. So this is not an easy matchup for Georg by any stretch.
No, it certainly isn't. But I want to give you one piece of good news before we let you know you're streaming on your channel. If we just go back to the bird's eye view quickly, can we just have all of our attention on the top right for a second? Because Sabina Fleischer with the black pieces, I see that eval bar going down. And I think the reason why is she is up not only on the clock, but she is going to go after that d4 pawn. So Kostya, how does it make you feel to see that pickup, one of the later pickups, Sabina Fleischer, she's performing, it looks like, in this game for your team?
Yeah, this is looking great. Really, nice position on the clock as well. But I see like King F7 coming in for black, Knight F5, and D-pawn's going to be under a lot of pressure. Seems just like a very easy, like healthy position for black to play. You have this F6 G5 structure that's just like restricting the knight on F3. I love it. Yeah, it's great. Go Sabina. No notes.
Well, I know you're gonna be on the edge of your seat, Kostya, praying for your team. But great stuff so far from the Unicorns, a team to watch. And International Master Kostya Kabutsky, thank you for making time. Those watching on the chess.com channel, twitch.tv/chessdojo live is Kostya's amazing educational stream. He's streaming right now. So Kostya, we will let you go and enjoy the match in peace. Good luck to the Unicorns. And thanks for all the insight.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Thank you guys. See ya.
Thanks, Kostic. Good luck to your team. And you said it's a team to watch. It's also a stream to watch. Go to the Chess Dojo to learn and up your chess game. And right now, Sabina Foischer is bringing her best stuff when the team needs her. Look at these last couple moves. G4, knight F5, hitting the knight on E6, now winning the D4 pawn. And there's a huge problem for white is there's a fork on E2. So it's not just you take my pawn, I take yours. After knight takes D4, there is no knight takes D5 because of the fork on the E2 square. Sabina Foischer is going to be up upon you. See Leon Leviat shaking his head. And what Kostya Kavutsky said, that Sabina Foischer is underrated. She's just under 2,200. She makes the team average work, and she's working it on the chessboard right now.
She absolutely is. Leon Leviat got too casual. He was slightly better out of the opening, but he opened up the center prematurely, and he is paying the price in the most direct way imaginable, losing the pawn on d4, which used to be protected by a lovely pawn on e3, but he got rid of that pawn, didn't realize how quickly Sabina's pieces would get into the game. And you don't have to tell her twice. Knight f takes d4 is on the board. Black is up a center pawn. And for Sabina right now, I think Sabina needs to go for the kill. I think she needs to believe in her winning chances here. Obviously, she must be nervous right now. She understands the gravity of this game and the impact that she could make with a huge upset victory. Let's see if she can maintain her composure and, most importantly, Robert, manage her time well and leave herself with enough time to make good, solid decisions.
And right now, the rook came to c5, trying to win this pawn on d5. The problem for white is that even if you win the pawn, I like to move rook c to d8. Because if you take this pawn on d5 with your knight ever, the black rook goes all the way down to e2, and there are problems everywhere in the position. And as you're pointing out, b6 will kick the rook away. So for Sabina, she needs to keep this lead on the clock just as much as she wants to keep this extra pawn on the board. And what Kostya said is true. She has a wealth of experience. She used to be around 2350 FIDE. She has lost points in recent years. Rating is temporary. Class is forever. She has what it takes to take down Leviat in this endgame. She also needs to keep that lead on the clock, Daniel. And that's where I'm keeping my eyes.
With every ticking second, I'm starting to get a little bit more worried here. Now, a draw would still be a very impactful result, would be a bit of a disappointment given how much better she is. But nonetheless, Sabina has to make sure that she doesn't flag, that she doesn't bring herself down to 5 seconds when absolutely anything can happen. A mouse slip, blundering a fork. I have lost a couple of completely winning positions to Leon Leviat in Blitz and Bullet games. He is incredibly tricky, as are all up-and-coming young GMs, but rook c to d8 is on the board, the best move found by Sabina Foischer, and so far, she is playing perfectly, keeping her pawn guarded. Knight e2 check, Robert, is a huge threat, penetrating to e2 and chopping up more pawns on the queen side.
And we're talking about how knight takes d5 is not really available in many positions because of this b6 push. So just to show that, yeah, the rook needs to stay protecting the knight. That rook gets booted away, and that means that black would win material. And now, Leon Leviat, about 40 seconds remaining on his clock. That's very bad news for the Bulldogs. They are down on the scoreboard, and now they're down on this board. He is board 2 for the Bulldogs. But board 4 for the Unicorns is straight king h1. I mean, that's a sad move to play. Maybe the best move, Danya. But who plays king h1 in an endgame? You want your king at the center.
I'm not claiming I'm a swindle specialist. I don't think I've ever won a lost position. In fact, that's the only thing I've done. So you got to keep the tension. If you're Leon Leviat, try to keep as many pieces on the board, set traps when you can, but you are on your last legs. I think Sabina should step on the gas pedal, g7, g5. Well, maybe not, because if knight takes d5 and then the f6 pawn hangs. Knight e2 check is much simpler, but Leviat can take and play rook d1, Robert. This game is far from over. Sabina needs to continue to play actively and accurately, but Leviat is going to try to boot the rook off of e2 with king f1.
But she has a trap. Knight e5 welcomes king f1 with the rook takes f2 check. You sacrifice your rook to win that rook on c5. So I actually think knight e5 to d3 can't really be stopped because the knight on d2 is stuck in place. The b2 pawn behind it is hanging. So, and knight e5 also threatens rook takes d2 with a fork on f3.
Great call, but I think Sabina might be tempted by knight d4, which is inaccurate because of king f1. And the similar tactic where you try to simplify into the rook endgame, I won't show that because Sabina's about to make a move, fails to rook takes d5. That's exactly how you see these turnarounds. No, she's found it! Knight e5 on the board. Sabina making all the right moves. Oh, my lands.
And
damn, girl. Rook takes f2.
And you see Leviatch, he didn't see that coming at all. He wants to resign. You could tell this is a team event. You cannot give up unless the position is hopelessly lost. There is still some hope for white, but D4, throw that pawn forward. That is a passer, and you can even push it as far as D3, but as you're pointing out, B4 will boot that black knight backwards.
The only glimmer of hope for Leon Leviatch. Sabina's clock continues to dwindle. White's down to 10 seconds. Sabina's down to 50 seconds. She has to keep herself above, let's say, 20 seconds. King F7 blunders a pawn, though, knight E3. And Leviatch is starting to make a little bit of progress. Still some hope for the Croatian Grandmaster here.
Oh my gosh, she pushed her pawn too far. Now, this is bad. She has so much extra time, but she is moving too quickly. B4 will boot the knight out. The D3 pawn will fall, and I don't think she has an advantage anymore. This is not good for the Unicorns. They really wanted her to spring this full upset.
Endgames are cruel, right? This is how quickly the game can turn around. And I'm going to say something crazy. Leon Leviatch, if he can pick up the D3 pawn, is already playing for a win. But he's over-ambitious. He's allowed rook E4 check, and now he's got to waste the tempo. The rook will infiltrate to E2. King D4 was a horrific move by Leviatch. King F3 was automatic, but he might still be able to pull out half a point.
Yeah, he'll be fortunate to hold this game because he is down a pawn in a simplified rook and pawn ending. And now for black, where do you put your rook? I would actually bring it back to B5, put it on the A5 square, and then move my king about. She went G6. Okay, she's just keeping the status quo. But rook G2, that keeps the rook on D3 honest. So what she really wants, an A6 here, keeps that king out. She wants the white rook to go to D6 and go take the queenside pawns while she takes the kingside pawns. I actually think she's going to win this game.
Oh my gosh. She has great chances. I want to stay on this game and mention that Bardia Daneshvar is much, much better in an endgame against Ray Robson. So good news there for the Bulldogs. But let's stay on this fascinating rook endgame. Sabina trying to find inroads, going back and forth, knifing her way into White's territory, but now dropping the king back. Leon Leviatch is still keeping her at bay, and he's actually pretty close, especially if you can take both of these pawns, to creating a pawn race and potentially a draw.
It's so tough to beat these GM says by Ted Droid 1. She just simplifies it. She wants to keep her king running while the enemy king is far away. It's not a horrible effort in your opponent's time trouble. But King F5 is by rook F3 check. That is the important saving grace.
King E5, rook E3 check, followed by rook F3 check. Black cannot afford to give up the F6 pawn. And I think Leon Leviatch is on the cusp of bringing his king back. There it is. He should be able to hold the draw now. And Sabina has to stay careful because I've seen crazier stuff than this. Rook takes G3 would force the draw, but she's still in the driver's seat. She's still very much pushing with King E4.
Yeah, she wants F4 now, perhaps to get her king active. No, she goes back. But this game will be a draw now. Leon Leviatch can finally breathe at long last. This is simplified, and both players know it. This is now going to be a split point. So we can leave these players. I feel confident that nothing crazy is going to happen. And if we go back to the bird's eye view, as this game is about to come to its conclusion, we see it is a... okay, she doesn't want the 3-time repetition, but she trades her final pawn.
She does indeed. That's a draw. Huge news, Robert, for the Unicorns. Georg Meyer has saved a completely lost position and held the draw against Bogdan Deac, the number 1 for the Bulldogs. That's half a point that the Bulldogs want back. Good news there for the Unicorns. But let's go to the Robson game, because that is in a wild time scramble.
Wow, and Robson, I mean, this position is worse for him. Yeah, we go right into that game. The knight can come back to C3, forking everything. But there is a rook A8 check. The problem is the king is mated. The white king is mated. Whoa, G3.
H takes G3 should end it, but knight takes D1 might be the practical option in a time scramble.
Yeah, he's going to bring his knight back to D3. How many pawns are under attack? How many pawns is black up?
This is going to be huge. A disappointing game by Deac, but can Daneshvar finish it off? He is laying down the wood in this accelerated dragon.
And rook E3 leads to mate, so the white king is nothing get checkmated. I know that Ray Robson sees tactics quickly, but rook E3... knight E3 is even easier. You win a piece.
This is resign time. 21 seconds. F6 check. Anything wins. B4, rook E3. Just don't allow stalemate. That's it.
Wow, Bardia Daneshvar is a monster. The Iranian, he's about to be minted as a grandmaster. He's about to deliver checkmate on the G3 square. It's it's a loss on time, but same is true. Mate, loss on time, resignation. It's still a win for Bardia Daneshvar. Huge for the Bulldogs because Danya, they look like they were in huge trouble, but they tie this set of games 2-2, so they keep the match within striking distance.
They could not be happier at this result. Leon Levaich is going to be kicking himself for not winning, but he holds the draw in a dead loss position. A black win for Bardia Daneshvar. And their most disappointing result, Robert, was the Bogdan Deac draw. Georg Meyer, he's not just a buzzsaw. He is as solid as a rock. He just does not give up. It was a winning position, Robert, for many, many, many moves. But ultimately, Bogdan oversimplified it. He brought his pieces too far back, traded queens, and Georg Meyer managed to hold a miserable endgame for a bunch of moves with no time on the clock. Very impressive stuff.
Wait, but how did this game end in a draw? Because the evaluation bar seemed... just go to the end. Just like the final position.
End. Final position is this.
It's winning for white, apparently. White's up a pawn. So how did this game end in a draw?
Oh my gosh, h6 ends the game immediately and king f6.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You repeated by accident.
Oh my
This ends
goodness. So what you're telling me is that Georg Meyer escaped with the draw because of a 3-time repetition, just like June had against Nicholas Theodorou earlier today.
I can't believe this. He had a million chances to go h6, and 8 seconds is not 1 second. This is something that's well within his capabilities, but he got nervous. He got impatient. He got nervous. And when you're in time pressure for 30 moves, Robert, crazy things start to happen. A huge miss for Bogdan Daniel Deac, but all credit to Georg for staying in the game, and Kaiser rewards him.
Well, okay, then the 2-2 finish for round 2 seems even more fair because Sabina Feuscher, she was about to take down Leon Levaich. He survives. Georg Meyer was about to lose, but he survived. That is a split point for both of them. California and Croatia, only 1 point separates them. Danya, Bogdan Daniel Deac, 1.5 points, but Bardia Daneshvar, he's the real hero thus far for the Bulldogs, while for the Unicorns, it's kind of everybody doing their part.
Yeah, they're evenly distributed. Sabina Feuscher, right? She's done her job. Yeah, she didn't win that position, but she pulled out a huge draw with the black pieces. That gives her a lot of confidence, and she will have white in the next round. Leon Levaich, he needs to step it up. He needs a big win in the next round, and Bogdan Daniel Deac has to put this game behind him and keep setting himself on the right course. This is a nail-biter, Robert. No better way to end the day than with a match like this.
Certainly not. Only 1 point separates these two teams. Will we see tie breaks? That remains to be seen. But for now, we will get on out of our chairs, stretch our legs, get some water, because when we return, the action will continue here at the final match of Pro Chess League Week 1. It is the Croatia Bulldogs, led by Agadbator, and the California Unicorns, led by Chess Dojo.
This whole concept of just bulldozing the Black King, jumping in there with the Queen, and making sure the Rook comes in with a ladder mate is everything this chapter is about.
Everything this chapter is about.
The point is, I don't want you to get a move that's not in the course and go, I don't know what to do. 92% of games get to this position. From this position, white is winning about 60-70% of the time. And I think if you learn these lines, that very easily could be 75% or 80% for you.
You see the board one for the Croatia Bulldogs on screen in front of you. That is Bogdan Daniel Dejac. He is a super grandmaster, and I can't tell if his bookshelf is organized or messy. I see some binders there, Danya, so I want to say it's organized, and he just has a lot of things.
It's in a state of controlled entropy. You know, he's got his school binders at the top, but the top of it is making a little bit nervous. That globe at the top, I feel like if you breathe on it wrong, the whole structure could topple over. Well, Bogdan was unable to deliver on a winning position in the last round, but it is not the end of the world for the Croatia Bulldogs, who are very much still in the match, maintaining that 1-point deficit that they had after the first round, Robert, as we review the pairings for round 3.
Yeah, I was busy thinking about the second law of thermodynamics. I think that's like net entropy will at minimum stay the same or maybe increase, but that's neither here nor there. Bogdan Daniel Dejac gets black against Dariusz Svirch. Ray Robson with white against Leon Levaich. Levaich, he barely survived against Sabina Foysher. And speaking of Sabina, she gets black against Bardia Dineshvar. That's a big opportunity for the Bulldogs. Sabina has shown she is not going to go down without a fight. But Bardia Dineshvar, he's been playing excellent chess. He just took down Super Grandmaster Ray Robson. So, Danya, as you look across the 4 boards, where is your X Factor game?
Well, Bardia Dineshvar is a huge pickup for the Bulldogs. He needs to deliver. The X Factor game for me is Leon Levaich's game against Ray Robson. It is a tall task. He is not in the best form. He has the black pieces against a Ray who is determined to make up for his loss in the previous round. Will Leon Levaich be able to get out of a tailspin, calm himself down, and score at the very least half a point? I think that's what the Bulldogs need to at least level up the score after this round.
Well, we see 2 players on our screens, Dariusz Svirch against Bogdan Daniel Dejac. So the Unicorns have a 1-point lead. They get the white pieces in this game. And what do you make of this matchup? Because Svirch, he's not somebody who takes risks unnecessarily. He starts with d4 in this game. What do you anticipate happening between these two?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, and Darius has written a 2-volume book on 1e4. Here, he plays the opening that he's played for longer periods in his life. I agree with the gist of what you're saying. I think he's going to play something on the more positional, less risky side. Knight b87, by the way, a very popular Queen's Gambit declined type variation, and White's got a vast array of options here. Bishop f4 has been all the rage now for a couple of years, but Dariusz might play a tamer idea like c takes d5, where Jabov is nowhere to be found. But I think Dariusz is going to keep himself well within range of making a draw, which would be a completely acceptable result.
So my favorite part of what you just did is you didn't tell me or ask me if I understood your punt. So that was a good one. I appreciate that one. But in this position, I have to appreciate that Bishop f4 can be met by pawn takes c4. So these are the type of imbalances that perhaps Bogdan Dejac wants. And we see that Bishop g5 was played instead, and now the bishop is kicked. The bishop goes back to h4. Black often just slides the bishop e7, breaking the pin. And we have a solid position right now. Black can take on c4 at some moment, but that allows the white pawn to go up to e4. You don't want to give your opponent the center so easily.
Yeah, this particular line of the Queen's Gambit has existed since time immemorial, but the idea of capturing on d5 is a somewhat newer trend. So we've got piece trades all across the board. The knights could get swapped as well, or Dariusz could play more ambitiously, which he does, with e4. And I think we called it, Robert. He's playing with less risk. 2 minor pieces are already off the board, but that doesn't mean the position has no life. This resembles a Samaitara structure now, particularly in the event of a trade where black gets the classic 2-on-1 majority on the queen side and white gets the corresponding majority in the center.
And we will likely see that trade at some point, but perhaps, I was going to say perhaps b6 first. Nope, b6 second. The bishop comes to b7, a rook will come to c8, the knight will go to f6, but white is first to the c file. So rook c1 right now is very tempting, and perhaps black will play knight f6, or there's the second option of e5. I don't love the look of e5 because you allow white to have a passed pawn, but you do carve out the c5 square for your knight. So there are pros and cons to every decision.
There are indeed, but knight f6 is Bogdan Daniel's decision, and Dariusz is going to have to press the gas pedal in the center. If you fall asleep and you allow black to get his pieces into the game, and this is how black wins these positions. He gets all his pieces in, and a queen trade generally favors black here because it is easier to create a pass pawn, and that will be an outside pass pawn. in a potential endgame. So Dariush, he might have a very solid position, but he's not out of the woods. And I think he's going to have to play with a lot of dynamism and energy to justify the structural transformations that he has allowed in the opening.
Well, you used the word dynamism, and I think as we zoom out of this game, we'll see a game that is more dynamic. If you look on the top right of your screen, there's been a pawn push up to g5 for Leon Levias. So he is showing no fear against Ray Robson as he takes that bishop on g3. The third game is also about to start, and there it goes. Bardia Dinesvar plays knight f3. We saw him against Dariush Svirch play a very strategic battle where he just had more space and better control. We'll see if Sabina Feuchter can fend him off. So, Danya, in the top right, I think that game will likely be quite interesting between the puzzle rush champion and an angry Leon Levias, who lost to Georg Meyer and barely escaped with the draw against Sabina Feuchter.
Indeed, and I think it does merit a closer look. So let's zoom into Leon Levias' game against Ray Robson, and a big decision right now on deck for Ray. Which side is he going to castle? Now, you don't need to ask me. You don't need to ask Ray twice. Castle's long. That's the only thing I wanted to hear. That's what we see. But Robert, let's not pretend that this is not without tremendous risk. Those bishops, they might be blocked in by pawns right now, but in the event of a well-timed c5, perhaps supplemented by queen a5 and rook c8, maybe even b5, b4, you could totally see white get checkmated here, but white could also rip open the center, and it's not like black's king is in a comfortable bed surrounded by blankets. It's feeling mighty uncomfortable as well.
Well, I would love to be surrounded by blankets, but instead, commentating with you, not a bad alternative. And Danya, I think the black king has a choice because it can castle kingside right now. I would prefer to castle queenside. I think that you could slide your queen up to e7, castle queenside, quickly bring your king to b8, and then try to proceed from there. But Ray is going to slide his own king to b1, his rook to c1, his knight to a4, and just try to compete for the queenside. So it's it looks tactical, but there's a lot of strategic elements at play.
There most certainly are, and if the queens are swapped, then the nature of the game transitions entirely from dynamic and tactical to fully strategic. So you cannot play with abandon here, especially with black. You've got these weak light squares on the king side. So I'm totally with you. Very, very hard position to handle, and that is why we see both players taking significant things on every move.
And while they do, I do want to zoom out once again because a game that is quite far along is the last game that began. Paulina Shuvalova with the white pieces in the bottom right against Georg Meyer. Daniel, the queens are off the board. White has the bishop pair. I feel like this is everything you'd want if you're thinking about this from the Croatia Bulldogs perspective.
Yeah, I would assume that this is preparation by Shuvalova. Georg Meyer is one of the most predictable players over 2,600. He's also one of the best prepared, but those things, they can go hand in hand, as we know from the case, for example, of Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's played the French for his entire life. He played it in this game, and Shuvalova essayed a system with an early g3, kind of misdirection because the bishop was not fianchettoed. It delivered a check on b5. That led to a mass trade, and white, I think, sits here with a comfortable slight plus, a bishop pair, Robert, and most importantly, that knight on d5, as impressive as it looks, it could be chased away on demand, but white should not do that too early because then you would be weakening tremendously some key squares along the d-file.
Yeah, I'm with you. I like the look of white's position, but it's not like there's a major advantage. The one thing you don't want when you have the pair of bishops, the two bishops advantage, is just trade off one set of bishops because then the knight often dominates the remaining bishop. Just think about it. A knight on d5 can't be kicked out by a dark square bishop. So, Danya, match strategy. The Croatia Bulldogs entered this round down by a point. This is a game where they have the white pieces. Paulina Shuvalova is all but a grandmaster, right? She is 2,500. She is very strong. She just doesn't have her final norms yet. But, when you look at this, does a draw, is that good for the Bulldogs or the Unicorn?
I think Paulina should decline a draw if it's offered here. I feel like a draw with black is a solid result for the Unicorns. I mean, Bogdan Daniel Deac rarely loses games. He's solid. Leon Levias against Robson. I mean, Ray has the white pieces. He's the favorite there. So you start thinking about it, you're going to have to deliver on some of your white games. And I don't think that Paulina is thinking about this from the perspective of making a quick draw. I think she's gone for this endgame intentionally, and she believes that she can outmaneuver Georg Meyer here, which, Robert, is a task that very few have accomplished and will accomplish. So I do not envy what's on Polina's plate in this position. Put that on your plate.
Yeah, well, Sophie Lennon would be proud of you. And so I'm seeing F3 now. The king will go to F2. I had to give you the marvelous Mrs. Maisel sort of reference there. And we'll see some slow development in this one. So while that happens, let's tune out. Let's go back to our bird's eye view just because this is an endgame. And, well, Danya, I see in the top right, Ray Robson against Leon Leviatch. The king is still in the center for black. And then in the bottom left, I see Bardia Dineshvar against Sabina Forger. Early stages, I like, once again, Sabina's time management. She's always playing quickly, giving herself time later down the stretch to find the best moves.
I like her time management as well. I don't love her position. She's given up the bishop pair. It just seems like a classic slight advantage. This position could also come from a Caro-Kan. I mean, you see that inverted pawn triangle, which is common in the two knights Caro. So I feel like Bardia is solidly better, and he's probably trying to figure out whether he wants the center open or whether he wants to push e5. So definitely some decisions to be made, and Sabina Forger adjusting after that first round and leaving herself with enough time on the clock. The rook's traded also in the top left, encouraging signs here for Bogdan Daniel Dejic, I think, who is holding his own pretty comfortably thus far.
The more we look at the other games, the more I think Polina Shuvalova, who's not risking anything, should just make a draw, because the Bulldogs are doing well across the other boards. Not anything major, not a huge advantage, but you just don't want to be ground down in an endgame by Georg Meyer, and we know he's capable of that. So while that looks like the rooks are being traded off in the Shuvalova game, so I don't worry for either side. But I'm a bit worried in the game between Svirich and Bogdan Daniel Dejic, because you called this, you foreshadowed this a long, long time ago, that for Dariusz Svirich, once the pieces come off the board, black should have the slightly upper hand, because in an endgame, the 2-on-1 queenside majority should be more helpful than the extra pawn in the center.
Well, as we travel back to Bogdan Daniel Dejic's state of controlled entropy, I think everything is well organized in this position. We might, by the way, see a repetition here and now in Shuvalova's game, and we will let you know if that happens. But in the meantime, the rooks are off the board, and I think a lot of people, Robert, would look at this and say, it's obviously a draw. You've got the same pieces on the board, but it could not be further from being an immediate draw. I think the position is equal, but there's a lot going on here under the hood. The bishop is hanging. There is a pawn imbalance, and Bogdan Daniel Dejic has a big decision to make. Bishop a6 would trade the bishops. Bishop b7 is also tempting because it puts pressure on e4. Where do you think he should go?
I generally like the look of bishop b7. White will play h3 just to create luft for the king. But I'm just trying to see the winning plan, right? Not that it's not a winning position. We acknowledge that it's about level, but I'm just trying to understand what plans that Bogdan Daniel Dejic can execute to put pressure on Svirich. And he plays bishop b7. So if the move h3 is played, what's next for black? Is there like a knight e8 to d6? I've seen that happen before. I just don't know where the pieces belong.
Yeah, that's where I'd love, Vladimir Kramnik or a Magnus Carlsen in my corner, just to give me a little bit of a push. I feel like those players just effortlessly find ways to keep increasing the pressure, tightening the screws. You could try that with a6 and b5, but you're also weakening a bunch of squares when you're doing that. So you just can't push your pawns with abandon. You need to find the right time to do that. Great call by you. And Dariusz saying, listen, I'm just going to hold the fort here, keep all my pawns protected. I'm tossing the ball right back into BDD's court.
First of all, great nickname. I've never heard that before. But for
Neither
black, for black, one of the big questions is, like, can you bring the king towards the center? It is an endgame. So if you can trade the queens, I think black then is much happier. But white, for now, is just controlling the center. It's very important that the black pieces can't jump forward. I think e4 to e5 at some point would be a huge mistake. You do not want to push that pawn. It gives the d5 square to black and opens up that bishop on b7. So the status quo is good enough for Svirich, but the clock situation, that's also a bother. He is down over a minute on time, and Bogdan Daniel Dejic has won Title Tuesday in the past. He is really, really good at blitz.
Well, to a grandmaster, hearing e5 in this position is akin to the sound of nails scraping a glass table. It is definitely not on white's radar, unless, of course, e5 allows the queen to infiltrate to c8, which is not possible because the bishop controls that square. So Bogdan, he's going to invest a long time here, get further into his comfort zone, which is, of course, the time scramble, which he seems to have in every game. And he does, in fact, make the committal decision to play a6. So, Robert, if he wanted an uneventful draw here, I think he could have brought his queen back to e7 or maybe played king f8. I think he's signaling with this move that he feels that he should at least make an attempt to win this game.
Well, players that are not making an attempt, at least no longer, are Polina Shuvalova and Georg Meyer. I just saw the repetition happen. So that game is over and done with. A draw between board 4 for the Bulldogs and board 3 for the Unicorns. I think that's a very fair result. I think that was the desired result for the Bulldogs. So as we look at the other remaining boards, the bottom right is a draw. The other 3 are still in session. Danya, I'm looking the bottom left, and F4 was just played by Bardia Dineshvar. And I'm looking at the top right, where all of a sudden, Ray Robson, that position is chaotic. I don't know where to turn, but I'm going to let you take the steering wheel.
Well, I'll second what you said. Lower left, Bardia is very much in control of the game. He's got the dream setup. He will need to speed up a little bit as Sabina has kept herself ahead on the clock. But I want to take a look at Ray Robson's game. You called it. Leon Levaich has ensured the safety of his king by castling queenside, but he seems to have forgotten that there are problems awaiting him on the other side of the board. Ray has ensconced a bishop on f5, cemented it with a pawn, and has a very clear plan of increasing the king. I guess that's technically the king side pressure with rook d to f1. Leon Levaich has just made too many sloppy moves thus far, and those moves will not go unpunished by someone as powerful as Ray Robson.
Look at this position, just domination by those pawns, e5 and d4 and g4, and any trade you hope to make. Perhaps a pawn will land on f5, but even a rook or a queen landing there, the f7 pawn is backwards. The h6 pawn is backwards. I don't think I love that decision.
I don't either. I feel like there was no rush, and that gives Leon perhaps a tempo to put a Band-Aid on some of these squares.
You're never supposed to play it, Danya, but f6 here. Because you were trying to rip open the e-file, and that way, if you take on f6, then I think black can just take on f5 and take on e3 after that. I don't like what Ray just did. There was no reason to trade pieces. When you have more space, more control, you're told to keep the pieces on the board. And I guess maybe rook takes e3 is a blunder because rook takes... Oh, gosh, that's...
Nope, that's not the move.
What is it? Just rook e1 maybe. Just a quiet move.
Typical anticlimactic computer chess because the pawns are too strong. But I'll let you finish your thought, Robert. Apparently in this position, you have to make a very zen move, like just queen c7 to d7. The e-pawn actually works in your favor because it keeps white's d1 rook without active prospects.
Okay, well then it's way more complicated than initially met the eye. I thought you would just play f6, take on e3, and survive, but I was mistaken. I acknowledge that. I own that. But I still stand by my statement that when you have more space, you want more pieces on the board. If we just go back one move, Danya, before knight to c5, just to show what that looked like. Where was that knight on d7 going? The answer is absolutely nowhere. So I feel like Ray should have just been able to slide his rook over. And by the way, look what move was just played. So Leon Levaich, he understands that he can get away with this move f6. And you don't want this to turn around. Ray needs to be careful.
He does indeed, and Leon understanding that the opportunity train was about to leave the station. If Ray would position the rook on f1, f6 would be a possibility that would not reoccur, and the pressure down the f-file would simply become decisive. And now the big moment for Leon. If Ray takes on f6, which I think he should, will Leon be able to resist the temptation to take on a3? No, it's a moot point. Bishop g6 instead is Ray's choice.
Wow. So Ray going after the rook, but can't that rook just slide over? Is the best bishop f5 after that? Are we going to see a repetition?
Huh. And maybe Ray's just trying to milk Levaich's clock down, and then we'll play e takes f6. But Robert, after rook g8, bishop f5, black can take on e5 and claim the extra pawn. I don't know what to make of that position either.
Yeah, I don't really understand what Ray is doing. I'm going to be honest. I kind of trusted him, so I didn't think he would give up a pawn. But he must be doing it for a reason.
But Leon's got to move. He took about 45 seconds on that, but he's calling Ray's bluff, and black must be objectively better at this point.
Yeah, you see the eval bar going just under the halfway point, advantage for black. But we see what Ray wants. He has a healthy pass pawn on f5, a rook behind it. He can play g4 at any moment if it needs defense. But I like what Leon Levaich is doing here. He is up a pawn. He can just take on d4 if he wants, and then he can bring a rook to the f8. Oh, he can't go rook f8 easily because rook takes h6. Sneaky tactics from the puzzle rush king.
Listen, my gut feeling, given the time situation, Levaich is an incredible bullet player, but I just feel very apprehensive about Black's chances. That pass pawn, supported by the rook, is the worst enemy of the player who's in time first. There's so many tricks here, f6, f7, and then again, rook takes h5. There's constant deflection ideas because the queen is aimed at the promotion square.
Yeah, and what is Levaich's next move? He said A, he's got to say B, and he does so. He plays h4. f7 will probably drop the pawn after rook f8. You can't bring another piece to defend it. So all of a sudden, Levaich can start playing rook f8, rook f7, other rook to f8, things of this nature, and he may be able to corral that runaway pass pawn. So this is a big moment for the California Unicorns. They do not want to see this match turn in the Bulldogs' favor.
A swindle win here by Levaich would be huge, but even a draw would be an excellent result for the Bulldogs. So Ray needs to make sure he doesn't lose his mind here, do anything foolish. Perhaps rook f5. He plays g4. Crazy move, trying to exploit Black's time pressure. En passant here, I think fails to rook takes h8 and f7. Ray playing for tricks, but it might work.
Well, I mean, what other moves are possible? h6, g3, out of the question. So you can take on d4 if you want. You can even push that pawn to e4 to release the tension of those pawns, and then play rook f8 and so on. I mean, Black now has a protected outside pass pawn. Let's not forget about that. By playing g4, you've given your opponent a passer. This is dangerous territory for both players, and Levaich down into 25 seconds at this point. This is not good.
And his form just hasn't convinced me that he will be able to handle these complications for the next couple of moves. Ray can intensify the pressure with rook f5. I think e4 should have been played on the move prior, but rook f8 is solid enough, keeping this pawn at bay, and a decision for Ray Robson. D takes c5 allows the queen to get active. The immediate rook f5 allows Black to lock up the center with e4.
Yeah, Ray's thinking, so I just want to draw our attention, if we zoom out for a second, to the other games. We'll be right back here. But if you look in the bottom left, Bardia Dineshvar is cruising. Oh, or he was until that move. Somehow that allows Black back in the game. But I do think White just has a healthy advantage regardless. And in the top left, Bogdan Daniel Deac, he might be the hero for the Bulldogs. It's advantage. And look at Dariush's clock. He's 5 seconds.
He's 5 seconds. And let's go to that game indeed, because it doesn't seem like anything has changed. White's clock certainly has changed, and the position has changed. Black is making progress pushing these pawns, and with 5 seconds, Robert, can Dariush handle the further progress of these pawns? He's got to find a way to get the queens off the board and reach some sort of clarity, or he's going to buckle under the time pressure, at one point or another.
Yeah, some of these players are moving at a ginger pace. I mean, this is very slow play thus far. 5 seconds in this position. B4, G. Whoa! Who plays G4 with 5 seconds of the clock?
Dariush is trying to force matters. He's trying to open up Black's king, but he's opening up his own. Queen c6 here builds the pressure on e4. a5 is also possible, but Deac now down to 40 seconds himself, so this ain't over.
No, it's not. And b3 is also, he plays a5, just a very simple, straightforward with 3 seconds.
Whoa.
He got to move off g5, swaps pawns, and now what? Is e5 actually a threat at some point for White?
Well, I was thinking about playing e5 for Black and forcing the queens off the board, but not sure about that. Queen c7, e5 is played. You called it. Knight d5, queen e4 is what Dariush is aiming for. He wants to checkmate the Black king, but he might checkmate his own queen c1 check.
Yeah, but there's also queen c6 first. That throws checkmate in 1, but he goes knight d5, and queen c1 picks up the knight on g5. Good eye by you.
Dariush has to step away. Queen c1 and knight f4 might end the game, but Bogdan, 18 seconds. He has to avoid panicking.
He simply must. And, queen c1,
93.
step 1. Oh, 93 is tricky.
Goes for the queen trade.
Okay, actually, that's just great decision-making. He's an outside pass pawn.
And he's going to go after this a-pawn or play a4 and b3. But he has to be very, very careful in this endgame. Dariush has a chance here if he can get his knight back in time. Wait a second.
Go bishop a6. Get out of this pin. Bring your bishop to c4. He plays b3 right away. If a takes, there's a3. You can't. A3.
Wait,
A2
knight b4. Knight b4.
Yeah, a2 and knight b4 in any order.
In any order, knight b4 is brilliant. And he's going to either win the bishop on e4 or promote a queen. It's over.
And that's a huge win for the Bulldogs. I mean, you could take 2 minor pieces.
Oh!
What? my gosh! And look at Darius Fierjan. This is why you don't resign. I cannot believe what we just saw. Instead of promoting, he took the knight and gave up his passer.
And he's going to lose. Or is he? He's keeping the knight at bay. He might lose this. Knight d3.
He's going to lose this game. That is unbelievable. That is up there with the Gawain Jones blunder. I mean, the Gawain Jones won, but I can't believe what I'm seeing.
What is up with this week, Robert? This is insane. The b-pawn is going to promote.
Oh my gosh. And black at best sacrifices the bishop for the pawn. There's a remaining pawn. That's resignation. That is unbelievable stuff. You see Darius, he just like goes, I get out of here. But let's go back to that moment quickly because Darius, it's just like, this was a ridiculous game.
This was insane. He played the right move, but then he didn't promote the pawn. He forgot that the knight was making contact with a2. And Robert, 11 seconds. That's what makes this moment and the Gawain Jones mouse slip of his opponent so crazy. Take your time, man. He blitzed out bishop takes e4, spent less than a second, and after knight takes a2, the pawn is gone, and so are black's chances. A1 queen, and Darius literally resigns the game because everything is falling here.
Yeah, queen c3 check. It doesn't matter. It was an alpha queen.
Oh, yeah.
And Darius, he can't believe it. He is beside himself. But the Croatia Bulldogs will likely be beside themselves. Let's go back to our full scene. We see that 2 games remain in the top right. Ray Robson against Leon Leviaj. That's a rook and pawn ending that's looking quite level. But in the bottom left, chaos ensues. Sabina Foysher, she's fighting. She may be worse, but she has a chance because Bardia Dineshvar's clock is ticking down to 40 seconds.
She has clawed her way back into that game. I think Ray's game is going to end in a draw. So Sabina's game, definitely the one with the most intrigue. Something is in the air, Robert. And Bardia, he has to win this game. I mean, the match isn't over if he doesn't win, but he absolutely has to deliver to keep the Bulldogs in the match. I still can't believe what we just saw, but let's focus on Sabina's attempt to stay in this game and look at what she's doing.
Yes, she could take on f5 with her rook and then bring her queen into g3. Let's not forget that black is actually up material. There are 2 rooks for black, only 1 for white. And after queen g3, there are threats everywhere. Rook f2, rook g5, rook h5. You name a rook move, it's a threat. So queen g3 is Sabina Foysher's chance right now.
And it's important that the rook on f6 is guarding the c6 square. The moment the knight lands on c6, it is snapped off the board. Black's king has time. Black has the time to play queen g3. And Sabina, using the rest of her time here, she has to step on the gas pedal right here. A huge chance. And rook f2 instead.
That's also a perfectly good move. White does not want to trade queens. You have the attack. Queen takes c5. What up?
Ray won! Ray won!
No way.
Oh my gosh, he won a pawn down rook endgame. Look at the final position. He's forcing the rook trade and will take on d5.
And that's in the top right, everybody. Ray Robson gets the win. The rooks are coming off. White wins the king and pawn endgame that ensues. That is unbelievable. The unicorns, I mean, they're a magical creature. Magic is happening right now. Oh my goodness.
They could basically win this match if Sabina completes the swindle. But let's go back to Sabina's game. She's down to 5 seconds, and I'm growing a little bit pessimistic. It looks like Daneshvar is turning this game around. Queen e4 ends the game. So does knight c6 check.
Queen e4, I don't even see a move for black, but there's no threat. Whoa, with the king in the corner? No way. How? Is there no good discovery somehow?
Well, the knight's going to drop back. The queen on c7 guards b7. Knight guards a8.
Oh, she lost some time. She completely forgot about her clock. You could see it in the expression on her face. Granted, she was in rough waters, the king on e8, but Sabina Foysher can't believe it. She was worse out of the opening. Bardia Dineshvar, he is what is keeping the Croatia Bulldogs in this match. Danya, I think we have to show the Ray Robson ending against Leon Leviaj because, I mean, that just can't happen in a match of this nature. Ray Robson wins that position there?
And, okay, I didn't want to overstate the case. This is not better for black. It was better for black earlier. But Leviaj, he liquidates. Okay, make the draw. Go rook d6. He plays rook g6. This doesn't spoil it. He brings the king in. Offer a draw. Anything. He stays afloat. King f6. Dead draw. Ray has no way to make progress here. None at all. Rook h5 and rook b8. Unacceptable move there by Leon Leviaj. He panics completely and allows white to push the king away and drop the king into e5. He had to find at this point a move like king g6 or even rook g8, rook h6 check, and bringing the king back. But all kudos to Ray for creating a position where it's not actually that easy to find one of these moves, Robert. Obviously, Leon had better moves earlier to avoid the situation. But the upshot is that white forces the rook trade and wins another improbable game.
I am in disbelief right now because you see the California Unicorns took this round 2.5, 1.5. Bogdan Daniel Deac outplayed Darius Saric the entire game. He could have promoted his pawn to a new queen. He somehow inverted the move order or thought a different move happened, and he loses that game. Had he won it, we'd have a tied match. But that's neither here nor there. That's a thing of the past. It is a 7-5 lead for the Unicorns, thanks to Darius Saric and Ray Robson somehow getting victories in their games.
Bogdan Daniel Deac's bookshelf could have itself promoted to A1. You could have, breathed on the pawn and it would have promoted. Unbelievable hallucination. It costs the Croatia Bulldogs a point, but it does not necessarily cost them the match, and they've got a cushion. We've seen 5-7 comebacks. We actually saw the Blitz come back, I believe, from a 5-7 deficit. You were commentating that, Robert. So it is possible, but they need to push what just happened behind them, bury it under a pile of rubble. Bogdan has to store that game in the bookshelf behind him and focus on delivering a huge redemption game.
And Bardia Dineshvar is keeping the Croatia Bulldogs in this. We'll see if he can win his final game and maybe land them that comeback that they desire. But for now, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, it is the fourth and final round here at the last match of Week 1 of the Pro Chess League. It's your Croatia Bulldogs versus the California Unicorns. Stay tuned.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Ray Robson, perhaps the hero for the California Unicorns. He won what looked like an unwinnable game, and he has helped his California Unicorns to a 7-5 lead over the Croatia Bulldogs. Danya, we know Ray very well. We grew up playing against him. That was not his best game. I think he would admit that. But he still has 2 points out of his 3 games, and now he's going to get the black pieces against a very, very angry Bogdan Daniel-Deac.
That would be quite the understatement. And the real MVPs, Robert, are those players who are able to put in decent performances even when they're in bad form and they suffer a painful loss. Ray Robson suffered a painful loss to Bardia Daneshvar, and I think painful, there's no word in the English language to describe what Bogdan Daniel-Deac has got to be feeling. But whatever it is that he has to be feeling, he has to find some way, something inside of him that will allow him to push that aside, because the Bulldogs definitely have a major chance to, at the very least, send this to a tiebreak with a monster 3-1 victory, or even take the match with 3.5 or 4-0. But man, oh man, do a lot of things have to go right, and do they have to avoid the craziness we saw in the last round?
Yeah, I'm looking at this lineup. 1.5 points needed by the Unicorns to take the match. Georg Meyer with the white pieces. Good luck to anybody who is facing him. I don't care if you're Magnus Carlsen. But I'm looking down at board 4. Polina Shuvalova against Sabina Forscher. Sabina has had some good positions. She almost took down Levajic, but she's also been shaky at times. And I feel like Shuvalova, she drew against Georg Meyer. She's had a similar type of day today. She is the higher-rated player. She's the stronger player between the two. So I feel like board 4 could settle this match, and that could be good news for the Bulldogs, because they are the rating favorite, with Polina Shuvalova having a big rating gap ahead of Sabina Forscher.
Indeed, all they need is 1.5 points. So remember, even if the Bulldogs win this round, 2.5, 1.5, that will not be enough, because the Unicorns will hit the necessary 8.5 points. So the room for error, it's not non-existent. They can lose a game and still tie the match, but that is all that they can do. Here we go. Final round of today. Buckle your seatbelts, and a Berlin for Ray Robson. And I'll tell you, Bogdan is not going to force a Berlin draw. That would get him kicked off of the team.
Well, he plays D4 here. He's taking control of the center. Ray Robson, very experienced, very well prepared. He always has been, ever since he was a teenager, because I played in the same events as him. We were on the U.S. team together at the World Team Championships. So he knows every opening under the sun, and that's why he's playing so quickly. The last couple moves seem ridiculous. Let's just go back for a second. Why would White play Rook E2 and then Rook to E1? So Rook E2, it welcomes this move B6, and the claim is that the bishop for Black, it often goes out to F5. You push your pawn to D5 and bring the bishop to F5. So in this variation, B6 is not considered a helpful move from White's perspective, and that doesn't allow you to accomplish your initial plan. So chess is a game of these small nuances. I know that's particularly complicated, but here Black often brings the knight out to E4, maybe tries to put the pawn on D5 behind the knight. Donnie, I've always struggled with this opening, I have to be honest.
Me too, and I think so do most of the players who play it. They're fighting for minuscule advantages here, right? We're not talking about attacks on the king and checkmate on move 20. They're fighting for 0.2, 0.3 advantages, and they analyze these lines to move 25 or move 30. I mean, these lines are a total mystery to me, whether the pawn belongs on D6 or D5, whether the knight belongs on E4 or F5. It's totally counterintuitive that the bishop on B7 is actually worse than it would be on F5. But one reason why, Robert, I think is that knight is more vulnerable than it looks. The queen could come out to G4 with tempo. And the second thing to understand is that a move like B6 does weaken your queen side. It might not seem evident now, but one way to understand that is if White runs the A pawn up the board using the B6 pawn as fuel to fire up a potential queenside initiative. So we'll see in the next couple of moves if Bogdan's hyper-modern approach is justified and does in fact lead to a small advantage.
Yes, small being the operative word, because I feel like in these positions, it just, you make incremental progress. Maybe you have something to go after, but it's Ray Robson on the clock. He's not sure where to go. So why don't we go away from this game just for the moment, as Bogdan Daniel-Deac has more time than he started with. 2 more games have begun. In the top right, we have Leon Levajic with the white pieces against Dariusz Svirch. And then in the bottom left, we have Georg Meyer against Bardia Daneshvar. So I'm looking at the top right, Danya, in a must-win game for Leon Levaich. I think it's a smart opening choice.
And we have another Berlin. Dariusz Sviert going for the Berlin. I'm sure he didn't coordinate that with Ray Robson, but it's just a very sensible option in a situation where every draw brings you oh so close to taking the match. And Leon Levaich has taken a completely different approach from Deac. I think both approaches are valid. Levaich has gone for a line that has gotten very popular in recent years. He takes on e5 and plays a4. That is the path to the forced draw, Robert. But then he deviates by bringing the queen out to d3, and he is aiming for control of some key dark squares. You often see the queen moving to c3 and the bishop aiming for c5. But Dariusz aiming to beat him to the punch because queen c3 will run into bishop e4.
Yeah, that's not pleasant. You get to develop the bishop for black with tempo, then castle your king. So bishop a6 already a threat. Bishop b4 is available because of the pawn on a5. So what do you do here for Atlanta? If he hasn't moved yet, he finally brings his rook to d1. And isn't bishop a6 just a developing move with tempo against the queen? Then you could bring your dark square bishop out. Only one side has the light square bishop. It's black.
Something has already gone wrong here for Leon Levaich, and this is a forgettable match for him, especially if he does not manage to, at the very least, hold a draw. A loss brings the Bulldogs to the brink of defeat. Everything else would have to go right. And let's be real, a loss with the white pieces, I think, will spell immediate doom. Dariusz playing a more modest move, bishop e7. Threat is stronger than its execution and waiting for the perfect opportunity to swing the bishop out to a6. But I love his position. He's solid. He will castle. He might even open up the king side later, Robert, and really try to exploit that bishop pair that he's got by opening up the king side.
It's true. Opening the king side could play to black's advantage, especially with the king safe for Dariusz Sviert. And Dariusz, he won that game against Deac. That was incredible. That was fortunate. I think he wants nothing to do with that game anymore, and he's in a new one. So for Levaich, is c4 an option? Can you push that pawn forward? I just don't see what white is trying to accomplish. If your knight could go to b3 in one turn, now we're talking, right? Like the knight goes to b3, takes control of the dark squares. The dream scenario is the dark square bishops disappear from the board. Then white is in full control, but that's very far away.
It is far away indeed, and black has a very clear path forward. Castles, bishop a6, f6, a lot of low-hanging fruit, and those are the kinds of positions that you want in a rapid game. Levaich developing his knight to d2, trying to go for b3, bishop a6, or even c5, move that we haven't mentioned yet, has now become possible because the contact between the rook and the pawn has been temporarily severed by white's last move. So I think we'll leave Dariusz to his devices here. It's clear that he's solved his opening problems, but he will have to continue playing accurately to keep white's queenside pressure at bay. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and check out the other games. All four of them are underway, and one of them, I think, is going to finish pretty soon. Georg Meyer is going to impose his will and get half a point out of Bardia Danishvar.
You're saying that Georg Meyer wants a draw that's in the bottom left. He is saying, let's get these pieces off the board. Let's just have equality. And if Georg draws, that means only one more point from the rest of the team. But that, in a way, could be good news for the Bulldogs. Because on board 4, they're going to have to trust Polina Shuvalova to get a win against Sabina Forsha. That is mandatory. And then they're going to have to find a win somewhere else. And Bogdan Daniel Deac, look at board 1 against Ray Robson.
Okay.
Ray is down 4 minutes on the clock. So I think that the Bulldogs will be perfectly fine with a quick draw for their board 3.
I think some people in the chat who aren't as used to watching team events might think, how could he possibly play, a Grunfeld and allow a forced draw? Totally agree with you, Robert. I think a draw with black against Georg Meyer, who almost never loses with white, is a very wise decision. Yes, you're trusting your teammates, but at the end of the day, you need a huge comeback and you need your top boards to deliver anyway. So I think we're going to see a draw in that game. Maybe Georg, though, is going to keep pushing. I mean, it's not over yet, and maybe he actually has a slight advantage in that game. I mean, how many of these endgames have you seen him squeeze out to a win, Magnus Carlsen style?
Way, way, way too many, and we'll see if today is another one of those. But we're going to bring on somebody who is really into this match, someone who has something at stake, and that is Kostya Kavutskiy, the team captain for the California Unicorns. Kostya, how are you feeling right about now? Your team has a 7-5 lead. Have you recovered from the third round of action?
Hey, yeah, we're doing good. Third down was definitely stressful. There was a moment there where I thought we might even like lose like 3.5 half or something. Some of those games looked very, very, very topsy turvy, but the team got it done. I got to say, Daro, I feel like is absolute hero, playing really well. Jorg as well, and Ray also. Feel like he pulled out a win in that last one, which was amazing. So 2-point lead is great. Obviously, the match is not over, so I'm not gonna celebrate, until it's done, until we see that 8.5 and it's clinched.
Well, Costa, you're watching the games on your own stream, and you go through the whole gamut of emotions as the team captain. Looks like Ray's close to stabilizing the position here. But when you saw Dariush pick up that pawn on A2, can you clue us in on how exactly you would describe the kind of euphoria that you feel in that moment?
Yeah, it's like when we've been talking about food a lot on this stream, but it's like when you're waiting for your food at a restaurant, and then you see the waiter coming out of the kitchen, and you see them carrying their tray of food, and you're like, oh yeah, I ordered that, my friend. So it's your food, it's coming to your table. Like when I saw him win that pawn, he was like knight versus bishop, like outside pass pawn, his king gets in. I was like, oh my god, I know Dara's gonna win this. He's just like so technical and so good in those situations. It's just such a relief. I think relief was the emotion.
I mean, have you seen a blunder of that magnitude? Of course, it was just Bogdan Deoch. He was struggling in time pressure. But have you seen something that from a super grandmaster? That must have been shocking for you and your audience.
Actually, I missed the exact moment leading up to it. I switched to the game right as he was picking up the pawn, so I didn't realize that Bogdan actually had blundered. I know he was doing fine earlier, and Dara was way down on time. But yeah, these blunders, oh, they're brutal. I mean, sometimes like the match just comes down to like a move or a mouse slip or like a 2-second thing. Mm-hmm. It hurts. It really stings when it doesn't go your way, unfortunately. But that one was quite lucky for us.
And it was a huge win. Right now, we're watching Ray Robson in an opposite colored bishop middle game. We were discussing just before we brought you in, Kostya, what we think is a wise strategy. Georg Meyer playing a very solid opening, and he's on the cusp of securing the first half point. You need only 1.5 points. Do you approve of that strategy? And do you feel like Ray is out of the woods here, despite being down on the clock?
Yeah, I think, well, no, actually, Ray's position to me, it seems like he could definitely be put under some pressure, especially given the match situation. I don't think Diak is going to give him an easy draw here. If he can press, I think he'll try to press. But yeah, Georg, I definitely approve of his approach, just playing super solid. I think it also makes sense because he's playing a very, very strong junior player. And, the trope, the stereotype is to always take the kids into the end game. So I feel like there might be a little bit of that on Georg's mind as well. But this position looks so dry in Georg's position that I feel like it's, very likely just going to lead to a draw. That's okay. I mean, we're up by 2 points. We just need 1.5. So you got to have faith that the rest of the team is going to be able to clinch it out.
Yeah, I feel that, Kostya. And this one is looking, like the worst is kind of behind Ray. If he can play the move d5 and follow with c6, it would appear that he can finally get his rook into the action. But white should stand better with the rook coming to the only open file. That's rook e1 in the near future. But if we zoom out of this game for a second, I just want to get your opinion. You are the captain, one of the captains for the California Unicorns. All 4 games are still in session. We've talked about Georg Meyer in the bottom left. That one looks like a surefire draw, so no worries there. But when you see the other 3 boards, are you looking at it like, okay, we just need one other point, we're going to get it, or are you still nervous looking across them?
I mean, yeah, I'm always with these like league matches, and whenever you're watching as like, a coach or like captain, like, you have no control over the moves being made. You have no idea like what's going to happen. So you feel a little powerless either way, but it's fun to root for the team. And I do really believe in these guys, and Sabina as well. I feel like they've been very, very clutch so far. Yeah, I think they'll be able to pull it out. Obviously, anything could still happen. So it's like, yeah, in my mind, by no means have we already won. So it's just going to be a tight finish. But I'm hoping like if everything goes according to plan, then hopefully we do take the first one home.
Speaking of things going according to plan, we want to let you ride out the match on your stream. But before we do that, if we could go to Dariush's game really quickly, it seems to me, at least intuitively, and the eval bar disagrees with me, it felt when I looked at this position that Dariush has a pretty significant initiative in the bishop pair, but perhaps the monster placement of White's knight on the central outpost outweighs Dariush's current initiative. Kostya, what do you feel about this game? Could this be, at the very least, another half point in the bag for the Unicorns?
Yeah, it seems very reasonable for Daro here. I know his opponent hasn't done like that well in this match so far. So I'm hoping, yeah, Daro can at least get half point. That might be our winning path here, just a half point on the top 3 boards. I feel like one of them might even be able to somehow win, but okay, 1.5 is all we need. So that's definitely a good result to root for. And Sabina, actually, I don't think her position is that bad right now. It seems absolutely fine, but of course, Polina is just an incredibly strong blitz player. So yeah, that one will definitely be very tough.
Yeah, no, every single game, it feels like goes down to the wire in this match. And well, Kostya, we'll let you handle it with your stream. I hope it's an enjoyable finish. I hope you could smile at the end of the day, which means that the results go your team's way. But thanks so much for stopping by with us, Kostya. And of course, we'll send people to the Chess Dojo channel. They should give you the support. Your educational streams are awesome.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure.
Thanks, Kostya.
And Kostya's just the nicest guy. Genuinely the kindest person ever.
He really is. I mean, I know him for many, many years now. He lived in the Bay Area. We both taught at Bay Area Chess, and that's when I got to know him well. Just a credit to the chess community, a fantastic instructor, and a fierce competitor, Robert, over the board, but absolutely the sweetest human. Definitely follow his stream at twitch.tv/ChessDojoLive.
And maybe he could teach us a thing or three about this ending, because it's a knight on d4 against a light square bishop that can't do anything. And I saw the bar react to this move bishop to d3, and I just feel like White's play is simple. Bring that rook from a1 to e1. Let's go to the open file. And then maybe the rook will go to e7 and a7, and we're just going to activate our pieces. So I feel like White has a free hand in this position. It's a type of position that only White can win. Not so sure about rook a2. I guess he's trying to go rook b2 and pawn to b4, but it just feels like the e-file was one for the taking.
And it feels like b4 doesn't accomplish as much as he thinks it does. In fact, it could tactically backfire due to rook c4. That leads to a wild tactical skirmish, knight b5 there, and there's a takes b4. So that has to be calculated, but I agree, rook e1, he's putting all of his eggs in the b4 basket rather than really nurturing and trying to expand his positional advantage. Leon Levaich has just missed the mark thus far in this match. Everything has to go right at this point for the Bulldogs to secure at least a tie. So rook a to b2 is very likely. Having said a, you have to say b, and Leon Levaich will have to squeeze a full point out of this endgame.
He will. He'll need to win for the Bulldogs to have a chance. And, well, what's going on the other boards? We know that Georg Meyer, he was likely to make a draw against Bardia Dineshvar. That's in the bottom left. But Danya, in the bottom right, that game is wild between Sabina Forscher and Polina Shuvalova. And in the top left, it looks like Ray Robson. He has zero issues anymore. That game looks likely to be a draw. So the left side looks drawn. The right side, slight edge to the Bulldogs, but maybe not quite enough.
Yeah, Bogdan needs Kaisa to smile on him, especially after the last round. He's asking the chess gods for at least one lucky break. He'll have to make something out of nothing in that position. But I'll put it this way. If I face Magnus Carlsen with a minute 40 in a position like that, I would still be nervous. So I think with White's control of the e-file, Ray needs to continue being careful and continue being speedy. Obviously, you can get the queens off the board, then you're essentially knocking on the door of a draw. And Robert, I agree with you. Sabina Forscher is not just saying, I'm going to give this game away and trust the win to my teammates. She is doing everything she can to bag this match on her own. C5 is the last move. I don't think she's any worse there.
Can we also talk about the bottom left? Georg Meyer might win another unwinnable rook and pawn ending. He just has the more active pieces. I would not be surprised if Georg wins in Bardia Dineshvar's time trial. So I took that one for granted. I see the EVR, and boom, there it goes up in Georg's favor after the move G5 was played. So I think nothing going right for the Bulldogs in this match. It just feels like it's slipping away from them, even when they have good positions.
And Ray Robson, I mean, at this point, we won't jinx it by saying that game is over. It's going to end in a draw. There isn't a single shred of winning chances, Ray, with over a minute on the clock. Everything is off the board, and Bogdan is going to want to forget these last 2 games. Great stuff by Ray Robson, keeping his composure in a slightly worse position, holding half a point. A draw has been agreed, and now the Unicorns are only 1 point away from ending this match, and Georg Meyer might do it all on his own. Shall we take a look at that end game?
Let's go to the Georg Meyer game, because it's winning. It was the most equal end game we could ever ask for. And then now he's just going to king c5. He's going to bring his king in. There's only one thing that Georg, that's not Bardia on the camera, but we will fix that soon. But king to c5 is just, what's Black going to do? Black has to shuffle rook f6, rook g6, and so on. But maybe White will be able to inch that king forward.
The ultimate, sad irony would be if Paulina manages to win and somehow Leon squeezes a win out of that rook end game, and it's Bardia Danishvar who ends up losing what seemed like an unlosable game just a couple moves ago. The ultimate damning sign, Robert, Georg Meyer has just declined a draw. He knows that this is a winning end game. He might have gone into this game with the intention of making a draw, but he's not just going to throw a win out into the trash can. If it's right there for the taking, he's not risking. He can push f4. The one thing he should not do is play king to d6 and blunder into e5 check.
Right, that's such an easy blunder to make, especially if he didn't have enough time. He does, though, because king d6, you can show him the board, we'll go right back.
Yeah.
Plus e5 with check, and the rook is behind the king. You're losing your material there. So what he needs to do, somehow, Georg Meyer, is he has to remove his rook from c6. But if you go rook b6 check, then there's king c7. And if you go rook a6, well, the king can go back to b7, right? Like, the king can keep following this rook around, and eventually f4. So f4 might have been the correct sequence there, but that's why you're saying White should start with f4 just to eliminate that possibility, that active break for Black.
But it's not over yet. Bardia can go rook g4. We know how rook endgames can be. The computer can give +5 or +6 because it sees to the end of the line. But that could be very misleading because a single wrong move could send the evaluation right back down to equality. So work still to be done for Georg Meyer. The result of this game could ultimately be a moot point. But Georg needs to try to bag this up and win this game because Leon Levaich is still trying. I don't think he's going to be able to win his game, though. So at this point, a draw might be all Georg needs.
And Georg, he can play the move f4 right now.
F4.
Yeah, well, no, Black just missed it.
Black should have played it.
Yeah, Black had that opportunity. That was the one chance that Bardia had. Now White should play f4. Black is completely frozen. It's going to be like a Zugzwang. And then the rook will go to a6 and back down the a file. The king will slide to d6. So it looks like Georg Meyer is going to secure the match victory for the Unicorns. Now I have full faith in him.
And f4 has been played, and they might even go lossless in this round. I mean, everybody seems to be coming through with a clutch performance. Daro is about to secure a draw. He is repeating moves. He's actually better in this rook end game that he's got, but there's absolutely no need for him to risk it. I think they're about to repeat moves, and at that point, the Unicorns will be a mere half point away from match victory.
Yeah, the draw was just agreed in Leon Levaich against Dariusz Svirch, which means it's officially 8-6 in favor of the Unicorns. The top right game is done. The scoreboard will reflect that, as it now has. That was quick. And it's 8-6. Only one draw needed for the Unicorns. So Georg Meyer, if he doesn't feel like winning, he can just offer a draw at any moment. But he's risking 0. He can just win this game on his own.
He absolutely can. Now, at the World Team Championship, which is an over-the-board event, your team captain is allowed to inform you in the event of a draw for what the team score is and is allowed to share his opinion. I'm not sure what the rules are here, but again, it literally does not matter because the only two things that will save the Bulldogs right now are a mouse slip and an internet outage, and both are vanishingly unlikely. It does appear that Polina Shuvalova has gained the upper hand, but unfortunately, that is not going to matter.
No, because Georg Meyer has this one. He can make a draw at any moment, but now he's going to bring his king into d6. He's going to take on e6. And I like to say a pawn chain is only as strong as its base pawn. the e6 pawn was defending both. Right? We have
what
the
face pawn?
we have the mutual field goal posts for both sides here, that pawn structure, but now it's all gone.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison Butker right here on e3, going to send it right through the middle. After white eliminates both the remaining pawns, it really hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, truth hurts too. But f5, d5, all of them are going down. And then all what you need to do is stop this pass h-pawn. Maybe easier said than done because h4, h3, h2, but the white rook can always slide back to b2 to grab that pawn.
I've been on a roll not asking you if you understood my pawns, but this time I really feel like that question was necessary.
I'm going to be honest. I know who Jalen Hurts is, and I was going to specify, but after the Butker reference and then Jalen Hurts reference, I thought we might be on the wrong broadcast. Maybe we should go to replace Tony Romo or replace Greg Olson like Tom Brady just did.
Well, I'd give you a buck if you did that. But rook c3 check. Georg Meyer is going to get more than a buck for this victory because he is going to secure a huge first round win for the Unicorns. It's purely cosmetic at this point, Robert. It doesn't matter. This game is a draw or a win. It doesn't matter which pawn he takes. Just don't allow that H pawn to promote and you're good.
That would be a shame. We've already seen one pawn that could have promoted get snatched by the enemy pieces. And no, this one, there's seriously is very little that Bardia can do. And you can see it. He's just hoping that Georg makes a mistake. But Georg is the end game wizard. He just knows how to get it done. He's under a minute, but he's also really good at bullet.
But I've learned my lesson at this point. I mean, you count the eggs when they've hatched. We've literally seen everything happen in the span of a week. Whatever crazy finale you could think of, it has happened this week. A mouse slip in the most improbable circumstance happened. Internet outage happened. Losing a completely winning position happens. I mean, the PCL is crazy, Robert, and this is just week one. So we're waiting. We're holding our breath. Costa's holding his breath. Let me tell you that for sure.
Well, Kostya, he knows that Georg only needs a draw, so he probably is breathing a little bit more easily. And, well, Georg brings his king back. Look at that. He doesn't even go for advancing his own pawns just yet. He's going for the enemy passer. And it looks like Polina Shuvalova did win her game. She was up, I can't even count how many pawns in that final position. But Georg, he's getting it done for the Unicorn.
And what's crazy, how narrow these margins of victory are. If Bogdan had promoted that pawn, right, the match would have already been tied. And then imagine if Leon Levaich had held that dead drawn endgame against Ray Robson. Of course, you can't think like that because the Unicorns missed some chances as well. But it's just crazy how these matches really can go either way. I think the PCL this year does such a good job of ensuring that most of these rosters, they might be composed completely differently. The strategies of assembly of the team might be different, but almost all of these matches have been so competitive.
Yes, and you see Chesswin saying Georg Meyer knows how to handle his PCL stuff. It's true. I feel like his best chess is played in these team formats, and Georg has had a full-time job throughout his chess career. He does not solely focus on chess. Oftentimes in the Pro Chess League seasons past, he would be coming back from his job to go sit up and play in the league. He is now up 2 pawns. His king wants to go to e5, doesn't even have to. Resignation occurs. That is match victory for the California Unicorns. Georg Meyer in an endgame. That is a sentence I think I've said 8 million times.
Well, this is the 8 millionth and first Georg Meyer secures victory, but all credit to Ray Robson for holding with black, Darius Schwirtz for holding with black. It did look precarious for just a moment, but at the end of the day, the California Unicorns, they have been a mainstay in one form or another ever since the Pro Chess League was the U.S. Chess League, and they win another inaugural matchup, tying the final round and ending the match in style.
They did. Ray Robson held, as you mentioned, with the black pieces against Bogdan Daniel Deac, and that allowed them to tie the final match 2-2. They only needed 1.5 points. They scored 2 full ones, and so for the Unicorns, they win this match. Their top scorer for the match. I mean, it was really kind of a balanced effort for the most part. Some saves by various players, but Danya, Georg Meyer, he feels like the hero that led the California Unicorns to victory.
Yeah, he's just such a reassuring character, such an asset to your team. You called it first. And the Croatia Bulldogs, they have bright spots. The teams that lose week one, they have to avoid having a meltdown and overstating the case. It was close. Bardia Danishvar is a huge addition to the Bulldogs. Obviously, Leon Livajic, he will have to step it up in weeks to come. Polina Shabalova did great as well. It was very, very close. But at the end of the day, the team from California, I mean, if Ray and Gjor can continue to play like they did today, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with.
And let's not forget, they also have Gukesh and Sam Shanklin and Ilya Nizhnik and others that can join the lineup. So they win this week 9-7, a great match victory for the California Unicorns. And we're actually going to hear from their top board, Ray Robson. So we're going to take a short break, get Ray on the call, and we'll interview to hear his thoughts about his team's victory here against the Croatia Bulldogs. We'll be right back. This is the Pro Chess League.
Welcome into our new video lecture series here with the one and only, the 14th World Chess Champion, Vishwanathan Anand.
If you have to explain that you're world champion and it's taking longer than 2 words, there's something wrong with your title. And that's how I felt at this
There's
point.
something wrong with
But I believe when we're talking the 60s and 70s, even the 80s and 90s, you could see that the match format produced something unique. And I remember there was a funny moment at the press conference where I was trying to tone it down, not get very excited, and also I had not had time to collect myself. In fact, I already wanted to calm down and think of the next game because I knew this is a wounded animal there. I knew that I had to play a game against a man who was desperate for the match to be over so that he could clinch his title. He wanted a draw at any price. I mean, you can make a joke that he had spent a week out of the swimming pool already, so he must have been exhausted and waiting to finish the match. So for all of us, there was this feeling of we got to grab this chance with both hands because it's not going to come by way.
and we are joined by Super Grandmaster Ray Robson. Ray, congratulations for your success and your team's victory for the California Unicorns. My first question for you is, how does it feel to be back in the Pro Chess League and with a new squad?
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, it feels good. Yeah, I used to play on the Webster Windmills for several years, which was a lot of fun. And last year, previously I played also for Chicago Win. But yeah, it's a completely new team. I really like our team this year. And yeah, first match went really well.
Ray, it was a topsy-turvy affair for you today, but ultimately you came out strong and defeated Leon Levaich in a crucial game. Would you point to that as the proudest moment of your performance today after losing a painful game in round 2?
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say it wasn't the best game, but for my contribution to the match, I guess it was the most important game. Obviously, I lost that round 2 game where I was doing quite well, but I missed a few things, and then my opponent was super tricky with his knight at the end of the game. And yeah, in round 3, I think I also had a good position, but again, I kind of messed things up. But the difference was, compared to game 2, I had more time than my opponent, and so I was able to keep some pressure on him that way. And in the rook end game, I tried to create some chances. Obviously, he was still holding, but I was able to get the win. And yeah, that was a good game.
Well, Ray, you recently crossed 2,700, so I have to congratulate you for that as well in classical chess. But I guess my question is about that. Now that you're above that Super Grandmaster threshold, you're playing board 1 for your team, does that put added pressure on you? Do you feel like you have to play for results rather than just play the board?
A little bit, but in general, I just tried to play normally. I mean, that's what got me to 2,700 in classical, so I guess I should try to do the same in rapid as well, and just hope that it works out. Yeah, one of the things is my repertoire, especially with black in classical, is usually super solid, so sometimes it doesn't translate so well to beating low-rated players. So that is something I'm a little bit concerned about. I'll have to maybe change some openings, but for the most part, I just played normally, and today it worked out pretty well.
Ray, you have a lot more team experience than most players, even more grandmasters. You have played on the U.S. Olympiad team. Would you say that your experience in the Olympiad and the World Team Championship helps you manage the stress of these events better than for some less experienced grandmasters?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was also really good that I got to have some of those experiences when I was a bit younger. I don't know. I feel like that helps in a way to have those experiences kind of when you're growing up. And then, yeah, I guess it's, nothing can really compare to like playing in the Olympiad or the World Team Championship. So compared to those, there's obviously, I feel a little bit less pressure. Also, just in general, I'm more relaxed, I think, about online chess, even just chess in general, compared to when I was a kid, where I used to be really competitive, really hard on myself if I lost any game at all in any format, even if it was just casual. Now I learned to deal with it a little bit better. So yeah, I wasn't going too crazy, but yeah, there has to be a balance, I guess. Sometimes you can just not care. You can care too little, and then that also detracts from your game. So I try to find the balance. It was also the first week today, so first time playing Pro Chess League for me in a while. So I'm just trying to get back into the groove of things.
Yeah, it's good to hear, Ray, that a relaxed Ray Robson is maybe the best Ray Robson. And I do want to get a question in from the chat from Chesswind. Their question is, as a puzzles champion, do you feel your pattern recognition knowledge impacts your intuitive decision on the board?
Yeah, I saw Daniel was playing a lot of Puzzle Battle last night. He was having some really exciting matches. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely like specific patterns that I've seen a lot, so I guess I might recognize those faster. But in some sense, I don't know. Like if you play a bunch of Puzzle Battle and then you like go back to Blitz or something, your mind is kind of focused on finding those specific patterns, which doesn't really actually happen that often in real games. So yeah, there's a couple patterns I probably recognize quicker than I used to these days, but in general, I don't think it makes a huge difference.
Well, I knew the Puzzle Battle King was watching, so I felt that I had to perform. Ray, final question from me. Several people in the chat were pointing out that you hit 2,700, I think, for the first time after the U.S. Championship. What does it mean for you to hit that milestone? Is it particularly meaningful to hit Super Grandmaster status? And do you sort of feel appreciably different having hit this huge rating?
It definitely was a big goal of mine. Other big goal was to someday win the U.S. Championship, which is obviously keeps getting stronger. So that's going to be even much more difficult, I guess. I'm sure you guys know that, like, you all have goals growing up, and when you achieve them, it feels really good. But then it's kind of like, what happens next? Okay, I achieved this thing, but like, what did it didn't change that much in my actual life. So it feels nice. But for me, I just focus on trying to keep going up. That's the thing. It's kind of a no man's land where I'm in right now, where I have to gain like still another 30, 35 points probably to get invited to the next like upper class of tournaments, which I don't get invited to. So that's really, really difficult still at this level. So I guess that's my other main focus for now, is just try to improve, see if I can get close to reaching that level and get some invites to elite tournaments. I mean, it's going to be really, really hard, but that's my goal. And yeah, still enjoying 2,700. I haven't played since the US Championship, so I'm just sitting on my rating, but I'll be playing again soon.
Yeah, I mean, Ray, interestingly, I feel like a lot of people see your name, you thrive, and then you kind of go into hibernation for a while. So you haven't played since the U.S. Championship. One, is that something you enjoy doing, just playing chess kind of less frequently? And two, what is your next over-the-board tournament? Where can we find you playing?
Yeah, I do definitely play less than most people. I don't know. I guess maybe it started like when I started at college, because there basically play 1 or 2 events for the college team, and then maybe a couple events in the summer. But really, I was only playing like 5 tournaments per year. And even since I finished, I haven't really been finished college. I haven't been playing that much more. I guess I do like choosing my tournaments very selectively. Obviously, there's a lot of really strong open tournaments in the US, but if I were to play those, I would still probably be the first or second highest rated player. And I just don't feel like that would be that great for my career right now. So I'm pretty selective about tournaments I choose. And yeah, my next tournament is going to be an American Cup, where it's a double elimination tournament with 8 players, the top 8 players basically from the US. So it depends on whose rating is going to be higher. I'm going to play I think I'm either going to play Fabiano or Wesley, depending on how Wesley's rating changes in this tournament that he's playing right now.
Got it. Well, Ray, we look forward to watching you at the American Cup and cementing your Super Grandmaster status. Definitely the MVP of today's match. Congratulations on a first-round victory, and get some rest. Good job today, Ray.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Congrats, Ray. Well, that was Ray Robson. He is leading the California Unicorns, the last team to score an opening week victory. These are the 8 teams that have won their first match. So, Danya, as you look from top to bottom, do you see teams that you think are definitely going to make the playoffs?
Well, it's so hard to say. The one thing I learned from week 1 is that it is impossible to predict the kind of skeletal form of the hypothetical winning team, Robert, because the rosters are so different. And as we talked about at the start of the broadcast, the strategies adopted by the managers and captains as they try to recruit players is totally different. Obviously, the Canada Chess Bros, they're the favorites with Magnus Carlsen, one could argue. But some of the evenly matched teams like the Shanghai Tigers that we saw today are going to make a serious run to the top as well. But even some of the teams that have lost their first round matchup, we saw how close these matches were. And I've repeated this phrase throughout this week. I'm going to say it one last time as we tie up the week and start the weekend. Nothing has been decided.
And Danya, when I look at the 0-1 teams, the teams that lost their first matchup, I think the team that I have to circle is the St. Louis Archbishops. It's surprising to see them there, but with Fabiano Caruana on their roster, you have to imagine they have the best chance of anyone on that on this listing, except maybe the Charlotte Cobras. And I have to say that because you're talking me.
I really appreciate it. Well, we're ending the commentary anyway, so now is your opportunity to be mean. But in all seriousness, I mean, you look at some of these teams, Spanish Maniac Shrimps could have easily been 1-0. Brazil Capybaras, they got blown out in week 1, but they have an incredibly strong team. I mean, nobody on my team is happy that we are facing them next week. And they are absolutely formidable. Same with the Berlin Bears, with Josephine Heinemann scoring a victory over Hikaru Nakamura. So many of these teams are going to go for redemption, Robert. And these aren't empty words. I mean, the match scores throughout this week really prove the fact that the PCL has succeeded in creating a league where you can essentially root for any team, and almost every team has a serious shot at the top.
They have a shot. There's a lot of team camaraderie. There's preparation done between the players. And, well, we just saw the standings. We saw the teams that won their first match, the teams that lost. That's going to dictate the pairings for next week. You have the weekend off from the Pro Chess League, but on Tuesday, the matches continue. And we will see a pair of winning teams, the Chess Bras from Canada versus the Indian Yogis. And then we'll also see in the second half of the doubleheader, the Brazil Capybaras facing your Charlotte Cobras. So quick thoughts on these matchups, Tanya. Who's most likely to go to 2-0? And if you're giving your honest assessment, who's most likely to drop to 0-2?
Well, I will recuse myself from this conversation. Listen, here in Charlotte, we're hungry because we felt that we had a very serious chance to score what would have been an epic upset had the final round gone our way. And from the Chessbot perspective, they dodged a major bullet. Magnus Carlsen showed that he is going to carry this team forward. And if his supporting cast comes along for the ride, Razvan Priodu and others, Aryantari, if they score half a point or a point more, they're just going to be completely unstoppable given Magnus's rapid form in recent months. So would love to watch that one. Indian Yogis, they scored a blowout win. So two powerhouses right there. And for the Capybaras, they are going to try to erase the memory of their week 1 loss, but we are going to try to prevent them from doing that and put in front of them a fresh set of painful memories. We shall see, Robert.
I appreciate the non-answer there because I did ask you, who is most likely to win the matchups, and you took the
yes.
You took the diplomatic route. I have to, tip my proverbial cap to you for that, and just thank you for what was a very fun last about 5+ hours. So it flew by. These matches are always entertaining, exciting, good chess, and sometimes there are blunders in time travel, like we saw down the stretch of that Bogdan Daniel Deoch game against Darius Svirich. But Danya, any sort of final thoughts about the two matches we saw today in the Pro Chess League and what we should look forward to next week?
Well, the matches were fascinating, and Robert, always such a pleasure to cover them with you. These 5 hours did indeed fly by, and I will just close by making a more broad point that what makes the Pro Chess League so fascinating isn't just the competitive element itself, which already creates entertainment value. There's so many different perspectives from which you can watch the PCL, from an instructor perspective, with a lot of players displaying some really interesting opening preparation, lines that you can use in your Blitz games as you try to improve, finding new players to root for, 2,600 players, even some IMs who have very bright futures ahead of them, or really making their debut in front of most chess fans, and obviously rooting for your home city, rooting for your favorite player. So many reasons to watch the PCL and block off 5 hours throughout the week. We are in for 3 more months, Robert, of non-stop entertainment. I can't wait, and I'm so excited to be both playing and commentating.
I can't wait either, but we'll have to wait until Tuesday. I just want to thank all of our viewers. It's so great of you to show your support, to enjoy your Fridays with us. Our producer, Bick, who works so hard behind the scenes, Judith, and the rest of the Chess.com staff, making sure the players are set and settled and can just focus on the board. But thank you to everybody who makes the Pro Chess League what it is. The action will only get better as we return on Tuesday. I'll have the call with Tanya Sachev. Whether you're watching Canada, from India, or anywhere else in the world, continue watching the Pro Chess League. We'll see you on Tuesday.